Marx at the Margins. On Nationalism, Ethnicity, and Non-Western Societies. With a new preface. Kevin B. Anderson. Introduction. 1. Colonial encounters in the 1850s, the European impact on India, Indonesia, and China. 2. Russia and Poland, the relationship of national emancipation to revolution. 3. Race, class, and slavery, the Civil War as a Second American Revolution. 4. Ireland, nationalism, class, and the labor movement. 5. From the Grundrisse to Capital, multilinear themes. 6. Late writings on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies. Conclusion. Preface, 2016. In the 6 years since this book appeared, its reception in many quarters suggests that it may have succeeded in at least one of its original aims, to present Marx as a thinker deeply concerned with non-Western and pre-capitalist societies in their own right, rather than as a mere adjunct to his theorization of modern Western capitalist societies. In this sense, the book may also have undercut the fashionable argument that Marx was fundamentally a Eurocentric thinker trapped in the narrow frameworks of his time, the mid-19th century, and thus largely impervious to contemporary issues like race, gender, and colonialism. I refer here not only to arguments like those of Edward Said's celebrated Orientalism, but also to more broadly philosophical ones like those of Michel Foucault, for whom Marxism exists in 19th century thought like a fish in water, that is, it is unable to breathe anywhere else, 1970-1966, p. 262. In responding to such arguments in Marx at the Margins, I readily acknowledged that some of Marx's writings in the 1840s and early 1850s did exhibit forms of Orientalism and Eurocentrism, at times implicitly supporting British colonialism in the name of progress. However, I also noted that even in the 1853 India writings, which have drawn the most attention from those seeking to portray Marx in this light, there are also dialectical countercurrents, as, for example, in his 1853 description of British colonialism in India as barbaric, or his evocation that same year of Indian independence as the solution to that land's social oppression and stagnation. Even more importantly, I noted that Marx had already shifted to a more anti-colonialist position by the time of his 1856-58 writings on India and China, during the same period that he discussed Asian modes of production in the Grundrisse. To a great extent, however, these arguments and texts were already known to Marx specialists, especially since the 1980s, when the entirety of his New York Tribune writings were reprinted in their original English in widely accessible form in the Marx Engels collected works. Therefore, many reviewers and readers have commented upon the fact that Marx at the Margins also bases its argument on little-known notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies that Marx composed during last year's 1879-82. These notebooks, some of which have not yet been published, are part of a vast corpus of Marx writings that will comprise 32 volumes in the ongoing Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega 2. For the most part, they consist of excerpts from other authors, with occasional commentary by Marx. Marx's excerpt notebooks are already known to scholars via a few examples that have been published more widely, among them the 1881 notes on Adolf Wagner's book on political economy and the 1874-75 marginal notes on a book by Mikhail Bakunin on the state. But most of the contents of Marx's excerpt notebooks are not well known, even to specialist scholars, and to date only about a dozen of the 32 megavolumes devoted to them have appeared in print. Some of the 1879-82 excerpt notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies have been published prior to Mega 2, and all will eventually appear in Mega 4/27, now being edited by Jürgen Royen, and of which I have been one of the editors as well, particularly for the English edition. These can be divided into three areas. 1. A good number of the 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies address India and South Asia, North Africa, colonial and pre-colonial Latin America, and a variety of pre-literate societies, from the Native Americans of North America to the Homeric Greeks. All of this material has been previously published, and it forms an important part of my discussion of the late Marx in Chapter 6. 2. A second group of excerpt notes deals with Russian history and with Indonesia, and these have not yet been published in any language. These were discussed briefly in Marx at the margins. 3. A third group of notes deals with ancient Rome and medieval Europe, which I have not taken up because they fell outside this book's scope. However, they are important for grasping Marx's overall project in this period. A study of this 1879-82 notebook material as a whole, along with Marx's letters and other writings on Russia during his last years, suggests that he was at this point in his intellectual career concerned greatly with agrarian societies in transition, some of which may have been heading toward capitalism. However, he was very firm about one point in these late writings: not all non-capitalist societies were inevitably heading toward capitalism. As discussed in Chapter 6, at one point in an 1877 letter to Russian friends, Marx moves from a discussion of the possibilities of an evolution toward capitalism in their country in the coming period, to one of the non-development of capitalism in ancient Rome. In Rome, even though, 1. The peasants lost their land and were thus separated from their means of production, 2. Large landed property was formed, held by a slave-owning aristocracy, and 3. Money capital was established on a significant scale. Marx notes that capitalism never developed. What happened? The Roman proletarians became not wage laborers, but an idle mob more abject than those who used to be called poor whites of the southern United States, and what unfolded alongside them was not a capitalist but a slave mode of production. 228. Of course, Marx was probably less concerned with transitions from one mode of production in a purely socio-historical sense than with the possibilities of revolution in his own time, with whether a Russian agrarian revolution might lead to a non-capitalist form of development if, as he and Engels wrote in their 1882 preface to a new Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, it could link up with the revolutionary labor movement of Western Europe. What we have, therefore, in 1877-82 are three sets of non-capitalist agrarian societies in transition that were studied in depth by Marx. 1. Russia, with its communal villages increasingly penetrated by capitalist social relations, which were undermining the older agrarian collectivism, and where new revolutionary movements had grown. 2. India, where British colonialism had uprooted much of the pre-capitalist village structure and where many forms of revolt had emerged. 3. Ancient Rome in transition from an agricultural system based upon a free peasantry to one based upon slave labor, and the failure there of both plebeian resistance and slave uprisings. Since only the first two of these were covered in Chapter 6 of this book, I would like to say something about the Rome notes, which have not been to my knowledge published in any language and are slated to appear eventually in Mega 4/27. Marx's approximately 30,000 word notes on Rome are thought to have been set down around 1879. They are in the same physical notebook as, and in fact interspersed with, his notes on Kovalevsky on the Indian village and on Sewell's History of India, the latter two sets of notes discussed in some detail in Chapter 6. The notes on Rome take up the German social historians Karl Bucher, Ludwig Friedlander, Ludwig Lang, and Rudolf Gering, and cover issues like class, status, and gender from earliest times through the late Empire. Marx's brief 2,000 word notes on Bucher's Die Aufstände Unfreien Arbeiter 143-129 VCHR. The Uprisings of Unfree Labor, 143-129 BCE, 1874, the first of those on Rome, came closest to the themes of the 1877 letter to his Russian readers. Here, Marx devoted particular attention to the social transformations resulting from the emergent system of large-scale slave-based agriculture and the concomitant rise of a money oligarchy, alongside the older patrician order. He looked closely at the interaction among the various social groups: slaves, freedmen, poor plebeians, rich plebeians, equestrians, and patricians, and specifically addressed the separation of the plebeians from their former means of production, such as farms or workshops. He also noted the antipathy toward the slaves on the part of the Roman proletarians, whom he compared to the poor whites of the U.S. South. These notes take up briefly the slave and plebeian revolts of the late 2nd century BCE, especially the slave uprising in Asia Minor. Next, Marx recorded material from Ludwig Friedlander's Darstellungen aus der Sittgeschichte in der Zeit v. August bis zum Ausgang der Antonine, representations of the history of Roman customs, from the age of Augustus to the close of the Antonine era, which covers the period of the Pax Romana, 27 BCE, 192 CE. Marx's relatively brief notes, which totaled about 3,000 words, concentrated on Roman luxury, especially that afforded by slavery, as well as fine arts and advances in Roman technology. Marx gave surprisingly little space here to the proletariat and the slaves, perhaps because he had covered those issues in his notes on Bucher. Instead, he focused on material on the nouveau riche freedman and on the increasingly penurious and humiliating situation of the clients, a non-slave social stratum dependent upon the aristocracy. Marx also took notes on Rudolf Düring's celebrated 3-volume study, Geist der Römischen Rechts in den verschiedenen Stadien seiner Entwicklung, the spirit of Roman law in the various stages of its development. In his relatively brief notes of about 4,000 words on Düring's book, Marx concentrated not on the law as such, but on the underlying social and economic changes that shaped it. He began by focusing on the gens or clan and on how commercial activity broke down these primordial ties. The rest of Marx's notes on Düring covered the evolution of Roman social classes and status groups, especially as a result of distant wars, the transformation of part of the old landed aristocracy into a new money aristocracy, and the growth of the patron-client relationship. To an even greater extent than in the Bucher notes, he also concentrated on the lack of solidarity between free proletarians and slaves. Marx took the longest of his notes on Rome, over 20,000 words, on Römische Altertümer, Ancient Rome, a 3-volume political, social, and legal history by Ludwig Lang. Here, he honed in on the origins of the Roman state out of preliterate clan society, with a particular focus on gender and the family. Topics included the power of the Roman paterfamilias over his wife, his children and grandchildren, his slaves, and those adult women or minors placed under his guardianship. Marx noted that as Roman civilization developed, marriage came increasingly under the jurisdiction of state-based secular law rather than traditional clan law. This led to a weakening of the power of the paterfamilias and a concomitant rise in the power of women, at least within the aristocracy. Similar to the notes on Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society, discussed in some detail in Chapter 6, Marx's Lang notes tend to undercut Engels's view of a world historic defeat of the female sex with the rise of class society out of earlier clan structures, at least insofar as it represented Marx's position, which was, as often, considerably more nuanced than that of his friend. See also Brown 2012, which takes up the Morgan and Lang notebooks with respect to gender. The textual evidence from Marx's notebooks on Rome, as well as his other writings on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies during this same period, suggest a broad concern with non-capitalist societies of his own time and in the past. Centering to a great extent on Russia, India, and ancient Rome, these notes and writings exhibit a preoccupation with transition, especially a possible transition to capitalism. They also point to how wrenching changes in class and property relations offer possibilities for social revolution on the part of subordinated classes and, conversely, for the diversion of their resistance into channels harmless to the dominant classes. Most importantly, these late writings and notes on Russia, India, and ancient Rome show that Marx was interested in a deep and specific analysis of each society in its own right, rather than any general formulas applicable to all societies across the globe, regardless of socio-historical specificity. Thus, as he wrote in his letters to his Russian interlocutors and in the French edition of Capital itself, as discussed in Chapter 5, his sketch of the primitive accumulation of capital in early modern Europe was not a general model for all societies across the world that were beginning to be impacted by capitalist social relations, but a sketch limited to Britain and those countries already on the road of capitalist industrialization. In this light, I would also like to reiterate that my treatment in Chapter 5 of alternate texts in the French edition of Capital, Volume 1, is not a quarrel over the translation into French by Joseph Roy, especially its literary quality. It is about the fact that the French edition of 1872-75 contains several important formulations added by Marx himself and not found, unfortunately even to this day, in German editions besides the Mega or those translations derived from Engels's supposedly authoritative German edition of 1890. This includes both existing English translations. Some of these passages contain formulations that limit the scope of the analysis of primitive accumulation to Western Europe, thus leaving to one side Russia, India, and other non-capitalist societies of the time. These passages are very important to the overall argument of Marx at the margins, which upholds a view of Marx as a multilinear, non-determinist thinker who over time became increasingly sensitive to the need for a variety of pathways of development and toward revolution for societies outside Western Europe and North America. I would also like to say something about the overall theoretical tradition in which I have worked, and which underlies this book. While I have in the course of many years been influenced strongly by the Frankfurt School, by George Lukács, and by Lenin in terms of dialectic, my principal inspiration here has come from a slightly different quarter, that of the Russian-American Marxist-humanist philosopher Raya Dunayevskaya. Similarly, while I have been influenced strongly by the writings on race, colonialism, and revolution of Frantz Fanon, W.E.B. Du Bois, and C.L.R. James, here as well I am indebted most of all to Dunayevskaya. Having worked in the tradition of her form of Marxist humanism for most of my adult life, I therefore think it would be helpful if I said a bit more about Dunayevskaya's work insofar as it pertains to Marx at the margins. I will therefore comment briefly on 1. Dunayevskaya's contribution to our understanding of Hegel, Marx, and dialectics, and 2. Her work on what is today termed the intersectionality of race, class, and the struggle against capital. From the 1940s onward, Dunayevskaya concerned herself with the recovery of Hegel's dialectic as such for later generations of Marxists. When she began this work, at first alongside the Afro-Caribbean Marxist and cultural theorist C.L.R. James, the notion of a Hegelian Marxism was at best the position of a tiny minority. From the academic left, this was before McCarthyism, to the Trotskyist parties in which she worked, dialectics was for the most part just a slogan, and a kind of Darwinian positivism reigned. Philosophical ideas were a reflection of material reality, it was said, and any form of idealism ran the danger of taking us back to religious obscurantism or, worse, fascism. But with the end of the Second World War, and the revelations about the Nazi death camps and the Stalinist forced labor camps, as well as the toll visited on Hiroshima and Nagasaki by U.S. nuclear weapons, new types of radical thought came to the fore. Alongside the long-standing concern with class struggle and economic development, more interest grew on the left concerning the dignity of the human person or, as the young Marx had put it, the social individual. French existentialists, albeit in a one-sidedly subjectivist fashion, extolled a radical humanism and attacked the determinism of orthodox Marxism. The Frankfurt School put forth anti-technocratic interpretations of Marxism, albeit in a form that had little to say to the working class and other oppressed groups. For her part, Dunayevskaya as an incipient Marxist humanist put forth a form of Hegelian Marxism that challenged technocratic state capitalism, East and West, and which also sought to address rank-and-file workers in Detroit, both black and white. Over the next 4 decades, Dunayevskaya developed a distinctive concept of dialectic. First, she made the first English translation of Lenin's 1914-15 Hegel notebooks, initially for a small circle within U.S. Trotskyism that included C.L.R. James and Grace Lee Boggs. I discuss this at length in Anderson 1995. And although the academic left blocked publication in the U.S., She used Lenin's revolutionary take on Hegel as a springboard into Hegel's science of logic and phenomenology of mind. By 1953, she had penned her letters on Hegel's absolutes, where she added into the mix Hegel's little discussed, even to this day, philosophy of mind. These 1953 letters challenged previous interpretations from Engels onward of Hegel's absolute as a closed totality with conservative implications. They are reprinted in Dunayevskaya 2002, which contains an introduction to Dunayevskaya's work by Peter Hudes and me. Dunayevskaya broke completely with the Engelschian distinction between system and method in Hegel's thought, arguing that Marx had critically appropriated Hegel's dialectic as a whole. She concluded these letters with her own critical appropriation here directly against Engels of the final paragraphs of Hegel's philosophy of mind, which are also the end of his system as elaborated in the 3-volume Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. Hegel ends his system with 3 syllogisms about logic, nature, and mind, which bring in categories like the self-thinking idea and the self-knowing idea, this in the chapter on absolute mind. To Dunayevskaya, these kinds of Hegelian concepts spoke to the new social consciousness that had emerged in the second half of the 20th century, wherein rank-and-file workers, blacks and other ethnic minorities, youth, and women were no longer letting others decide for them the pathway of their liberation. At the same time, other aspects of Hegel's absolutes spoke to something else, the absolute development of capitalism in the 20th century into what she considered to be a form of totalitarian state capitalism, imbued with the stench of death and destructiveness everywhere it went. This picked up a thread from Marx's concept of the absolute in capital, where he had referred, in a discussion of the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, to class polarization amid brutal exploitation. But Hegel's absolutes, as Dunayevskaya stressed in her reading of the Science of Logic, also contain the deepest contradictions rather than a closure. All of this led her to write in the original introduction to her first book, Marxism and Freedom, that we live in an age of absolutes on the threshold of absolute freedom out of the struggle against absolute tyranny, 1958-2000, pages 23 to 24. This evoked not only the anti-fascist resistance movements, but also the new social consciousness that had emerged in the US and elsewhere by the 1940s. To be sure, Dunayevskaya as a Marxist rejected more conservative later Hegelian texts like the Philosophy of Right, but she saw in Hegel's more abstract earlier works the root of all dialectic in the sense of revolutionary dialectics. Initially, she developed these ideas in a dialogue with Herbert Marcuse, Anderson and Rockwell 2012. As she wrote in Philosophy and Revolution, 1973, referring to works like Hegel's Science of Logic, Phenomenology of Spirit, and Philosophy of Mind, precisely where Hegel sounds most abstract, seems to close the shutters tight against the whole movement of history, there he lets the lifeblood of the dialectic absolute negativity pour in. It is true, Hegel writes as if the resolution of opposing live forces can be overcome by a mere thought transcendence. But he has, by bringing oppositions to their most logical extreme, opened new paths, a new relationship of theory to practice, which Marx worked out as a totally new relationship of philosophy to revolution. Today's revolutionaries turn their backs on this at their peril, 1973-1989, pages 31 to 32. This, I believe, remains a legacy for us today, at a time when so many different radical thinkers from Negri to Habermas and from Foucault to Said, not to speak of older Althusserian currents or even older mechanical materialist or positivist ones, are all united in telling us to avoid at all costs the revolutionary dialectic of Hegel. A further aspect of Dunayevskaya's concept of dialectic offers a direct bridge to the themes of Marx at the margins. Unlike some versions of totality or universality within Hegelian Marxism, Dunayevskaya insisted that the universal needs to particularize itself to become a truly emancipatory rather than an abstract universal. The movement from abstract through concrete through particularization necessitates a double negation. Hegel leaves no room for forgetfulness of this absolute creativity, the motive force that it is for the whole development, for its creative power, 1973-1989, p. 25. Taking this type of dialectic into the sphere of Marxist politics and sociology, she held that contemporary concerns around race, colonialism, or gender, while related to the overarching framework of capitalism, could not be subsumed under an analysis of capital and class, but had a particularity and a dynamic of their own. Again from the 1940s onward, and again initially alongside C.L.R. James, Dunayevskaya explored the specifically U.S. class system, which had always functioned along with the additive of race. In her American Civilization on Trial, Black Masses as Vanguard, 1963-2003, and other works, Dunayevskaya showed how racism had undermined progressive class-based movements again and again in U.S. history, from the left-wing populists of a century ago to their contemporaries in the American Federation of Labor, AFL. At same time, and here in contradistinction to whiteness studies and other similar academic perspectives, she also pointed to crucial junctures at which white labor, under the impact of the black struggle, began to overcome the racism it drew from the larger society. Such examples occurred during some phases of the populist movement of the 1890s or the later Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, which arose during the 1930s as a counterweight to the skilled worker-dominated AFL. At every stage of her life, from her teenage years in the 1920s working with the Communist Party's weekly paper in Chicago, The Negro Champion, to the year before her death, 1986, when she wrote a new introduction to a Marxist humanist study of Frantz Fanon, she stressed that in U.S. history, one constant was black masses as vanguard in terms of social progress. This led her to examine movements not always considered to be connected to socialism and Marxism, like the abolitionists of the 19th century or the black nationalist Garvey movement of the 1920s. Always, however, she was interested in the possibility of coalescence between black and white labor, both industrial and agricultural, but never on the basis of putting aside the struggle against racism in order to forge a superficial and false form of class unity. This dimension of Dunayevskaya's thought is also seen in her interpretation of Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Fanon, and other thinkers in the Marxian tradition. She stressed again and again the central importance of Marx's writings on the U.S. Civil War, where he critically supported the North, castigating those who saw no difference between the North and the South while also attacking Lincoln's failure to conduct the war as a revolutionary struggle against slavery. Not only that. She wrote as well of how the Civil War in the U.S. impacted the structure of capital, Volume 1, inspiring Marx to add a chapter on the working day, the one in which he wrote in ringing tones that labor in the white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin, cited in Dunayevskaya 1958-2000, p. 84. Then, at the end of her life, Dunayevskaya delved into Marx's ethnological notebooks, those studies at the end of his life on gender, colonialism, and clan or tribal social forms and their displacement by class structures. These notebooks, first published by the formidable Marx scholar Lawrence Crater in 1972, constitute a major part of Marx's 1879-82 notes on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies. She placed these late writings of Marx at the center of her Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation, and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, 1982-1991, not in order to create an Althusserian type of division between the late and early Marx, but in order to illuminate Marx's lifelong concern with gender and with the impact of capitalist penetration upon non-capitalist lands and on the ensuing new forms of resistance to capital and colonialism. She did so on the basis of the notes by Marx on Morgan that formed a major part of what are today known as Marx's ethnological notebooks. In so doing, Dunayevskaya elaborated the first feminist critique of Engels's Origin of the Family based upon differences between Marx and Engels in their reading of Morgan. As Dunayevskaya put it in the Rosa Luxemburg book, Marx's hostility to capitalism's colonialism was intensifying. The question was how total must be the uprooting of existing society and how new the relationship of theory to practice. The studies enabled Marx, not Engels, to see the possibility of new human relations, not as they might come through a mere updating of primitive communism's equality of the sexes, as among the Iroquois, but as Marx sensed they would burst forth from a new type of revolution, 1980–1991, p. 190. These late writings of Dunayevsky on the late Marx were of particular importance for Chapter 6 of Marx at the Margins. Thus, Dunayevsky's work has impacted my book in a double sense, at a general level in terms of the dialectic, and a more specific level in terms of her direct treatment of some of the issues discussed here. Overall, I regard Marx at the Margins as a contribution to the debates of our time over Marx and his legacy. In a period when many reject Marx as hopelessly Eurocentric, as possessed of a form of dialectic drawn from Hegel that crowds out particulars like race, gender, and colonialism in favor of homogenizing grand narratives of globalization, capital, and class, I have tried to argue that Marx is a thinker of our times. His critique of capital, nuanced and dialectical as it was, and rooted as it was in specific socio-historical studies of the actual circumstances confronting various societies around the world, is as much of our time as his own. Acknowledgements. During the decade and more I have worked on this project, I have received generous assistance in numerous ways from scholars in Marxist studies and other fields. Through these years, my understanding of the issues at stake in this book has benefited immensely from my association with the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, in particular from interactions with Jürgen Royen, David Norman Smith, Charles Reitz, Lars Lih, Georgi Bogaturia, the late Nair Turakopian, and Rolf Hecker, as well as Jürgen Herz, Malcolm Silvers, Gerald Hubman, Gerd Collison, Regina Roth, and Karl Erich Vollgraff. I also benefited from an American Council of Learned Societies Fellowship, 1996–97, a travel grant from the American Philosophical Society, 1996, and a Center for Humanistic Studies Fellowship at Purdue University, 2004. Bert Rockman of the Department of Political Science at Purdue University and Verta Taylor of the Department of Sociology at University of California, Santa Barbara also allowed some release time from teaching, in 2007 and 2009, respectively. Douglas Kellner, Bertel Ullman, and Frida Oferi each read and commented in important ways upon the entire manuscript. So did my partner, Janet Oferi, who provided immense support and encouragement, both personal and intellectual, as she followed and encouraged this project at every step of the way. Over the years, I have also discussed this project frequently and always fruitfully with Peter Hudes. Louis Dupre, Donald N. Levine, and William McBride offered encouragement and suggestions at crucial junctures. The following people read and gave good suggestions on significant parts of the manuscript: David Black, Paresh Chattopadhyay, Richard Hogan, Lars Lih, Albert Razes, Arthur Ralston, Jack Rhodes, David Roediger, Jürgen Royen, and Eamon Slater. Others offered comments in response to papers on it presented at various conferences or in other settings, especially Robert Antonio, Colin Barker, Franklin Bell, Rosalind Bollock, Jordan Camp, Norman Fisher, Chris Ford, Andrew Clemen, Lauren Langman, David Meyer, Ted McGlone, David McNally, Hal Orbach, Michael Perlman, Annette Rubinstein, Lawrence Scaff, and Susie Weissman. I would also like to thank Heather Brown, Alexander Hanna, Lisa Lubo, C.J. Pereira de Salvo, Michelle Sierziga, Rebecca Sterling, and Mir Yarfitz for research assistance. At Purdue University, Michelle Conwell provided lots of technical and secretarial support. Over the years I worked at the following libraries, where I received particular help from several individuals: Northern Illinois University, Robert Reidinger, University of Chicago, Frank Conaway, and the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam, Mika Igermans. I also received other help with source material from Vinay Bal, David Black, Sebastian Budgen, Paul Burrell, Paresh Chattopadhyay, Rolf Glubeck, Karl Estabrook, Eric Foner, Ursula Friedman, Rolf Hecker, Robert Hill, William McBride, Jim Obst, David Roediger, Jürgen Royen, David Norman Smith, and Danga Vilisis. Earlier versions of parts this book have been presented to meetings of numerous scholarly associations, including the American Sociological Association, the Historical Materialism Conferences, London and Toronto, the Socialist Scholars Conferences, New York, the Left Forum Conferences, New York, the Rethinking Marxism Conferences, Amherst, and the Midwest Sociological Association. In addition, I would like to single out 4 occasions that were particularly important in the thinking through of this book in response to serious interlocutors: a colloquium at the Department of Sociology of University of Illinois at the invitation of John Lai in 1996, a talk at the Brecht Forum in New York at the invitation of Liz Mestres and Eli Messenger in 2000, a stint as a visiting scholar at the Center for Social Theory and Comparative History at University of California, Los Angeles at the invitation of Robert Brenner and Thomas Mertes in the winter and spring of 2007, and a stint as a visiting scholar at Wuhan University at the invitation of He Ping in fall 2007. I would also like to thank John Trinsky and Rodney Powell, as well as Mary Gell and Christy McGuire, at the University of Chicago Press for their hard work and support through the process of publication. Finally, I would like to dedicate this book to the memory of 2 outstanding thinkers who paved the way: my intellectual mentor Raya Dunayevskaya, 1910–1987, a Marxist-humanist philosopher who developed original insights into Marx's writings on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies in her Rosa Luxemburg, Women's Liberation and Marx's Philosophy of Revolution, 1982, and Lawrence Crater, 1919–1998, the indefatigable Marx scholar who brought Marx's ethnological notebooks to light in 1972. Introduction. In 1849, Marx was forced to move to London, where he was to dwell as a political exile until his death in 1883. Having experienced the defeat of the 1848 revolutions on the continent, he sensed that a period of retrogression was at hand. This was confirmed by the December 1851 Bonapartist coup in France, which signaled the end of the revolutionary wave of 1848–49. If these political setbacks narrowed his horizons somewhat, his relocation to London widened them in other ways. It placed Marx at the center of the world's only truly industrial capitalist economy as he labored in the British Museum on what was to become his masterwork, Capital. The move to London also put him at the center of the world's largest empire, which led him to take greater account of non-Western societies and colonialism. The deconstructionist philosopher Jacques Derrida captures well Marx's marginality as a political refugee in Victorian London, linking it to his equally marginal position within the Western intellectual tradition. Marx remains an immigrant among us, a glorious, sacred, accursed but still clandestine immigrant as he was all his life. 1994, 174. In Britain, one of his main sources of income was his work as the chief European correspondent of the New York Tribune. Another was the financial support he received from his friend Friedrich Engels, also a veteran of 1848, who became a partner in his family's very successful manufacturing firm in Manchester. Frequently writing in English and French as well as his native German, Marx was a trilingual, cosmopolitan intellectual. This book brings together 2 sets of writings from Marx's vast corpus, almost all of them written in London. 1. It examines his theorization of a number of non-Western societies of his day from India to Russia and from Algeria to China and their relation to capitalism and colonialism. 2. It also takes up his writings on movements for national emancipation, especially in Poland and Ireland, and their relation to the democratic and socialist movements of the time. Connected to the latter was his theorization of race and ethnicity in relation to class, with respect to both black labor in America during the Civil War and Irish labor in Britain. 1. The present study concentrates on Marx's writings on societies that were for the most part peripheral to capitalism during his lifetime. In particular, I will take up lesser-known Marx writings, like his journalism for the New York Tribune. I will also examine his extensive but little-known 1879–82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, some of which are yet to be published in any language, but will be made available in the coming years through the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, hereafter referred to as Mega 2 and discussed in the appendix. A number of these non-Western and pre-capitalist societies Marx studied, like India, Indonesia, and Algeria, had been partially incorporated into capitalist modernity via colonization. Others, like Poland, Russia, and China, still stood largely outside the global capitalist system. Still others, like the United States and Ireland, were part of global capitalism, albeit at its perimeters, with Ireland relegated mainly to agriculture. Whether within the globalized capitalism of the 19th century but at its far edge, Ireland, the United States, or partly incorporated within global capitalism, India, Algeria, Indonesia, or just beyond it, Russia, China, Poland, all of these societies were in one way or another at the margins. Hence the title, Marx at the Margins. The two major themes mentioned above stood out within Marx's writings on the above societies. 1. He emphasized that those like Russia, India, China, Algeria, and Indonesia possessed social structures markedly different from those of Western Europe. Throughout his writings, he grappled with the question of the future development of these non-Western societies. More specifically, he examined their prospects for revolution and as sites for resistance to capital. Over the years, I will argue, his perspectives on these societies evolved. Point 2. In the 1840s, he held to an implicitly unilinear perspective, sometimes tinged with ethnocentrism, according to which non-Western societies would necessarily be absorbed into capitalism and then modernized via colonialism and the world market. But over time, his perspective evolved toward one that was more multilinear, leaving the future development of these societies as an open question. By 1881–82, he was envisioning the possibility that Russia could modernize in a progressive non-capitalist manner, if its peasant-based revolutionary movement could link up with the working-class movements of Western Europe. I trace the evolution in his thought on this theme mainly in chapters 1, 6, and parts of 5. In a partially chronological framework, I take up the implicit unilinearism of the Communist Manifesto, 1848, and the Tribune writings of the early 1850s, the multilinear theory of history carved out in the Grundrisse, 1857–58, and the French edition of Capital, 1872–75, and finally, through the multilinear late writings of 1879–82 on non-Western societies, among them Russia, India, and Latin America. 2. Marx's writings on oppressed nationalities and ethnic groups Poland, Ireland, Irish workers in Britain, and blacks in the United States, and their relationship to the democratic and labor movements in the major capitalist countries are the second major focus of this book. Marx discussed these issues in the Tribune and other newspapers, in the debates within the International Working Men's Association of the 1860s, and in Capital. From the 1840s onward, he consistently supported movements for the independence of Poland and Ireland, as well as the anti-slavery cause in the United States. But by the 1860s, with the emergence of the Civil War in America, the 1863 Polish Uprising, and the Fenian movement in Ireland, his treatment of these issues took on a new urgency and underwent some alterations. They are the main focus of chapters 2, 3, 4, and parts of 5. During the 1860s, these issues became central to Marx's assessment of the working class movements of the two most powerful capitalist societies, Britain and the United States. He concluded that labor movements in core capitalist countries that failed to support adequately progressive nationalist movements on the part of those affected by their governments, or failed to combat racism toward ethnic minorities within their own societies, ran the danger of retarding or even cutting short their own development. I will argue further that these two themes, which are at the center of this study, were not incidental to Marx's theorization of capitalism, but part of a complex analysis of the global social order of his time. Marx's proletariat was not only white and European, but also encompassed black labor in America, as well as the Irish, not considered white at the time either by the dominant cultures of Britain and North America. Moreover, as capitalist modernity penetrated into Russia and Asia, undermining the pre-capitalist social orders of these societies, New possibilities for revolutionary change would, he held, emerge from these new locations. Here, his hopes centered on the communal social forms of the villages of India and Russia, which he saw as possible new loci of resistance to capital. Whether it concerned the Indian peasant or the Russian villager, the Irish tenant farmer or immigrant worker in Britain, or the black former slave in the southern United States, Marx kept searching for new allies of the Western working class in its struggle against capital. Marx's positionality takes on some importance in yet another respect. While he was in a certain sense marginalized in Britain, from the beginning he refused to isolate himself within the German exile community. Instead, Marx became part of British society, keeping in contact with Chartists and other labor activists. He not only wrote in English for the Tribune but was also the author of a number of manifestos and addresses on the part of the International by the 1860s. Marx's life exemplified his ideal of internationalism, for by the end he was neither German nor British, but a European or even a global intellectual. It was from cosmopolitan London, the center of industry and empire, that he forged his mature critique of capital. To be sure, Marx's lifelong intellectual project centered on the critique of political economy, on the elaboration of a model of the structure of modern capitalist society and of the potential for its positive transformation through the movement for self-emancipation of the modern working class. In this book, however, I will be arguing that his writings on nationalism, ethnicity, and non-Western societies constituted an important, albeit neglected, part of that effort. A note on Marx's relationship to Engels. Here at the outset, I would like to characterize briefly the Marx-Engels relationship. In this book, I will occasionally critique Engels and point to his differences with Marx. However, I do not agree with dismissive critics of Engels like Jean-Paul Sartre, who complains in his famous essay Materialism and Revolution, 1949, of Marx's unfortunate meeting with Engels in 1844, 1949-1962, 248. Here, Sartre's verbal excess undercuts some valid critiques of Engels concerning the relationship of idealism to materialism and other issues important to dialectics. I regard many of Engels's more empirical writings as very significant contributions, especially The Condition of the Working Class in England, 1844, a text frequently drawn on and praised by Marx that was written the very year they formed their intellectual friendship, and The Peasant War in Germany, 1850. These writings are highlighted in one of the most incisive counterattacks against critics of Engels, Goldner, 1980. Engels's editing of volumes 2 and 3 of Capital was also an extremely important undertaking. Nonetheless, Engels was not Marx, and unfortunately, in several areas, he placed serious obstacles in the way of grasping the fullness and originality of Marx's contribution. This was true of his scientistic popularizations of the dialectic in works such as Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, 1886. I have critiqued Engels on the dialectic in my earlier book on Lenin and Hegel, K. Anderson, 1995, along the lines of what many others, such as the Hungarian Marxist philosopher George Lukács, 1923-1971, and the German critical theorist Irving Fischer, 1971, had done before me. It was also true of Engels's creation of a supposedly definitive text for Capital, Volume I, after Marx's death, the fourth German edition, 1890. As will be discussed in Chapter 5, he often ignored Marx's 1872-75 French edition, a point brought out earlier albeit sometimes one-sidedly by the French Marx scholar Maximilien Rubel. Recently, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe has published Marx's original drafts for volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, which has led to further critiques of Engels as editor of Capital. Finally, it was true of Engels as The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884, where he evidenced a strong commitment to gender equality on the basis of anthropological findings but failed to match the subtlety of Marx's notebooks from the same period. This issue was first raised by the Marxist humanist philosopher Raya Dunayevskaya, 1980–1991. A note on sources. Much of this study has drawn upon Marx's journalism, his organizational manifestos for the International, and his letters and unpublished notebooks. Point 3 His journalism for the Tribune and other newspapers has too often been dismissed as hackwork, yet as I will argue below, it contains significant theoretical analysis of non-Western societies, ethnicity, race, and nationalism, often in greater detail and depth than in Capital and his other writings on political economy. This was particularly true of his journalistic writings on India, Russia, and China, or those on race and slavery in America. Moreover, the most extensive of these journalistic writings, those for the Tribune, only become widely available in their entirety in their original English at the end of the 1980s, when they appeared in the collected works of Marx and Engels, hereafter referred to as MECW. Marx's organizational manifestos for the International brought out the themes of race and slavery, and to an even greater extent, his perspectives on Ireland and Poland. His letters reflected on all of the above issues. I draw upon the above sources in chapters 1 through 4, and in chapter 5 I return to the Grundrisse and Capital, where I examine the degree to which the issues of race, ethnicity, and non-Western societies found their way into Marx's core critiques of political economy. In chapter 5, I will argue that the themes of this study have a greater relationship than is usually realized even when only as subtext to what most would recognize as Marx's most important mature writings. His 1879–82 excerpt notebooks, many of them still unpublished in any language, will form an important part of this book, especially in chapter 6, which will examine his 1879–82 notebooks on India, Algeria, Latin America, and Indonesia. These writings occupied Marx at a time when many, including Engels, had expected him to be concentrating on what was to become volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, which his friend edited for publication after his death in 1883. I will argue that these 1879–82 notebooks show a new turn in his thought, toward a greater concentration on non-Western societies. Why such a focus on relatively obscure writings rather than Marx's major ones? Here a few remarks are in order. It is hard to think of other modern theorists with so small a ratio of writings published during their lifetimes to those actually written. Part of this was due to Marx's poverty and ill health through most of his mature years, part to his marginalization as a political exile, and part to his constant rewriting and revising of texts. Works today considered central to the Marxian canon, such as the 1844 economic and philosophical manuscripts, the German ideology, the Grundrisse, and volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, were not published during Marx's lifetime. Therefore, the mere fact that Marx did not write a particular text for publication should be noted, but should not prevent us from considering whether it has something important to say. To be sure, what is taken to be the Marxian canon has shifted over the years. In the early 20th century, he was viewed as a political economist and champion of the industrial worker. Since then, scholars like Louis Dupré, 1983, have taken a far more expansive view of Marx, seeing him as a critic of capitalist modernity as a whole, as a dialectical and humanist philosopher, as a sociologist of alienation, and as a cultural critic. In bringing to the fore Marx's 1879–82 excerpt notebooks on non-Western societies, his earlier Tribune writings on these same societies, his discussion of pre-capitalist societies in the Grundrisse and the French edition of Capital, and other neglected Marx writings, this book seeks to shift the Marx canon further. I argue for a move toward a 21st-century notion of Marx as a global theorist whose social critique included notions of capital and class that were open and broad enough to encompass the particularities of nationalism, race, and ethnicity, as well as the varieties of human social and historical development, from Europe to Asia and from the Americas to Africa. Thus, I will be presenting Marx as a much more multilinear theorist of history and society than is generally supposed, as someone immersed in the study of the concrete social reality of Asian societies as well as Western capitalist ones, and as a theorist who took account of nationalism and ethnicity as well as class. Further, I will be arguing that Marx was a theorist whose concept of capitalism as a social system was not an abstract universal, but instead was imbued with a rich and concrete social vision in which universality and particularity interacted within a dialectical totality. Chapter 1. Colonial Encounters in the 1850s, the European Impact on India, Indonesia, and China. In 1848, Marx and Engels refer briefly to colonialism in the Communist Manifesto, pointing to the rise of the capitalist world market that draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian nations into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of the foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. MECW 6, 488, 2. Except for the qualifier what it calls before the word civilization, the above discussion, a reference to the East before moving back to European developments, seems, 1. To view Western colonial incursions into Asia, including England's notorious First Opium War against China of 1839–42, as on the whole progressive and beneficial, and, 2. To assume that the rest of the world would sooner or later follow in the footsteps of the more industrially advanced Western European nations. 3. It is very important, however, to view this passage, disturbing as it is in its ethnocentrism and implicit unilinearism, in its proper context. It occurs amid the opening pages of the manifesto, pages that paint a dazzling portrait of the achievements of capitalist modernization inside Europe, and that say nothing about the lot of the European workers or their revolt. The decidedly non-Marxist economist Joseph Schumpeter has rightly called these opening pages a panegyric upon bourgeois achievement that has no equal in economic literature, 1949, 209. The bourgeoisie, write Marx and Engels, has uprooted stultifying traditional social structures. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound people to their natural superiors. It has torn away from the family its sentimental veil, and it has exposed the slothful indolence of the Middle Ages. MECW 6, 486–87. 4. The bourgeoisie has not only uprooted the pre-modern order, however, it has also built a new society in its place. It has been the first to show what the activity of human beings can bring about. It has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. MECW 6, 487. Further, it has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. MECW 6, 489. As is well known, these opening paragraphs of the manifesto are followed by a far less flattering portrait of capitalism, one in which its inner contradictions pull it apart, first by way of the economic crises which Marx and Engels viewed as endemic to this particular social system, and second from the revolt of labor against the alienating and exploitative conditions of modern production. Therefore, Marx and Engels' praise for Western colonialism's conquests in Asia in the manifesto can be seen as part of their overall sketch of the achievements of capitalism in Western Europe and North America, a sketch that is followed by a withering critique. However, while they revisit these capitalist achievements inside Western Europe and North America, showing their contradictions, they do not do so with regard to Western colonialism in Asia. This suggests that at this time, Marx held to an implicitly unilinear model of development, according to which non-Western societies would, as they were swept into the world capitalist system, soon develop similar contradictions to those of the already industrializing countries. This model was only implicit, because he gave little specific attention to non-Western societies in this period. 6. After Marx's move to London in 1849, this gap in his worldview would begin to disappear, and, from 1853 onwards, he would devote a considerable amount of his intellectual efforts to the study of such major non-Western societies as India, Indonesia, China, and Russia, while also taking up revolutionary nationalism in Ireland and Poland as well as the dialectics of race and class in the United States. In this chapter, I will examine his writings in the 1850s on India, Indonesia, and China. Here and elsewhere, I will point to changes and developments in Marx's thinking. In so doing, I will be challenging interpretations such as those of Shlomo Avinri, who writes in the introduction to his edition of Marx's writings on colonialism, the general tone of Marx's views on the non-European world is set in the Communist Manifesto, Marx 1968, 1. The 1853 writings on India, qualified support for colonialism. Marx's 1853 writings on India have been the source of tremendous controversy, with critics of Marx pointing to them as proof of his Eurocentrism. These writings formed part of his work as a correspondent for the New York Tribune, an effort to which Engels also made important contributions, usually published under Marx's name. The Tribune articles were often accompanied by substantial letters between Marx and Engels during their composition. With a circulation of 200,000, the Tribune was unquestionably the most important U.S. newspaper during the 19th century. Editorially progressive, it took a strong anti-slavery stance with somewhat eclectic leanings toward both utopian socialism and northern manufacturing interests. In a discussion of the origins of socialism in the United States, Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs makes the following assessment of Tribune founder Horace Greeley: the power of Greeley's influence in the early history of the socialist movement in America, when hate and persecution were aroused by the mere mention of it, has never yet been fairly recognized. Horace Greeley was in the true sense a labor leader. He was the first president of Typographical Union No. 6 of New York City and took advanced ground on every question that affected the working class. Debs 1908, 100, see also Wrights 2008. This did not exclude a certain unease about publishing Marx, however. At one point in 1853, Tribune editors informed their readers that Mr. Marx has very decided opinions of his own, with some of which we are far from agreeing, while at the same time praising him as one of the most instructive sources of information on the greatest questions of current European politics, cited in Ledbetter 2007, XXI. Marx served as the Tribune's chief European correspondent for over a decade, from 1851 to 1862, the longest and most remunerative employment of his life. His writings for the Tribune constitute a far more serious and sustained affair than is generally realized. They fill most of the contents of volumes 12 through 17 of the MECW, each of which runs over 500 pages. In this study, I will be concentrating on Marx's, and occasionally Engels's, 7 Tribune writings on India, China, Russia, and other non-Western societies, as well as those on Ireland and Poland. It should be noted, however, that Marx's Tribune writings contain even more coverage of Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, and other Western European countries. They deal with parliaments and kings, with wars and revolutions, with economic crises, and with the labor movement. Many of them were reprinted in the Chartist People's Paper and in other British organs of the left. To date, there has been no comprehensive analysis of Marx's Tribune writings, the whole of which were not even available in English, their original language, in an accessible form until they were published in the English-language MECW in the 1980s. All too often, the Tribune articles have been dismissed as merely occasional pieces that distracted Marx from his writings on political economy. 8 In part, this is because of remarks in Marx's own letters disparaging his journalism. For example, in a letter of September 15, 1853, to a close colleague in the United States, the German émigré Adolf Kluss, he states that he finds perpetual scribbling for the newspapers tiresome, and expresses the wish to withdraw into solitude for a few months and work at my economy. MECW 39, 367. These private reservations during Marx's initial years with the Tribune should not be ignored, and his Tribune writings should not be ranked in importance alongside key theoretical texts, such as the 1844 manuscripts, the Grundrisse, or Capital. Nonetheless, Marx expended considerable scholarly and intellectual effort on his Tribune articles, in which he publicly expressed pride on several occasions. For example, nearly a decade after beginning to write for the Tribune, Marx published, as an appendix to his Herrvoet, 1860, a letter from the Tribune's managing editor, Charles Dana, who had met Marx in Germany during the 1848 revolution. Dana's letter, dated March 8, 1860, states, "Nearly 9 years ago I engaged you to write for the New York Tribune, and the engagement has been continued ever since. You have written for us constantly, without a single week's interruption, that I can remember, and you are not only one of the most highly valued, but one of the best paid contributors attached to the journal, MECW 17, 323. Marx would, however, judging from his correspondence, have quarreled with the implication that he was well paid. Although this letter was also quoted after Marx's death by no less an authority than Eleanor Marx in the preface to a volume republishing some of the Tribune writings on Russia and Turkey, Marx 1897 1969, Marx's Tribune writings continue to be minimized or even ignored. This may be because the continental European scholars who have dominated Marxist studies have tended to play down the importance of texts that Marx composed in English rather than German. Whether or not that is the case, the disparagement of the Tribune articles has contributed to a lack of attention to Marx's writings on non-Western societies, which also include his excerpt notes on books on these societies, many of them also written primarily in English. Bias in favor of texts Marx composed in German may even have distorted how Volume I of Capital has been read, with a curious privileging of the Engels-edited 1890 edition over the last version of that work that Marx personally prepared for publication, the 1872-75 French edition. 9. Although Marx began to publish in the Tribune in 1851, in that first year all of the articles published under his name were in fact written by Engels. Afterwards, Engels continued to write under Marx's name, and for a while some of Marx's German drafts were translated by his friend into English, given his still relatively limited command of the language. For the first 2 years, their articles focused exclusively on the main countries of Western Europe such as France, Germany, Austria, and Britain. But by 1853 the Russo-Turkish conflict in the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean threatened to place this issue, then called the Eastern Question, at the forefront of European politics. Marx pointed to the growing importance of the Eastern Question, but admitted privately his lack of knowledge of the subject matter. 11 Writing to Engels on March 10, 1853, but this question is primarily military and geographical. 12 Hence outside my department. So you must once more execute or do it. What is to become of the Turkish Empire is something I have no clue about. I cannot therefore present a general perspective. MECW 39, 288. Marx quickly began to remedy this gap in his Tribune articles on India, all of them offering a general portrait of Indian society and of British rule rather than responses to immediate events. His 1853 articles on India were occasioned by the parliamentary debates over the renewal of the charter of the privately held British East India Company. The inventory of Marx's unpublished excerpt notebooks held by the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam lists notes on dozens of titles on India, Java, Turkey, and Russia for the year 1853, among them writings by François Bernier on India and Thomas Stamford Raffles on Indonesia. In a long letter to Engels dated June 2, 1853-13, Marx gives some indications of his library studies on India. He quotes at length old François Bernier, MECW 39, 332, on the military and social organization of the Mughal Empire in India, and then concludes, Bernier rightly sees all the manifestations of the East. He mentions Turkey, Persia, and Hindustan as having a common basis, namely the absence of private landed property. This is the real key, even to the Eastern Heaven, MECW 39, 333-34. Besides Bernie and Raffles, Marx's 1853 India articles are clearly influenced by Hegel, especially his philosophy of history. Among others, the French sociologist Michael Lowy contends that this Hegelian influence led Marx to a teleological and Eurocentric notion of progress in these writings, something from which he later moved away. Lowy 1996, 199, see also Curtis 2009, Point 14 in the Philosophy of History. Hegel subjects Indian culture and society to a harsh critique. Point 15 he terms the caste system the most degrading spiritual serfdom, 1956, 144, emphasizing as well the often involuntary ritual suicide of widows, sati. In addition, and here more problematically, Hegel dismisses India as a society that has remained stationary and fixed, 142. Due to a supposedly timeless Brahmin domination, all political revolutions, therefore, are matters of indifference to the common Hindu, for his lot is unchanged, 154. Thus, as a society where no real change or development had occurred, India had no real history. Even where Indian religions like Buddhism spread widely, Hegel adds, the diffusion of Indian culture is only a dumb deedless expansion, that is, it presents no political action, 142. Likewise, Indian intellectuals, while having made great discoveries in grammar and in geometry, astronomy, and algebra, 161, 16 lack self-awareness and individual self-consciousness, rendering them incapable of writing history, 162. Moreover, Indian society was for Hegel essentially passive, having achieved no foreign conquests and having been continually vanquished, 142. Endorsing Western colonialism as the product of historical necessity, Hegel concludes in teleological fashion that it was the necessary fate of Asiatic empires to be subjected to Europeans, 142. This passivity also undergirded internal despotism. In other countries, tyranny rouses man to resentment. But in India it is normal, for here there is no sense of personal independence with which a state of despotism could be compared, 161. Hegel also attacks Hindu mysticism as a form of pure self-renouncing idealism, 159, that created a dream world, where evil passions have their full swing, 148. This mysticism had the additional effect of making despotism and caste oppression more endurable. As the American anthropologist and Marx editor Lawrence Crater points out, however, Hegel's perspective, for all its limitations, had some advantages over previous Western theorizing about India and Asia. This is because it was more concrete and historical. The economic order, however, was not omitted, as it had been by Montesquieu. The geographic nonsense of Montesquieu falls away in Hegel, Crater 1975, 45. While Marx's 1853 India articles exhibit a strong Hegelian influence, they are no mere recapitulation of Hegel. As the distinguished Indian historian Imran Habib notes, in the most careful analysis of Marx's 1850s writings on India to date, even as early as 1853, his conception of India was by no means an edited restatement of Hegel. 17 Habib holds that this was because, as against Hegel's focus on religion as the determinant, for Marx, the peculiarities of Indian culture were really themselves the consequence of Indian social organization, preeminently the village community, Habib 2006, 12. Up to a point, this is correct, but it does not acknowledge another key element absent in Hegel but prominent in Marx's analysis of India. This was what Marx perceived as Hinduism's deep-seated anti-humanism, in his view its elevation of nature, as symbolized by sacred animals, over human beings. Marx's first substantial publication on a non-Western society, The British Rule in India, appeared in the Tribune on June 25, 1853.18. In it, he compares India's divisions along geographic lines to those of Italy, and its victimization by British conquerors to that of Ireland. Referring to the many invasions of India, he concludes, there cannot, however, remain any doubt but that the misery inflicted by the British on Hindustan is of an essentially different and infinitely more intensive kind than all Hindustan had to suffer before. MECW 12, 126. Citing Raffles on Java, Marx argues that the latter's devastating description of the greed and exploitativeness of the Dutch East India Company could also be applied to what happened in India under the British East India Company. Unlike previous conquerors, who were soon absorbed by Indian civilization, Marx writes that the British were for the first time going below its surface, for England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society. MECW 12, 126. Before the British conquest, India's overall social structure remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity. 128.19 Britain destroyed the traditional Indian economy and social structure mainly by the working of English steam and English free trade. 131, which displaced the traditional textile industry and inundated the very mother country of cotton with cottons. 128. The British have thus produced the greatest, and to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia. 132.20 The Indian historian Bipan Chandra suggests that in 1853 Marx was working with the theoretical assumption that capitalism would create a mirror image in the colony, a position he later abandoned. 1980, 402. It is in this article that Marx also begins to sketch a concept of Oriental despotism, which he applies to a broad range of societies, among them China, ancient Egypt, Persia, and Mesopotamia. There have been in Asia, generally, from immemorial times, but three departments of government, that of finance, or the plunder of the interior, that of war, or the plunder of the exterior, and, finally, the Department of Public Works. MECW 12, 127. The economic basis of this despotism was the need for large-scale irrigation works. Climate and territorial conditions, especially the vast tracts of desert, extending from the Sahara, through Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary, to the most elevated Asiatic highlands, constituted artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks the basis of Oriental agriculture. This prime necessity of an economical and common use of water, which, in the Occident, drove private enterprise to voluntary association, as in Flanders and Italy, necessitated, in the Orient where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary association, the interference of the centralizing power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the function of providing public works. MECW 12, 127. He adds that the British, however, unlike previous conquerors of India, have neglected entirely their responsibility to construct public works, resulting in the deterioration of an agriculture which is not capable of being conducted on the British principle of free competition. 127. Besides public works, the second economic foundation of this pre-British Oriental despotism with its strong centralized state was to be found in the social structure of the Indian village. We must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism. MECW 12, 132. Again using material provided by Raffles, Marx argues that the economically self-sufficient Indian village system had, from remotest times, 128, continued basically unaltered in the face of numerous conquests and changes of rulers at the top. 21 This resulted in a stagnatory, and vegetative life. 132. As Avinri notes, stagnation in this context is for Marx not a mere economic and technological designation, but an anthropological determination. If man's creative ability is his distinctive trait, then stagnation is the worst adjective that may be attributed to any society. 1968, 169. Despite their many beautiful features, Marx adds, these little communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery. MECW 12, 132. Instead of elevating man and developing a humanist perspective, he writes that in the traditional Indian village system, they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman, the monkey, and Sabala, the cow. MECW 12, 132. Marx concludes his article by quoting a stanza from Goethe's West-Eastern Divan, a long poem on the Turkic conqueror Timur, who had carried out an infamous massacre of the population of Delhi in 1398. Should this torture then torment us? Since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure? MECW 12, 133. Let us now proceed to examine Marx's use of this stanza in greater detail. Marx, Goethe, and Edward Said's critique of Eurocentrism. Marx's article The British Rule in India, especially the notion in the concluding stanza from Goethe of suffering in India bringing in the end greater pleasure, that is, progress, has sparked some scathing criticisms, most notably in Edward Said's classic Orientalism, though Marx's humanity, his sympathy for the misery of the people, are clearly engaged as he describes the destructiveness of British colonialism. Said holds, in the end it is the romantic Orientalist vision that wins out. 1978, 154. Moreover, writes Said, Marx puts forward the ideal of regenerating a fundamentally lifeless Asia by way of British colonialism. 154. At first, Said continues, Marx was still able to identify even a little with poor Asia, but after he was dispatched to Goethe as a source of wisdom on the Orient, the Orientalist labels took over and a wash of sentiment therefore disappeared as it encountered the unshakable definitions built up by Orientalist science, supported by Oriental lore, e.g. the Goethe's Divan, 155. Said avers, in article after article he returned with increasing conviction to the idea that even in destroying Asia, Britain was making possible there a real social revolution. 153, emphasis added. Similarly to Avinery, Said is arguing that Marx's perspectives on non-Western societies remained basically unchanged after this early period. Certainly, Said is correct in pointing to elements of Eurocentrism in Marx's The British Rule in India at 22. The renowned literary theorist is surely mistaken, however, when he has Marx relying on a poet, even one as brilliant as Goethe, as his source of wisdom on the Orient. 23. The literary theorist's failure to discuss or even mention the 19th century context of the stanza from Goethe is more surprising. First, in Goethe's book-length poem, West-Eastern Divan, initially published in 1815, the figure of Timur is almost certainly linked closely to that of Napoleon, with the parallel between the two built in part on the fact that each met defeat in an ambitious military campaign in winter, Timur's into China and Napoleon's into Russia. 24. The link to Napoleon also suggests one to the French Revolution, whose combination of creativity and destruction so inspired intellectuals of Goethe's generation. 25. Second, and more importantly, Marx continued to cite the Goethe stanza on numerous occasions, but in a different context than India, that of the dehumanization of the industrial worker. In his definitive study, Karl Marx and World Literature, 1976, a source said does not mention, S.S. Prawer refers to one such occasion, Marx's January 1855 Neue Zeitung article on the economic crisis in England. Marx writes that if capital's power were not checked, a whole generation of workers would have lost 50% of its physical strength, mental development, and ability to live. The same Manchester School will answer our misgivings with the words, should this torture then torment us, since it brings us greater pleasure, cited in Prawer 1976, 248, see also MECW 13, 576. Point 26. Here, Marx seems hardly to agree with the sentiments expressed in these lines from Goethe, nor to lack compassion for those suffering under capitalism's torture. Could this mean that Marx also used the Goethe stanza in his India article to characterize the British colonialist perspective rather than his own? The German critical theorist Eyring Fitzgerald mentions another place where Marx subsequently quoted the Goethe stanza, again on the suffering of factory workers. Fitzgerald maintains that this text undercuts the notion that Marx was justifying the type of social revolution that Britain was carrying out in India, 1991, 113. The later use of the stanza to which Fitzgerald refers occurs in Marx's 1861-63 Economic Manuscripts 27 as follows. 15 men are killed every week in the English coal mines on an average. In the course of the 10 years concluding with 1861 killed about 10,000 people. Mostly by the sordid avarice of the owners of the coal mines. This generally to be remarked. The capitalistic production is to a certain degree, when we abstract from the whole process of circulation and the immense complications of commercial and monetary transactions resulting from the basis, the value in exchange most economical of realized labor, labor realized in commodities. It is a greater spendthrift than any other mode of production of man, of living labor, spendthrift not only of flesh and blood and muscles, but of brains and nerves. It is, in fact, only at the greatest waste of individual development that the development of general men is secured in those epochs of history which prelude to a socialist constitution of mankind. Should this torture then torment us? Since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure. MECW 30, 168, original emphasis. Central to Marx's overall argument above is capitalism's destruction of the bodies and minds of the workers, its cramping of their individual development. Over time, however, this process creates general men 28 who come to constitute a revolutionary subject. The recreation of these human beings as revolutionary proletarians is a prelude to the overcoming of capitalism and the socialist constitution of mankind. The increase in our pleasure that this would entail comes at a great price, where souls are devoured without measure, no less so than in Timur's massacre at Delhi in 1398. Nor, as in 1855, is it suggested that the increase in pleasure would be solely that of the capitalist. Obviously, there is nothing specifically Orientalist at work here in Marx's discussion of English workers, in which he does not mention any society outside capitalist England. In addition, as against the opening paragraphs of the Communist Manifesto, there is no longer an enthusiastic evocation of capitalist progress. Point 29. Finally, without indicating that he is doing so, Marx alludes to the stanza from Goethe in the chapter of Capital on the working day. Capital therefore takes no account of the health and the length of life of the worker, unless society forces it to do so. Its answer to the outcry about the physical and mental degradation, the premature death, the torture of overwork, is this: should that pain trouble us, since it increases our pleasure, profit. Capital I, 381, emphasis added. Here too, there is little suggestion of capitalist progressivism. Thus, Contra said, Marx's use of Goethe's stanza on Timur in 1853 in the British rule in India and elsewhere is far from transparent. Was he, in Said's phrase, not able to identify with the suffering of these European workers either? Hardly. I would argue that what is at issue in 1853, in 1848 in the Communist Manifesto, and then in the 1860s and after, is Marx's shifting perspective on the progressiveness of capitalism, of its short and long-term benefits to human emancipation. In the manifesto, Marx greeted capitalist modernization enthusiastically. In The British Rule in India, his first major article on that country, he viewed more closely capitalism's effects on India. At that time, he still held that the social revolution the British were bringing about in India was necessary and would be ultimately beneficial, despite its horrific destructiveness. Even on its face, Marx's citation of the Goethe stanza on Timur would seem to underline rather than mute the destructiveness of British colonialism. However, since it was specifically in Delhi that Timur had carried out his most notorious massacre, this in no way implies a lack of sympathy for the human beings suffering through it. It does not, however, invalidate Said's more generalized attack on Marx's uncritically modernist perspective of 1853, with its evocation of the ultimate progressiveness of British imperialism in India. Said's critique has generated considerable discussion. The Indian Marxist sociologist Ijaz Ahmed wrote a spirited response that highlighted Said's postmodern kind of anti-colonialism. Ahmed 1992, 222.30 This type of anti-colonialism, Ahmed holds, ignores issues like caste oppression and the needed transformation within Asian societies that Marx and progressive Indians have long supported. 225. While not responding directly to Said, the political theorist Erica Benner has pointed to the absence of a non-traditionalist and progressive nationalist movement in India in 1853. Since Marx had little sympathy for a separatist politics of identity, this left him with limited political alternatives in these India writings, she concludes, Benner 1995, 179. There remain two problematically Eurocentric notions at work in the 1853 India articles, however. First, Marx suggests that all societies, including India, are destined to tread the same pathway as was the West, that of capitalist development. It is virtually a grand narrative at this point in Marx's work. Second, he repeatedly extols the beneficial effects of Britain's higher civilization on India's lower one. These problems need to be acknowledged. At the same time, I will show below that both of these elements in Marx's thought, rather than persisting and even intensifying as Said, and Avinri, would have it, are in fact developed quite differently as his perspectives on India evolve. Resistance and regeneration in the 1853 India writings. A week after writing The British Rule in India, Marx took up several periods in the history of British penetration into India, in another substantial article entitled The East India Company: Its History and Results. He concluded that by 1853, the rising dominance of the manufacturing class at home had resulted in a push for direct British rule over India. This would mean the final eclipse of the East India Company, which had so impoverished the Indian people that the power of consuming English manufactured goods was contracted in India to the lowest possible point. MECW 12, 155. In yet another article written in this period, Marx refers in passing to the legal suppression of the Sati, the ancient Hindu practice of coercing widows to commit suicide upon the death of their husbands, as well as the emancipation of the East India Press. But he makes clear that these reforms, which he evidently applauds, were in fact nearly blocked at the upper levels of colonial administration, having been enacted by individual governors who had acted on their own responsibility. MECW 12, 181. Elsewhere during these same weeks in the summer of 1853, Marx touched on the super-exploitation of the Indian peasant, or ryot, under the British-created system of land ownership and tenancy, superimposed on the ancient system of zemindars and ryots. Formerly, the zemindars, a semi-hereditary class of local officials, had merely collected revenue for the state from the ryots, keeping a portion for themselves. Under the final settlement of 1793 enacted by Lord Charles Cornwallis in Bengal at the behest of British Prime Minister William Pitt, the zemindars gained Western-style private ownership, with the right to evict ryots from land that their ancestors had cultivated for centuries and over which they had exercised possessory rights. Henceforth, there was no limit to how much the ryot could be squeezed from above, since a whole system of reciprocal rights and duties had been destroyed at a single stroke. Marx describes the lot of the ryot. The ryot is subject, like the French peasant, to the extortion of the private usurer, but he has no hereditary, no permanent title in his land, like the French peasant. Like the serf he is forced to cultivation, but he is not secured against want like the serf. Like the métayer sharecropper he has to divide his produce with the state, but the state is not obliged, with regard to him, to advance the funds and the stock, as it is obliged to do with regard to the métayer. The ryots and they form 11-12 ths of the whole Indian population have been wretchedly pauperized. MECW 12, 215. In this article, Marx also refers to cholera epidemics in India, which he sees as resulting from extreme pauperization. He calls their spread abroad India's revenge upon the Western world. 31 and, ever the revolutionary humanist, adds that this development is a striking and severe example of the solidarity of human woes and wrongs. 216. Marx's last major article on India in this period, The Future Results of British Rule in India, was published on August 8, 1853. He begins by arguing that India was the predestined prey of conquest because it was so disunited. India was not only divided between Mohammedan and Hindu, but between tribe and tribe, between caste and caste. Therefore, India's history is the history of the successive conquests she has undergone. Then, with some strong Eurocentric overtones, Marx adds that Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history, calling it an unresisting and unchanging society. MECW 12, 217. This phrase is possibly one of the keys to Marx's condescension toward India in this period. As he saw it in 1853, the Indians, unlike the Chinese, had allowed their great and ancient civilization to be conquered by the British in an unresisting manner. 32. In the next few paragraphs, Marx discusses in glowing terms what he considers to be the modernizing effects of British colonialism on Indian society. England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia. MECW 12, 217-18. Lapsing into ethnocentrism, he writes that unlike previous conquerors of India, who were themselves conquered by the superior civilization of their subjects, the British were the first conquerors superior, and therefore, inaccessible to Hindu civilization. Moreover, this was due to an eternal law of history. 218. 33. The British brought the telegraph, the free press, introduced for the first time into Asiatic society, private property in land, modern scientific education, steam power, direct and rapid communication with the West, and railroads. MECW 12, 218. Marx predicts that the railroad will become the forerunner of modern industry. 220, which would dissolve the hereditary divisions of labor, upon which rest the Indian castes, those decisive impediments to Indian progress and Indian power. 221. Marx also cites an East India Company official who acknowledges that the Indian people were remarkable for a mathematical clearness of head, and talent for figures and exact sciences. 220. Then, similarly to his use of the stanza from Goethe on Timur in his earlier article, he asks, concerning the destructive elements of British conquest, has the bourgeoisie ever effected a progress without dragging individuals and people through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation? MECW 12, 221. Up to this point, Marx's article exhibits a conceptual structure similar to the British rule in India, in that he argues for the overall progressiveness of British colonialism. As I noted at the beginning of this chapter, this argument is similar to that of the opening pages of the Communist Manifesto on the achievements of capitalism in Western Europe and North America, but without, as in his discussion of the industrializing world, pointing to deep contradictions welling up from within this capitalist modernization as it reached India. Here, in The Future Results of British Rule in India, which concludes his 1853 series of articles on India, the structure and tone of Marx's argument shift subtly, becoming more dialectical. He begins for the first time to refer to the need for a social revolution in Britain to change colonial policy. More strikingly, he also points to the possibility of an Indian national liberation movement. The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie, till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. At all events, we may safely expect to see, at a more or less remote period, the regeneration of that great and interesting country, whose gentle natives have astonished the British officers by their bravery, whose country has been the source of our languages, our religions, and who represent the type of the ancient German in the Jot, and the type of the ancient Greek in the Brahmin. MECW 12, 221, 34. Then, he refers to the inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization, 221, almost reversing the ethnocentric distinction between superior and inferior civilizations with which he began the article. This is the first sign of a shift from the position of the Communist Manifesto. The British historian Victor Kiernan writes that the lengthy passage cited above shows that if Marx felt little respect for Indian society, he had no contempt for Indians, believing them perfectly capable to learn to run their own country. 1967, 163. Habib goes further, in 1853 to set colonial emancipation, not just colonial reform, as an objective of the European socialist movement, and still more, to look forward to a national liberation movement, throwing off the English yoke, attained through their struggle by the Indian people, as an event that might even precede the emancipation of the European working class. Such insight and vision could belong to Marx alone. 2006, Liv. The dialectical structure of the future results of British rule in India parallels that of the Communist Manifesto. As in the Manifesto, Marx celebrates effusively the modernizing features of bourgeois rule, in this case British colonialism, pointing to its undermining of caste, of Scythy, of localism, and its introduction of modern science and technology, as well as some aspects of modern political rights. Then, employing the withering critique of dialectical reason, he proceeds to note the contradictory character of that progress. 35 In the Manifesto, he and Engels pointed to two main contradictions inside European capitalism, the endemic and periodic economic crises, which threaten the stability of the newly arisen capitalist society, and the rise of an oppositional working class. In the 1853 India articles, Marx predicted that British capitalism would also face a twin challenge, the rise of the British working classes, the internal crisis, and the rise of an Indian national liberation movement, the external crisis. However, while the structure of the argument is similar to that of the Manifesto concerning capital and labor, its content is quite different. By 1853, Marx has begun to overcome the one-sidedness of the treatment of non-Western societies in the Manifesto. Although Chinese, and Indian, walls continue to be battered down by what Marx still evidently considered to be the progressive effects of world trade and even colonial conquest, people from within non-Western societies are now credited with the potential of throwing off the English yoke altogether and self-starting the regeneration of their societies and cultures. This regeneration would not, however, any more than the struggle of the Western working classes, be aimed at a return to the pre-capitalist past. It would retain the achievements of capitalist modernity. The 1853 Notes on Indonesia. Marx's excerpt notebooks of 1853 offer additional illumination on his thinking about India. In 1853, Marx made some 50 pages of handwritten notes on India as well as 5 pages on Indonesia, material that is eventually to appear in Mega 24/11. Given Marx's minuscule handwriting, he often squeezes 900 or more words onto a single page. These notes, none of which have been published in any form, would comprise around 100 printed pages. Among them, the 5 pages of notes on Indonesia contain excerpts from and occasional summaries in German of Thomas Stamford Raffles' classic 2-volume study, The History of Java, originally published in 1817. These notes are of special interest for several reasons. First, I should mention the high quality and enduring reputation of Raffles' pioneering study. It has been termed one of the classics of Southeast Asian historiography by the British historian John Baston in his introduction to a 1965 reprint, and a brilliant work by the Javanese-Dutch historian and Marx scholar Fritjof Tikkelman, 1983, 14. Raffles, the colonial governor during Britain's brief rule over Indonesia during the Napoleonic Wars, after which the colony was returned to Dutch rule, was a man of immense intellectual curiosity as well as sympathy for the indigenous population. His position as an outsider freed him to critique what he saw as some extremely oppressive aspects of Dutch rule. Second, Marx's notes on Raffles stress those parts of the latter's work that drew comparisons to India. Looking at them will therefore deepen our understanding of his India writings. Third, these 1,853 notes constitute Marx's most sustained study of what is today Indonesia until the last years of his life, when he again returned to the subject. Unlike some of his other excerpt notebooks, which contain, in addition to simple extracts from the work he is studying, summaries in his own words, critiques, and other comments, Marx's 1,853 notes on Indonesia are composed almost entirely of extracts from Raffles' classic study. Nonetheless, a look at the selection, ordering, and content of the material Marx incorporated into his notes reveals something important. Marx's perspective is of course different from that of the governor Raffles, whose outlook Tickelman summarizes as bridging two periods, the late 18th century Rousseauian influences, Wilberforce's anti-slavery campaign, the idea of the noble savage, all of mankind being entitled to the benefits of Western civilization, and the beginning of the 19th century with the idea of the mission of the West to civilize barbarous overseas countries, 1983, 14-15. The latter included plans to introduce an English-style economic liberalization, never implemented due to Britain's return of Indonesia to the Dutch after the war. Marx begins his notes not with the main text of Raffles' book, which is devoted to Indonesia's most populous island, Java, but with an appendix on the economically and politically less developed island of Bali. As Tickelman suggests, in Marx's eyes Indonesian conditions seemed to correspond to the relationship between the landowning taxable farmer/peasant, and the zamindar in Bengal before the introduction of the permanent, land, revenue settlement by Cornwallis in the 1790s, 1983, 16. Marx begins his notes by incorporating material pointing to Bali's isolation from large-scale ocean trade due to its lack of good harbors. The next passage he takes into his notebook describes the inhabitants of Bali who, while adhering to a form of Hinduism and suffering under the despotism of their village chiefs, nonetheless still possess much of the original boldness and self-willed hardihood of the savage state. Raffles 1817 1965, 2:30.36. Marx next incorporates a passage describing Balinese women, their women. Here on a perfect equality with the men, and not required to perform any of the severe and degrading labors imposed upon them in Java, 30, ellipsis in Marx's notes. He also records one suggesting that while the people revere their ruler, their minds are not broken down by numerous demands on their submission, 30. Also, although Marx's stress in the 1853 India writings was, as we have seen, on how the self-contained communal village could be a building block for Oriental despotism, here Marx's notes seem to emphasize an earlier period, before despotic rule imposed itself on the social structure and even the minds of the villagers. Marx does not refer to or develop this point on the freer side of the traditional village commune in his 1853 writings on India, but it reemerges in his 1879-82 writings as a point from which progressive resistance to capital might develop. After skipping some text on culture and religion, Marx focuses on land and property relations. He records a statement by Raffles to the effect that, as against the situation in Java, in Bali the sovereign is not here considered as the universal landlord, on the contrary, the soil is almost invariably considered as the private property of the subject. Moreover, due to their mud-walled houses, the principal towns are said to resemble the Hindu towns on the continent of India, Raffles 1817 1965, 2:30. Marx is also careful to record material on oppressive features of life in Bali, including opium addiction, slavery, sati, and the caste system, the latter including an outcast group not permitted to reside in a village, 38. Here the pattern of what Marx records suggests that he has a less idyllic view of Bali than did Raffles, influenced as he was by Rousseau. Next, Marx turns to the main part of the book on Java proper. He ignores the chapters on geography and race, focusing again on land tenure. Marx begins by taking down a passage comparing Java to India, particularly Bengal. The relative situation, rank, and privileges of the village farmer and the native chief of Java correspond in most instances with those of the Ryot and Zamindar of Bengal. Raffles 1817 1965, 1:135. Raffles' comparison is not, however, to the India of 1853, but to that before Cornwallis's permanent settlement anointed the Zamindar as a proprietary landlord. In Java, it seemed, there was a tripartite arrangement rather than Western-type exclusive property in land. First, the Ryot had the right to retain the land he cultivated, if the tax in money or kind was paid. This, according to Raffles, seemed to raise his character above that of an ordinary tenant, removable at pleasure, or at the conclusion of a stipulated term. 136. Second came the Zamindar, a tax collector with some but not all of the rights of a Western European landlord. Third came the sovereign, who had the power to remove both Zamindar and Ryot, in case of negligence or disobedience. 136. Thus, the Zamindars of Java lacked exclusive property rights. Instead, rights to the land flowed out of a reciprocal arrangement among sovereign, middleman, and peasant, with the sovereign discouraged by tradition from the sudden removal of loyal Zamindars or Ryots. Tickelman sums up precisely the variations in the above arrangements, which Marx follows closely in this section of his excerpt notes. Marx's attention was primarily drawn to Javanese village relations and land tenure, including the differences between three regions: 1. The mountainous Priangan lands in the west, a relatively prosperous, not too densely populated zone with frontier features, with strong village autonomy, more or less private land ownership and collective village claims on non-cultivated wasteland. 2. The coastal area to the north of the Priangan, Cheraban, Siraban, where the native chiefs claimed property rights to the land, and where much land was farmed out to Chinese entrepreneurs, for sugar cultivation in particular. 3. The northeast coast, also a commercialized area with a pre-colonial background of inter-Asian commerce and shipping, with no direct claims on property or land, to the detriment of the cultivator. 1983, 16. Thus, except in the more isolated Priangan lands, the older and more communal property forms had been undermined by overseas trade and the capitalist forms introduced by the Dutch. The overarching ruler was of course the Dutch East India Company, which Raffles felt free to condemn. In the following paragraph, which Marx incorporates, Raffles attacks the overall oppression of the people of Java as worse than slavery. The Dutch Company, actuated solely by the spirit of gain, and viewing their Javan subjects with less regard or consideration than a West India planter formerly viewed the gang upon his estate, because the latter had paid the purchase money of human property which the other had not, employed all the pre-existing machinery of despotism, to squeeze from the people their utmost mite of contribution, the last dregs of their labor, and thus aggravated the evils of a capricious and semi-barbarous government, by working it with all the practiced ingenuity of politicians and all the monopolizing selfishness of traders. Raffles 1817 1965, 1:151. Unlike Raffles, however, Marx links these practices directly to those of the British in India. In fact, he quotes the entire above paragraph in his 1853 article The British Rule in India, discussed above, where he refers to British colonial rule as only an imitation of the Dutch. Marx adds that to characterize the working of the British East India Company, it is sufficient to literally repeat what Sir Stamford Raffles, the English governor of Java, said of the old Dutch East India Company, MECW 12, 126. The third part of the Raffles book from which Marx records material deals with the political structure of the Javanese village, for example, the notion that in some parts of Java, the cultivators had the right to elect their village chief, something Raffles suggests was once a generalized practice throughout the island. Marx ends these excerpt notes by recording one of Raffles' footnotes. It consists of a citation from the well-known Fifth Report, 1812, of the British House of Commons, which contained a major study of India's social structure. Marx takes down the introductory statement by Raffles to the effect that, with the exception perhaps, of the right of election, which I have not seen noticed in any account of continental India, the constitution of the Javan village has a striking resemblance to that of the Hindus. Raffles 1817 1965, 1:285. The Fifth Report's extremely detailed description of India focuses on the various traditional village officials and their duties, including the Patel, or head inhabitant, the Taliar and the Todi who punish crimes and enforce laws, the boundary man, who preserves the limits of the village, the regulator of the water supply, the Brahmin who performs religious rites, the calendar Brahmin or astrologer, and the schoolmaster. The Fifth Report, as cited by Raffles and then Marx, goes on to suggest that this is how the inhabitants of the country have lived from time immemorial. Even wars and invasions have changed it very little. The inhabitants gave themselves no trouble about the breaking up and divisions of kingdoms. While the village remains entire, they care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves. Its internal economy remains unchanged. Raffles 1817 1965, 1:285, MECW 12, 131. Marx's notes on Indonesia allow us to glimpse the hard intellectual labor he put into his Tribune articles on India, which were surely not hack journalism, despite what he might have on occasion suggested in despairing moments in his private correspondence. Land tenure, village self-government, and gender relations were the focus in the notes on Raffles. In looking at Java and Bali, Marx was evidently searching for data on the underlying social forms of India as well. He believed these still existed in something closer to their original version in Java, and especially Bali, at the time Raffles studied them. On China, the Taiping Rebellion and the Opium Wars. Marx's first substantial reference to China comes in 1850, in a brief discussion of the Taiping Rebellion, which forms part of a survey of world events he co-authored with Engels. 37 The Taiping Rebellion, a peasant-based anti-royalist movement that lasted from 1850 to 1864, was gigantic in scope, with the ensuing repression, civil war, and famine resulting in more than 20 million deaths. Spence 1996. The rebels propounded notions of equality, including gender equality, but their worldview also featured mystical and extremely authoritarian dimensions. In their 1850 article, Marx and Engels describe the crisis of the old social order in China brought about by the import of cheap European manufactured goods, something they had already emphasized in the Communist Manifesto. However, having by now heard about the scope and depth of the Taiping Rebellion, Marx and Engels also discuss the rebels' challenge to the emperor and the mandarins. They note their communist leanings. Among the rebellious plebs individuals appeared who pointed to the poverty of some and the wealth of others, and who demanded, and are still demanding, a different distribution of property, and even the complete abolition of private property. MECW 10, 266. Marx and Engels were referring to reports from the German missionary Karl Gutzlaff, one of the best-informed Europeans of the time on China, Spence 1996, their apparent source on the rebellion. They waxed ironic over the fact that the pious missionary, upon his return home after 2 decades in China, was horrified to find communist tendencies in Europe as well. Marx and Engels viewed the Taiping rebels' communist tendencies with some caution, writing that Chinese socialism may admittedly be the same in relation to European socialism as Chinese philosophy in relation to Hegelian philosophy. In keeping with the language of the Communist Manifesto, they refer to how English imports have brought the least perturbable kingdom on earth to the eve of a social upheaval. They then add that European reactionaries fleeing eastward to escape the revolution may one day, upon reaching the Great Wall of China, read the following inscription at the gate: Republique Chinoise. Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, MECW 10, 267. As in the manifesto, capitalism and colonialism were bringing progress to Asia, which would, Marx and Engels implied, go through a similar development to that which had already taken place in Europe, including a democratic revolution. There was a change from the perspective of the manifesto on one point, however. Social progress in China was a product not only of outside intervention, but also of a largely indigenous force, the Taiping Rebellion. At the same time, and in continuity with the manifesto, there was not yet even an implicit critique of colonialism. Just before his 1853 India articles, discussed above, Marx's Revolution in China and Europe appeared in the Tribune on June 14, 1853, focusing on the effects of the opium trade and the Taiping Rebellion. It begins with a veiled reference to Hegel's speculative philosophy in an effort to show that events in China were not entirely separate from what was going on in Europe, despite differences of geography, culture, and social system. A most profound yet fantastic speculator on the principles which govern the movements of humanity, was wont to extol as one of the ruling secrets of nature, what he called the law of the contact of extremes. The homely proverb that extremes meet was, in his view, a grand and potent truth in every sphere of life. Whether the contact of extremes be such a universal principle or not, a striking illustration of it may be seen in the effect the Chinese Revolution seems likely to exercise upon the civilized world. It may seem a very strange, and a very paradoxical assertion that the next uprising of the people of Europe, and their next movement for republican freedom and economy of government, may depend more probably on what is now passing in the Celestial Empire, the very opposite of Europe, than on any other political cause that now exists. MECW 12, 93. Marx points once again to the scope of the Taiping Rebellion, referring to the chronic rebellions subsisting in China for about 10 years past, now gathered together in one formidable revolution, 93. He also discussed the profound disruptions of the Chinese political and social system caused by the penetration of Western capitalism, especially in the form of the opium trade. These twin disruptions from within and without, he argued, would soon plunge the Chinese economy into crisis, a crisis that would result in the collapse of the Chinese market for opium. The British had established a lucrative three-cornered trade by exporting opium to China from India, purchasing tea at a low price in China, and then selling the tea at a higher price in Britain. As a result, China had become so tied into the world economy that an economic crisis there could touch off a European depression. This would be, according to Marx, the explosion of the long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the European continent. It would be a curious spectacle, that of China's spreading disorder into the Western world while the Western powers, by English, French, and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and the mouths of the Great Canal. MECW 12, 98. Marx now refers to Western colonialists as order-mongering powers, 98, a slight shift from the tone of the Communist Manifesto. Nonetheless, he still places considerable emphasis on the progressive effects of Western imperialism, although not to as great an extent as in the 1853 writings on India. Moreover, even in discussing the Taiping Rebellion as an internal awakening, there is an air of ethnocentric condescension. Referring to the disruptions to the traditional social order resulting from the opium trade, he writes, "It would seem as though history had first to make this whole people drunk before it could rouse them out of their hereditary stupidity." MECW 12, 94. The political theorist Ephraim Nimni terms the phrase hereditary stupidity an example of Marx's abusive language and intense hostility to many non-Western national communities, 1994, 29. Marx's real target in this article was British imperialism and what he saw as its unconscionable opium trade, however. In this regard, as Marx editor James Ledbetter maintains, with the possible exception of human slavery, no topic raised Marx's ire as profoundly as the opium trade with China, Marx 2007, 1. Marx's language about hereditary stupidity, however troubling, should not be allowed to mask this fact, nor the fact that the focus of this passage is not Chinese backwardness, but a Chinese national awakening. Although Marx refers in 1854 to the possibility that the Taiping rebels might soon succeed in driving the Manchu dynasty out of China, MECW 1341, it was only in 1856, with the outbreak of the Second Opium War, that he began to concentrate very much on China. As against the manifesto, the whole tone has now changed, with the British rather than the Chinese more often in the role of barbarians. On January 3, 1857, the Tribune published Marx's detailed article on Britain's extremely aggressive moves in Canton, Guangzhou, harbor after Chinese authorities had dared in October 1856 to arrest several Chinese nationals who were smuggling opium for the British. In so doing, the Chinese may have taken down a British flag from the smugglers' small harbor vessel. Concerning the British bombardment of the city to avenge this supposed insult to their flag, Marx informs his readers that the British are in the wrong in the whole proceeding, MECW 15/158. After quoting Canton Governor Ye Mingchu's refutation of British accounts of the October incident, Marx writes that the dialectics of Ye's argument disposes so effectually of the whole question, MECW 15/161. He terms the British actions no more defensible than those of the notorious American invader of Nicaragua during those same years, William Walker. Marx's report includes language such as the following. Impatient of argument, the British admiral hereupon forces his way into the city of Canton to the residence of the governor, at the same time destroying the Imperial Chinese fleet in the river. It is, perhaps, a question whether the civilized nations of the world will approve this mode of invading a peaceful country, without previous declaration of war, for an alleged infringement of the fanciful code of diplomatic etiquette. MECW 15/162-63. At the same time, Marx partially justifies the First Opium War of 1839–42 in spite of its infamous pretext, because it included the prospect of opening the trade with China. This Second Opium War, he writes, will only obstruct that trade, MECW 15/163. Despite this backward glance to the position of the manifesto with respect to the First Opium War, the overall tone of Marx's 1857 article is firmly anti-colonialist. In one of several follow-up articles, he suggests that his frequent target, British Prime Minister Lord Henry Palmerston 38 planned the whole intervention in order to prop up his sagging popularity by appealing to jingoistic sentiment in Britain, MECW 15/218. In a Tribune article published on March 22, 1857, Marx again attempts to refute the government journals of England and a portion of the American press, which have been heaping wholesale denunciations upon the Chinese, MECW 15/233. The unoffending citizens and peaceful tradesmen of Canton have been slaughtered, their habitations battered to the ground, and the claims of humanity violated, on the flimsy pretense that English life and property are endangered by the aggressive acts of the Chinese. The British government and the British people, at least, those who have chosen to examine the question, know how false and hollow are such charges. These sweeping assertions are baseless. The Chinese have at least 99 injuries to complain of to one on the part of the English. How silent is the press of England upon the outrageous violations of the treaty daily practiced by foreigners living in China under British protection. We hear nothing of the illicit opium trade, which yearly feeds the British treasury at the expense of human life and morality. We hear nothing of the constant bribery of sub-officials, by means of which the Chinese government is defrauded of its rightful revenue on incoming and outgoing merchandise. We hear nothing of the wrongs inflicted even unto death upon misguided and bonded emigrants sold to worse than slavery on the coast of Peru and into Cuban bondage. We hear nothing of the bullying spirit often exercised against the timid nature of the Chinese, or of the vice introduced by foreigners at the ports open to their trade. MECW 15/234-35. At the same time, as seen in the language about timid Chinese in the last sentence above, he continues to express a degree of condescension. Marx writes further that the British public, the English people at home, who look no further than the grocers where they buy their tea, are refusing to face these facts. But the truth, he concludes, was that the British were reaping untold anger. Meanwhile, in China, the smothered fires of hatred kindled against the English during the Opium War have burst into a flame of animosity, which no tenders of peace and friendship will be very likely to quench. MECW 15, 235. Engels followed up this point in a military analysis for the Tribune published in June 1857. Engels writes that the British may be facing a new situation in China wherein a national war might be launched against them. Such a war would take the form of a guerrilla struggle. There is evidently a different spirit among the Chinese now to what they showed in the War of 1840–42. Then, the people were quiet, they left the emperor's soldiers to fight the invaders, and submitted after a defeat with Eastern fatalism to the power of the enemy. But now, at least in the southern provinces, to which the contest has so far been confined, the mass of the people take an active, nay, a fanatical part in the struggle against the foreigners. They poison the bread of the European community. They kidnap and kill every foreigner within their reach. Civilization mongers who throw hot shell on a defenseless city and add rape to murder, may call the system of fighting cowardly, barbarous, atrocious, but what matters it to the Chinese if it be only successful? Since the British treat them as barbarians, they cannot deny to them the full benefit of their barbarism. If their kidnappings, surprises, midnight massacres are what we call cowardly, the civilization mongers should not forget that according to their own showing they could not stand against European means of destruction with their ordinary means of warfare. MECW 15, 281. This national struggle, combined with the Taiping Rebellion, Engels writes, suggests that the death hour of old China is rapidly drawing nigh. 282, something that may bring a new era for all Asia. 283. A few months later, Marx, who was by then also writing on the 1857 Sepoy uprising in India, implicitly takes back his earlier views on the First Opium War of 1839–42, this in a Tribune article published in September 1857. He contextualizes reports of atrocities by the Indian rebels by referring to examples of European brutality, including the following passage on the First Opium War. To find parallels to the Sepoy atrocities, we need not, as some London papers pretend, fall back on the Middle Ages, nor even wander beyond the history of contemporary England. All we want is to study the First Chinese War, an event, so to say, of yesterday. The English soldiery then committed abominations for the mere fun of it, their passions being neither sanctified by religious fanaticism nor exacerbated by hatred against an overbearing and conquering race, nor provoked by the stern resistance of a heroic enemy. The violations of women, the spittings of children, the roastings of whole villages, were then mere wanton sports, not recorded by mandarins, but by British officers themselves. MECW 15, 353–54. Marx's articles on China as well as India in this period are full of reports of British brutality, with little reference to colonialism as beneficial. A year later, in September 1858, as the war in China reached a temporary lull, Marx published in the Tribune 2 articles titled History of the Opium Trade. In one of them, he concludes with a poetic evocation of the contradictory character of the type of modernization forced upon China by Britain's Opium Wars. That a giant empire, containing almost one-third of the human race, vegetating to the teeth of time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse 39 and thus contriving to dupe itself with delusions of celestial perfection, that such an empire should at last be overtaken by the fate on occasion of a deadly duel, in which the representative of the antiquated world appears prompted by ethical motives, while the representative of overwhelming modern society fights for the privilege of buying in the cheapest and selling in the dearest markets. This, indeed, is a sort of tragical couplet, stranger than any poet would ever have dared to fancy. MECW 16. Here Marx's discussion recalls Hegel's treatment in the Phenomenology of Spirit of the fate of Antigone in Sophocles' play, something George Lukács takes up in an analysis of what he terms tragedy in the realm of the ethical. What is striking about Hegel's view of Antigone is the way in which the two poles of the contradiction are maintained in a tense unity. On the one hand, there is the recognition that tribal society stands higher morally and humanly than the class societies that succeeded, and that the collapse of tribal society was brought about by the release of base and evil human impulses. On the other hand, there is the equally powerful conviction that this collapse was inevitable and that it signified a definite historical advance. Of course, China had not been a tribal or clan society for several millennia, but the echo of Hegel's argument in Marx's turns on what Lukács calls a contradictory view of progress, Lukács 1948-1975, 412, wherein something very important is lost at every stage where humanity progresses, necessary as that progress may seem. In September 1859, as the Second Opium War heated up again with the British, now joined by the French, preparing to sack Beijing, Marx published several more articles on China in the Tribune. He gleefully reports that the British and French aggressors had suffered nearly 500 casualties, also losing 3 ships in the entrance to the Peiho River as they attempted to sail toward Beijing. The jingoist Palmerstonian press was trumpeting these unpleasant tidings as it unanimously roared for wholesale revenge. Marx ridicules British editorialists for declaring themselves superior to the Chinese, and for averring that the British ought to be their masters, MECW 16, 509. He calls such expressions nothing but the ravings of Palmerston's penman, 510. Palmerston, and Bonaparte as well, he writes, want another Chinese war to shore up their dwindling popularity at home, 512. In these articles on China published during 1857-59, Marx's thinking has begun to shift from the perspectives of the Manifesto or the 1853 articles on India and China in 2 major respects. Most obviously, he no longer lauds the supposed progressive effects of colonialism, in fact condemning British and French colonialism in the strongest terms. What could account for such a change? One factor is his growing disillusionment with capitalism, in the sense that he no longer held as strong a belief in capitalism's progressive effects. This can be seen in his April 14, 1856, speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper, published a few days later in that Chartist organ. While Marx still proclaims that steam, electricity, and the self-acting mule were revolutionists, the tone in 1856 is more somber, far less sanguine about capitalist progress than earlier. On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces, which no epoch of the former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days, everything seems pregnant with its contrary. Machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem bought by the loss of character. At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. MECW 14, 655-56. In the Communist Manifesto, whole pages celebrated capitalist progress before Marx and Engels began to talk of contradictions. 8 years later, the notion of capitalism's destructiveness, of its alienation and exploitation, was interwoven into the discussion of scientific and technological progress. Second, and perhaps more importantly, it should be noted that by 1859, Marx had finished writing the Grundrisse, where, as will be discussed in Chapter 5, he elaborated for the first time a more multilinear philosophy of history, wherein Asian societies had not followed the same stages from slave-based to feudal modes of production as had Western Europe. In 1861, the Tribune drastically reduced its international coverage, and the following year, it stopped publishing Marx altogether. He began writing for Die Presse of Vienna, and it is there, in July 1862, that his last substantial article on China appeared. Entitled Chinese Affairs, it focused not on colonial intervention, but on the Taiping Rebellion, by now on the wane. Marx begins the article with a reference to the proliferation in the conservative 1850s in Europe, and especially Germany, of séances in which tables were supposedly made to levitate. A little while before tables started to dance, China, that living fossil, began to revolutionize. MECW 19, p. 216. Thus, while alluding to the conservatism of Chinese society, he also referred to post-1848 European political quiescence, which he contrasted with Chinese revolutionary outbursts. Later he would use a passage similar to this on China and tables dancing in the section on commodity fetishism in Chapter 1 of Capital, Volume I. In both instances, part of the irony is that rationalist Europe had in the 1850s lost its revolutionary drive and was instead swept up by mysticism, while mystical China was engaged not so much in mysticism as in social revolution. As against the enthusiasm of his earlier discussions of the Taiping rebels, however, by now the tone is bleak. The Chinese rebels, he writes, produce destruction in grotesquely detestable forms, destruction without any nucleus of new construction. MECW 19, 216. Upon taking a town, the rebel leadership allowed its troops to perpetuate every conceivable act of violence on women and girls. At the same time, they did not pay their troops, which encouraged pillage. As a result, executions became so common in areas ruled by the rebels that a human head means no more than a head of cabbage to a Taiping. 217. Here Marx is surely alluding to the discussion of the Jacobin terror in Hegel's Phenomenology, where, in a well-known discussion of absolute freedom and terror, Hegel writes that the French Revolution has become only negative action. Merely the fury of destruction without a positive element, whereby death is imposed with no more significance than cutting off a head of cabbage. 1807 1977, 359, 360, original emphasis. Hegel and Marx, despite their many differences concerning the French Revolution, saw it, including the Great Terror, as having produced historical progress in spite of its destructiveness. But in viewing the Taiping Rebellion in 1862, Marx mentions not progress, but nothingness. This was because, he writes, rather than finding a basis in new emancipatory ideas, the philosophy of the Taiping rebels is the product of a fossilized social life, the expression of what was ultimately a backward-looking movement. MECW 19, 218. Thus, Marx's writings on China end on a somber note. Both Western imperialism and the indigenous Taiping rebellion have severely shaken the old order, but no positive, emancipatory alternative is in sight. India is now our best ally, the 1857 Sepoy uprising. Evidence of Marx's shift toward a more anti-colonialist position can also be found in his articles on the Great Indian Revolt of 1857–58, which broke out in the midst of the Second Opium War against China. The literary theorist Pranavyani holds that in these later writings on India, Marx began to theorize the self-activity and struggle of colonized Indians. 2002, 82. On May 10, 1857, a group of Indian colonial soldiers known as Sepoys 40 revolted and killed their British officers. The immediate provocation was a rumor that grease for the cartridge for their rifles contained fat from beef, anathema to Hindus, and from pork, anathema to Muslims. The rebellion developed a more political form when the rebellious soldiers seized Delhi and other large cities. They placed a descendant of the Mughal emperors, Bahadur Shah, in power once again. However, the rebellion did not develop coherent goals or even a unified form, and was in many respects a basically traditionalist, decentralized outbreak of anti-colonial hostility. It took the British 2 full years, despite their superior organization and weaponry, to suppress it. Incidents of massacre, torture, and rape of British civilians and soldiers, exaggerated and sensationalized in the Western press, became an excuse for even more horrific reprisals by the British Army. As news of the revolt reached London, Marx began an extensive series of articles on it for the Tribune. These articles, published during the years 1857 and 1858, with 21 of them written by Marx and 10 at his invitation by Engels, comprise over 150 printed pages in Volume 15 of the English edition of the collected works of Marx and Engels. 41 Although they constitute one of the most sustained treatments of a non-European society by Marx anywhere in his writings, they have not drawn as much attention as the 1853 articles on India. 42 Nonetheless, these articles show a major theoretical shift away from the qualified support for British colonialism in those from 1853. In The Revolt in the Indian Army, published on July 15, 1857, Marx begins by noting that, like the Romans before them, the British adopted a divide-and-rule form of domination in India in which playing off the antagonism of the various races, tribes, castes, creeds, and sovereignties was the vital principle of British supremacy. MECW 15, 297. To rule over a population of 200 million, he notes, the British created a colonial army of 200,000 Indians, commanded by British officers, in addition to maintaining a British force of around 40,000 men. Proceeding dialectically, Marx then points to the new contradictions and antagonisms brought about by British rule. In their colonial sepoy army, they unwittingly created for the first time a unified Indian national consciousness and organization, British rule. Organized the first general center of resistance which the Indian people was ever possessed of. How far that native army may be relied upon is clearly shown by its recent mutinies, 297-98. In a letter to Engels of July 6, Marx gives his feelings greater vent, writing that the Indian affair is delicious, MECW 40, 142. In a second article, The Revolt in India, published on August 4, 1857, Marx points to the disorganization of the rebels occupying Delhi, predicting that they would not be able to hold out very long. He adds that what is more important is that the revolt has struck deep roots, and that no greater mistake could be committed than to suppose that the fall of Delhi, though it may throw consternation among the ranks of the sepoys, should suffice either to quench the rebellion, to stop its progress, or to restore the British rule. MECW 15, 306. So deep has the hatred of British domination grown that the British now command only the spot of ground held by their own troops. 307. In a subsequent article published on August 14, Marx reports that the rebels were managing to hold out in Delhi longer than expected. This, and the extension of the revolt through much of India, he writes, is not mainly due to military factors, for what England considers a military mutiny is in truth a national revolt. 316. Marx's The Indian Revolt, which appeared on September 16, takes up the atrocities committed by the rebels, who, he writes, are only the reflex, in concentrated form, of England's own conduct in India. These cruelties are appalling, hideous, he adds, but they are characteristic of wars of insurrection, of nationalities, of races, and above all of religion. MECW 15, 353. The British press provided few details of atrocities by their own forces, but these oozed forth nonetheless in crudely racist sentences such as the following, which Marx quotes from a report in the London Times: "We hold court-martials on horseback, and every nigger we meet with, we either string up or shoot." 355. Marx contextualizes the sepoy atrocities against British civilians by noting similar examples from European history and from European actions in Asia. The cutting of noses, breasts, and in one word, the horrid mutilations committed by the sepoys, are of course more revolting to European feeling than the throwing of red-hot shell on Canton dwellings by a secretary of the Manchester Peace Society 43, or the roasting of Arabs pent up in a cave by a French Marshal 44, or the flaying alive of British soldiers by the Cat O' Nine Tails under Drumhead Court Martial 45, or any other of the philanthropical appliances used in British penitentiary colonies. Cruelty, like every other thing, has its fashion, changing according to time and place. Caesar, the accomplished scholar, candidly narrates how he ordered many thousand Gallic warriors to have their right hands cut off. Napoleon would have been ashamed to do this. He preferred dispatching his own French regiments, suspected of republicanism, to Saint Domingo, there to die of the blacks 46 and the plague. The infamous mutilations committed by the sepoys remind one of the practices of the Christian Byzantine Empire, or the prescriptions of Charles V's Criminal Law 47, or the English punishments for high treason, as still recorded by Judge Blackstone. 48 With Hindus, whom their religion has made virtuosi in the art of self-torturing, these tortures inflicted on the enemies of their race and creed appear quite natural, and must appear still more so to the English, who, only some years since, still used to draw revenues from the juggernaut festivals 49, protecting and assisting the bloody rites of a religion of cruelty. 356. Another article published the next day details common forms of torture long used or condoned by the British in India, and then asks, whether a people are not justified in attempting to expel the foreign conquerors who have so abused their subjects. 341. In the Indian Revolt of September 16, 1857, Marx also makes an important dialectical point concerning the nature of the Indian resistance. He notes that it sprang from a part of society formed by the British, from a deep contradiction within the colonial apparatus itself. There is something in human history like retribution, and it is a rule of historical retribution that its instrument be forged not by the offended, but by the offender himself. The first blow dealt the French monarch proceeded from the nobility, not from the peasants. The Indian revolt does not commence with the riots, tortured, dishonored and stripped naked by the British, but with the sepoys, clad, fed, petted, fat and pampered by them. MECW 15, 353. In some respects, this echoed the language of the Communist Manifesto. The weapons with which the bourgeoisie felled feudalism to the ground are now turned against the bourgeoisie itself. But not only has the bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. In proportion as the bourgeoisie, i.e., capital, is developed, in the same proportion is the proletariat, the modern working class, developed. MECW 6, 490. In the Sepoy Uprising, Marx was finding in colonial India something similar to capitalism's forging of the working class. Thus, the very progress of colonialism was producing its grave diggers. Such a dialectical turn had been missing with respect to Asia in the manifesto and in much of the 1853 writings on India. After Delhi finally fell in September 1857, Marx writes, in an article published on November 14, that Britain's victory was aided by internal dissensions between Hindus and Muslims, and between rebel soldiers and the upper classes of Delhi. MECW 15, 375. In a military analysis of the recapture of Delhi, Engels ridicules English claims of heroism, arguing that no people, not even the French, can equal the English in self-laudation, especially when bravery is the point in question. 392. In a letter to Engels of January 16, 1858, Marx declares tellingly with respect to the Sepoy Uprising, India is now our best ally. MECW 40, 249. This remarkable letter, published in full in English for the first time in 1983 in the collected works of Marx and Engels, is also the one in which Marx makes a better-known statement on the relation of his economic theory to Hegelian dialectics, at the very time he was writing the Grundrisse. I have completely demolished the theory of profit as hitherto propounded. What was of great use to me as regards method of treatment was Hegel's logic, at which I had taken another look by mere accident, Freilagrath 50 having found and made me a present of several volumes of Hegel, originally the property of Bakunin. If ever the time comes when such work is again possible, I should very much like to write 2 or 3 sheets making accessible to the common reader the rational aspect of the method which Hegel not only discovered but also mystified. 249. This letter also takes up the turn to the right of Chartist leader Ernest Jones. In this sense, the revolt in India was for Marx not in a totally separate sphere from the struggles of the European workers or from his work on the Grundrisse, or, for that matter, Hegelian dialectics. Thus, during the conservative 1850s, he considered India's sepoy fighters to be the best ally of the revolutionary movement in the West at a time when the latter, as exemplified by the fate of Jones, was not moving forward. 51. Chapter 2. Russia and Poland, the relationship of national emancipation to revolution. Among the various non-Western societies Marx took up in his writings, none received more attention than Russia, not even India. For much of the 20th century, Russia came to be identified with revolution and Marxism, and also with the totalitarian regime that arose under Stalin. In the 19th century, however, Russia was viewed by virtually all progressives, whether socialist, anarchist, or liberal, as Europe's most conservative power. While England had developed a constitutional monarchy with a strong parliament, and while the other great powers, France, above all, but also Prussia and Austria, had experienced democratic revolutions in 1848–49, Russia alone seemed immune to revolution. Or so it appeared to Marx and others in 1848. To them, even the program of modernization begun under Tsar Peter the Great in the early 18th century had only strengthened what was already an extremely authoritarian regime, one that henceforth became a major player in European politics. In 1795, during the First French Revolution, Russia had worked with Austria and Prussia in a final partition of Poland, crushing a democratic movement there. 2 decades later, Russian troops were decisive in defeating Napoleon and paving the way for Austrian Prince Metternich's Holy Alliance. This pact united Austria, Prussia, and Russia for over 3 decades, from 1815 to 1848, for the purpose of preventing further revolutionary outbreaks. Then, in 1849, Tsar Nicholas I sent 200,000 troops into Central Europe to help put Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph, threatened by the revolution in Vienna and Hungary, back on the throne. To Marx, Britain was the country where the Industrial Revolution had gone furthest in wiping away feudal remnants, France was where the democratic and, after 1848, the working-class uprisings had been the deepest, Germany was where the modern form of revolutionary philosophy had been born out of a critical appropriation of Hegelian idealism. In contrast, Russia was where an unchallenged autocracy remained in power, even seeming to gain strength as a counter-revolutionary force throughout Europe. Referring in May 1849 to the showdown taking place in Vienna and Hungary, where the democratic revolution was confronting Tsar Nicholas I's military intervention as well as the army of its own Austro-Hungarian Empire, Marx writes, and in the East, a revolutionary army made up of fighters of all nationalities already confronts the alliance of old Europe represented by the Russian army, while from Paris comes the threat of a Red Republic, MECW 9, 454. Marx published this statement on May 19, 1849, in the final edition of his En Engels's Neue Rheinische, just before its suppression by the Prussian government. He and Engels regarded Russia as the counter-revolutionary power par excellence. In early 1850, Engels wrote of the weakness of the Western European reaction, maintaining that 2/3 of the Prussians and Austrians are infected with the democratic disease. This was not the case, however, with Russia's 350,000 troops stationed right on the Polish-German border, which were ready to march at a moment's notice, he declared ominously, MECW 10, 15. While a revolutionary movement looking to the countryside had appeared in Russia by the 1860s, Marx's daughter Eleanor Marx and Edward Aveling summed up well the attitude of European revolutionaries as late as 1897 toward the Tsarist regime, writing in their introduction to a collection of Marx's 1850s writings on Russia and Turkey, "Today the Russian government, which is no longer today totally synonymous with Russia, is, as it was in the 50s, the greatest enemy of all advance, the greatest stronghold of reaction." Marx 1897 1969, 8, 9. The Russian secret police, expanded and renamed the Okhrana in 1881, was already a formidable organization in the 1850s. It not only muzzled opposition at home, but also monitored Democrats and revolutionaries abroad, non-Russian as well as Russian. Marx and his generation regarded it as an omnipresent, malevolent force, similarly to how 20th-century leftists viewed the CIA. 1. Russia as a counter-revolutionary threat. In the 1850s, Marx focused on Russia as a power ready to intervene again should the European revolutionary movement reassert itself, and on the absence of a Russian revolutionary movement. At this stage, Marx argued that the Russian village's communal form undergirded a despotic social and political system, as in other forms of Oriental despotism. In Elections Financial Clouds, the Duchess of Sutherland and Slavery, a Tribune article published on February 8, 1853, dealing with the ancient Scottish clan system and its uprooting by capitalist agriculture, he viewed this pre-modern system as quite similar to Russia's communal village. The great man, the chieftain of the clan, is on the one hand quite as arbitrary, on the other quite as confined in his power, by consanguinity, etc., as every father of a family. To the clan, to the family, belonged the district where it had established itself, exactly as, in Russia, the land occupied by a community of peasants belongs, not to the individual peasants, but to the community. Thus the district was the common property of the family. There could be no more question, under this system, of private property, in the modern sense of the word, than there could be of comparing the social existence of the members of the clan to that of individuals living in the midst of our modern society. Thus you see, the clan is nothing but a family organized in a military manner, quite as little defined by laws, just as closely hemmed in by traditions, as any family. But the land is the property of the family, in the midst of which differences of rank, in spite of consanguinity, do prevail as well as in all the ancient Asiatic family communities. MECW 11, 488. This appears to be Marx's first treatment of the sharp differences between the social structure of the villages in despotic Russian and those in most of modern Western Europe. As will be discussed in Chapter 6, Marx changed his position by the 1870s, when he began to see the Russian communal village as a possible center of revolution. But in his Russia writings of the early 1850s, as in his 1853 writings on India, the focus was instead on what he perceived to be the almost one-dimensional character of these communal forms. Engels, who had a particular animus toward the southern Slavs, was explicitly dismissive of the notion of the Russian commune as a base for revolution, which was a view held by many democratic Russian exiles like the future anarchist Mikhail Bakunin. This is seen in a letter to Marx on March 18, 1852, in effect, Bakunin only came to anything because no one knew Russian. And a great deal is going to be made of the old Pan-Slavic dodge of transmogrifying the old Slav system of communal property into communism and depicting the Russian peasants as born communists, MECW 39, 67. To Marx and Engels, Bakunin and others like Alexander Herzen were under the sway of a fuzzy-minded Russian nationalism, while other Russian exiles were actual Tsarist agents, Eaton 1980, point 2. After the Crimean War began in July 1853, Marx sided openly with the Ottoman Empire and its allies Britain and France, against Russia. As mentioned above, Marx at this time considered Engels to be more knowledgeable about the Eastern question. At Marx's invitation, Engels wrote a Tribune article published on April 12, 1853, on the eve of the war. It concludes with the following view of Russia. Russia is decidedly a conquering nation, and was so for a century, until the great movement of 1789 called into potent activity an antagonist of formidable nature. We mean the European Revolution, the explosive force of democratic ideas and man's native thirst for freedom. Since that epoch there have really been but two powers on the continent of Europe: Russia and absolutism, the revolution and democracy. For the moment the revolution seems to be suppressed, but it lives and is feared as deeply as ever. Witness the terror of the reaction at the news of the late rising at Milan. 3 But let Russia get possession of Turkey, and her strength is increased nearly half, and she becomes superior to all the rest of Europe put together. Such an event would be an unspeakable calamity to the revolutionary cause. In this instance the interests of the revolutionary democracy and of England go hand in hand. Neither can permit the Tsar to make Constantinople into one of his capitals. MECW 12, 17. During the Crimean War, Marx and Engels published dozens of similar articles, often berating England and France for what they considered to be an only half-hearted military effort against Russia. Writing years later, after Marx's death, Engels called the Crimean War a sham war, MECW 26, 461. The chief target of these attacks against English half-heartedness was Lord Henry Palmerston, a politician Marx judged to be utterly reactionary, whether in his support for Russia, his invasions of China, his opposition to labor, or, later, his leaning toward the South during the Civil War in the United States. In a single Tribune article published on August 12, 1853, Marx hits out on the one hand at a pro-Palmerston newspaper, the Morning Post, whose editorial calling for the flogging of striking English workers he quotes, and on the other at Russia's demoniac ambitions, MECW 12, 225, 231. Although the Ottoman Empire was hardly democratic, to Marx it was not a real danger to the revolutionary movement. In fact, the weak Ottoman regime holds Constantinople in trust for the revolution, he concludes, MECW 12, 231. In another Tribune article published on September 2, 1853, Marx strongly attacks anti-Turkish and anti-Muslim racism, which in his view was leading to complacency with regard to Russia's aggressive moves. Within the last 20 years, there had been a growing conviction that the Turks in Europe were intruders in Europe, that they were not domiciled there, that their home was Asia, that Mohammedanism could not exist in civilized states. MECW 12, 274.4. In the fall of 1853, Marx published in the Chartist People's Paper, and later as a pamphlet, a series of articles entitled Lord Palmerston, 5, a text that runs some 60 pages in Marx and Engels' collected works, MECW 12, 345-406. On November 2 of the same year he writes to Engels that he has by now concluded that for several decades Palmerston has been in the pay of Russia, MECW 39, 395. In Lord Palmerston, Marx recounts Palmerston's many duplicitous actions, including his public denunciation of Russian atrocities in Poland during the suppression of the 1830 uprising while simultaneously making sure that no concrete aid ever reached the Poles, and his similar behavior during the 1846 Polish uprising. Rather than an actual paid agent of the Russians, Palmerston was a conservative British aristocrat who, although he occasionally received gifts and favors from Russia, was motivated more by the view that Britain and Russia had common interests as the two most important conservative powers in Europe. 6. In reviewing the maneuvering of the five great powers Britain, France, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, Engels writes in a Tribune article of February 2, 1854, of a sixth power, the Democratic Revolution 7. But we must not forget that there is a sixth power in Europe, which at given moments asserts its supremacy over the whole of the five so-called great powers and makes them tremble, every one of them. That power is the revolution. Long silent and retired, it is now again called into action by the commercial crisis, and by the scarcity of food. From Manchester to Rome, From Paris to Warsaw and Pest it is omnipresent, lifting up its head and awakening from its slumbers. Manifold are the symptoms of its returning life, everywhere visible in the agitation and disquietude which have seized the proletarian class. A signal only is wanted, and this sixth and greatest European power will come forward, in shining armor, and sword in hand, like Minerva from the head of the Olympian. This signal the impending European war will give, and then all calculations as to the balance of power will be upset by the addition of a new element which, ever buoyant and youthful, will as much baffle the plans of the old European powers, and their generals, as it did from 1792 to 1800. MECW 12, 557-58. Thus, war may beget revolution. 9. As the Crimean War ended, Marx's Revelations of the Secret Diplomatic History of the 18th Century, 1856-57, a series of articles on Russia, was published in David Urquhart's Free Press, a conservative weekly that regularly castigated both Palmerston and Russia. The Secret Diplomatic History was probably Marx's most anti-Russian work, which also made it a very controversial one for 20th century Marxism. Although it was republished in 1899 by Eleanor Marx and has been translated into French, the Secret Diplomatic History was left out of both the Russian and the East German editions of Marx's collected works, Draper 1985b, and was only with some delay published as part of Volume 15 of the English-language collected works of Marx and Engels. 10 In their preface to Volume 15, the editors, in a very unusual step, devote no less than 5 pages to criticizing Marx's one-sided assessment and judgments on Russian history, MECW 15, XXI. During the early days of the Cold War, 2 American scholars, Paul Blackstock and Bert Hoselitz, published many of the anti-Russian writings of Marx and Engels under the provocative title The Russian Menace to Europe, quoting in their introduction the Secret Diplomatic History. In that introduction, they suggest ahistorically that the foreign policy methods of Soviet Russia have remained similar to those of the Tsars and that Marx's attacks on Russian barbarism and tyranny put him closer to liberalism than to Russian communism. Blackstock and Hoselitz in Marx and Engels 1952, 11, 13.11. Much of the Secret Diplomatic History dealt with the period of Tsar Peter the Great, r. 1682 to 1725, during which, Marx claimed, Britain secretively betrayed its longtime Swedish allies in order to facilitate the Tsar's opening to the Baltic. Marx added that the economic benefits to Britain of these new ties to Russia had been grossly exaggerated by British officials ever since. This was because English aristocracy, increasingly beleaguered after the 1688 revolution, was searching abroad for allies, which it found both in the Tsars and among the imperialists of the East India Company, MECW 15, 61. Concerning Russia's internal development, Marx views the Mongol conquest as the key event setting Russia apart from the rest of Europe. The bloody mire of Mongolian slavery forms the cradle of Muscovy, and modern Russia is but a metamorphosis of Muscovy. The Tartar yoke lasted from 1237 to 1462, more than 2 centuries, a yoke not only crushing, but dishonoring and withering the very soul of the people that fell its prey. MECW 15, 77. Although, as seen above, Marx was not without sympathy for the sufferings of the Russian people, he characterized the Russian rulers who succeeded them as products of Mongol rule. As a result, he writes, both the Russian rulers and the Russian people retained the attitudes of slavery, both the slave's guile and the master's crushing arrogance. It is in the terrible and abject school of Mongolian slavery that Muscovy was nursed and grew up. It gathered strength only by becoming a virtuoso in the craft of serfdom. Even when emancipated, Muscovy continued to perform its traditional part of the slave as master. 87.12. As a result, he concluded, Russian modernization under Peter the Great did not bring about anything resembling the progressive achievements of Western Europe, such as urban republics, the Reformation, or the Renaissance. The more cultured and cosmopolitan Russian towns like Novgorod, when taken over by Muscovy during the late 15th and early 16th centuries, were driven backward, it is still worthy of notice what exquisite pains were always taken by Muscovy as well as by modern Russia to execute republics. Novgorod and its colonies lead the dance, the Republic of the Cossacks follows, Poland closes it. The Tsars seem to have snatched the chain with which the Mongols crushed Muscovy only to bind with it the Russian republics. 84. The long reign of Peter the Great represented something new, for in his large-scale moves into the Baltics and elsewhere, he reached what Marx calls a bold synthesis which, blending the encroaching method of the Mongol slave with the world-conquering tendencies of the Mongol master, forms the life spring of modern Russian diplomacy. MECW 15, 89. Peter's placement of his new capital on the Baltic Sea on the far northwestern rim of his territory, what is now St. Petersburg, was not only an effort to have contact with the West. St. Petersburg, Marx holds, was at the geographic center of the territory Russia intended to conquer. By the mid-19th century, Russia had taken Finland, most of Poland, and Lithuania. The fortresses in Russian-ruled Poland of the 1850s, he writes, were directed at Germany and other countries to the west. They are more than citadels to keep a rebellious country in check. They are the same menace to the west which Petersburg, in its immediate bearing, was 100 years ago to the north. 90. Peter attempted to civilize Russia, Marx writes, but only in a superficial sense. The Baltic Germans of the newly conquered lands gave the Tsar a crop of bureaucrats, schoolmasters, and drill sergeants, who were to drill Russians into that varnish of civilization that adapts them to the technical appliances of the Western peoples, without imbuing them with their ideas. 91. At one point in the secret diplomatic history, Marx resorts to a racial explanation, writing that it was characteristic of the Slavonic race to keep away from the seacoast, something Peter the Great altered. MECW 15, 88. This troubling use of race as an explanation for human behavior is very rare in Marx's writings on Russia and the Southern Slavs, but unfortunately is far more common in those of Engels, as can be seen in his now infamous articles on Panslavism. In April 1855, during the Crimean War, Engels published Germany and Panslavism in the Neue Zeitung. In this article, he expresses the fear that, through support of Panslavism, Tsar Nicholas I would be able to gain the sympathy of the Slavs of Eastern and Southern Europe, many of them Orthodox Christians, and use these new allies to dominate the whole of Europe. But Engels does not stop there, nor at the fact that in 1848–49 many Slavs supported either Russia or Austria against the revolutionaries. Instead, he labels the Southern Slavs as a whole as counter-revolutionary. 13 He goes on to paint the entire conflict in Europe since 1848 as one between Panslavism and the Roman Celtic and Germanic races, which have hitherto dominated Europe. MECW 14, 156. These articles appear to have had Marx's general approval. 14 Although one certainly cannot assume agreement on every point. Here, Engels was continuing themes from an earlier series he had published in the Neue Zeitung. In The Magyar Struggle, published the Neue Zeitung on January 13, 1849, Engels details how Austria had been able to win the Slavs over to its side in order to fight against the revolutionary forces in Hungary, and he goes even further than in 1855 in his pejorative characterizations of the Slavs. In Central and Southern Europe, he writes, except for the Germans, the Poles, and the Magyars, Hungarians, all the other large and small nationalities and peoples are destined to perish before long in the revolutionary world storm. For that reason they are now counter-revolutionary. MECW 8, 230. Engels concludes this 1849 article by going so far as to predict the disappearance from the face of the earth not only of reactionary classes and dynasties, but also of entire reactionary peoples. And that too is a step forward. 238. Then, in Democratic Panslavism, an anti-Bakunin polemic published on February 15–16, 1849, Engels writes that hatred of the Russians was and still is the primary revolutionary passion among the Germans and that we know where the enemies of the revolution are concentrated. viz., in Russia and the Slav regions of Austria, 378, original emphasis. He also claims in this article to have provided proof that the Austrian Slavs have never had a history of their own, 371, and that all real historical development in the region came from the influx of Germans, Hungarians, or Italians. 15. It is true that Marx nowhere stooped to the type of ethnocentrism that one finds in these writings by Engels. But it is also true that Marx tended to portray Russia and its people in a one-dimensional, condescending manner in his mid-1850s writings. 16 His view of Russia began to change by 1858, once that country began to experience the tremors of revolutionary opposition. But before continuing with that story, let us examine briefly a few of Marx's writings on the Chechens and on the Jewish question, many of them from the same period. On the Chechens and the Jewish question. In his writings on the Crimean War, Marx did not perceive any revolutionary sentiment within the ethnic Russian population, but he did note frequently the determination and persistence of the Chechens and other Muslim peoples of Caucasia, who, under the leadership of the great rebel leader Shamil, had ever since the 1830s mounted a strong resistance to Russian conquest. The contemporary relevance of Marx's writings on the Chechen rebels is brought home by Marie Bennigsen Brokup, the editor of Central Asian Survey. Karl Marx is not in fashion. That is too bad, because his assessments of the war in Caucasia in the 19th century remain an excellent source, one which could give useful historical references for those who, in the West, are so eager to give credence to Moscow's claim that Chechnya is an integral part of Russia. Unpupple Indomptable, Le Monde, January 4, 1995, point 17. As the Crimean War began, Marx writes in a Tribune article published on July 8, 1853, that while 2 Turkish ships had been captured by the Russians, on the other hand, the Caucasian tribes had opened a general campaign against the Russians in which Shamil had achieved a most brilliant victory, taking no less than 23 cannons, MECW 12, 146. He ends his fall 1853 pamphlet Lord Palmerston by stating that although the covertly pro-Russian Palmerston had triumphed once again by a narrow vote in Parliament, those 16 votes will neither outvoice history nor silence the mountaineers, the clashing of whose arms proves to the world that the Caucasus does not now belong to Russia, as stated by Russian Foreign Minister Count Nesselrode, and as echoed by Lord Palmerston, 406. Marx refers again to Shamil having roundly trounced the Russians in the letter to Engels of November 2, 1853, MECW 39, 395. In a military analysis of the war that appeared in the Tribune on November 25, Engels writes that the apparent victory by the Chechens in taking the main pass of the Caucasus, connecting Tiflis and Georgia with Russia, would open opportunities for the Ottomans to link up with Shamil, MECW 12, 455. In a follow-up article published on December 7, Engels, pointedly drawing no fundamental distinction between the Russian government and its people, writes, in light of these Chechen victories, let us hope that the Russian government and people may be taught by it to restrain their ambition and arrogance, and mind their own business hereafter. MECW 12, 476. In over a dozen articles written during the Crimean War, Marx and Engels discuss Shamil and his fighters, as well as the failure of the Ottomans, and later, the British and the French, to assist or link up with them in a serious way. During this period, Marx also addressed in a Tribune article published April 15, 1854, the relations among Muslims, Christians, and Jews in Ottoman-ruled Jerusalem. Russia was beginning to project itself internationally as the protector of the mainly Eastern Orthodox Christians within the Ottoman Empire, whether in the Balkans or in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. Marx points to the subordinate but protected status of the various Christian denominations in Jerusalem, and to how the Ottomans, by taking judgment in turns favorable to the Latins, Greeks, and Armenians, played them off against one another, especially with regard to rights to the various Christian religious sites, MECW 13, 105. The Jews, he writes, were the most oppressed. Nothing equals the misery and the sufferings of the Jews at Jerusalem, inhabiting the most filthy quarter of the town. The constant objects of Mussulman oppression and intolerance, 107-8. From the Christian side, Jews were being insulted by the Greeks and persecuted by the Latins. Their suffering was caused not only by the Eastern Orthodox Christians and the Muslims, however, but also by the Western Europeans. To make these Jews more miserable, England and Prussia appointed, in 1840, an Anglican bishop at Jerusalem, whose avowed object is their conversion. He was dreadfully thrashed in 1845, and sneered at alike by Jews, Christians, and Turks, 108. Unfortunately, not all of Marx's discussions of Jews show as much sympathy. A considerable number of anti-Semitic characterizations crop up in his writings. For example, in the important first thesis on idealism and materialism in the Theses on Feuerbach, 1845, Marx attacks Feuerbach not only on philosophical grounds as a crude materialist, but also for having developed a notion of praxis that was defined only in its dirty Jewish schmitzige disconform of appearance, MECW 5, 6. This text was not intended for publication, and elsewhere in the unpublished material, such as Marx's letters to Engels, even more virulent references to Jews can be found. Marx also made some extremely problematic comments on Jews in his published work. 18 Such references marred his otherwise penetrating critique of liberal democracy in the 1843 essay, On the Jewish Question, Marx 1843 1994, see also MECW 3, 146-74, and can also be found in some of his later work, especially Herr Voigt, 1860.19. Several Marx scholars have argued with some justice that similar references abound in the writings of 19th-century secular radical intellectuals, including others of Jewish origin such as the poet Heinrich Heine, Rubel in Overs 3, see also Draper 1978. Others have pointed to the limitations of the secular and assimilationist perspective shared by Marx and many other pre-20th century writers, both Jewish and non-Jewish, who, while supporting political and civil rights for Jews, nonetheless continued to make very troubling pejorative comments about Jewish life and culture, Traverso 1994, Jacobs 1998. None, not even Marx's strongest defenders on this issue, however, have suggested that Marx made a significant positive contribution on the issue of Jews and anti-Semitism. 20. Marx's references to Judaism and Jews were certainly problematic. They showed the downside of a universalistic secular outlook that, by condemning all religion, sometimes failed to distinguish between the impact of such attacks on a dominant religion and those on a persecuted minority one. These remarks, as problematic as they were for the most part occasional ones that were not typical of Marx's overall discussions of nationalism and ethnicity. I leave aside the psychological issue of Marx's possible personal ambivalence toward his own Jewish origins. The turning point of 1858-60, in Russia the movement is progressing better than anywhere else. Marx began to change his attitude toward Russia in 1858, at a time when the new Tsar, Alexander II, was discussing emancipation of the serfs and when Russian society was reeling from the tremendous human and financial losses incurred from the Crimean War. In a letter to Engels of April 29, 1858, Marx writes that the movement for the emancipation of the serfs in Russia strikes me as important insofar as it indicates the beginning of an internal development that might run counter to the country's traditional foreign policy, MECW 40, 310. This is Marx's first substantial reference to the possibility of major class or revolutionary conflicts inside Russia. 21. 2 months later, Marx made his new perspective on Russia public. In a Tribune article surveying the European scene of June 24, 1858, he evokes the possibility of a servile war and uprising of the serfs in Russia. There is another great power besides England which, 10 years ago, most powerfully checked the revolutionary current. We mean Russia. This time, combustible matter has accumulated under her own feet, which a strong blast from the west may suddenly set on fire. The symptoms of a civil war are so visible in the interior of Russia, that the provincial governors feel themselves unable otherwise to account for the unwanted fermentation than by charging Austria with propagating through secret emissaries socialist and revolutionary doctrines all over the land. Think only of Austria being not only suspected but publicly accused of acting as the emissary of revolution. MECW 15, 568. In partial continuity with his earlier positions on Russia, however, Marx suggests that Russia could not generate a revolution from its internal resources alone, and that influences from the revolutionary movement in the West, not the Austrian monarchy, would be needed to push Russia in that direction. Thus, he concludes the article by writing that everything depends on France, 568. Still, the newness of his finally acknowledging even the possibility of revolution in Russia is striking. Marx analyzed the debates over the abolition of serfdom in Russia in a Tribune article of October 19, 1858. He noted that the landed aristocracy was hardly enthusiastic about Alexander II's abolition proposals. He recalls that in Prussia, abolition of serfdom came only during the Napoleonic Wars, writing that even then the settlement was such, that the question had to be handled again in 1848, and, although in changed form, remains a question still to be settled by a revolution to come. 22. He also recalls how, during the reigns of Tsars Alexander I, 1801-25, and Nicholas I, 1825-55, the issue of emancipation was posed not from any motives of humanity, but from mere state reasons. He also notes that by 1848-49, Nicholas I became so frightened by the European Revolution that he turned his back on his own former schemes of emancipation and became an anxious adept of conservatism, MECW 16, 52. By the late 1850s, however, the new Tsar, Alexander II, faced a very different situation. With Alexander II, it was hardly a question of choice whether or not to awaken the sleeping elements. The war, bequeathed to him by his father, had devolved immense sacrifices upon the Russian common people. The war, moreover, led to a humiliation and a defeat, in the eyes at least of the serfs, who cannot be supposed to be adepts in the mysteries of diplomacy. 23. To initiate his new reign by apparent defeat and humiliation, both of them to be followed by an open breach of the promises held out in wartime to the rustics, was an operation too dangerous even for a czar to venture upon. MECW 16, 52-53. While the nobles had dared, even in such an autocratic country as Russia, to be less than enthusiastic, the peasantry, with exaggerated notions even of what the Tsar intended doing for them, have grown impatient at the slow ways of their seigneurs. The incendiary fires breaking out in several provinces are signals of distress not to be misunderstood. It is further known that in Great Russia, as well as in the provinces formerly belonging to Poland, riots have taken place, accompanied by terrible scenes, in consequence of which the nobility have emigrated from the country to the towns, where, under the protection of walls and garrisons, they can bid defiance to their incensed slaves. Under these circumstances, Alexander II has seen proper in this state of things to convoke something like an assembly of notables. What if his convocation should form a new starting point in Russian history? What if the nobles should insist upon their own political emancipation as a condition preliminary to any concession to be made to the Tsar with respect to the emancipation of their serfs? 53. Here Marx is pointing to nothing less than the possibility of a revolutionary crisis in Russia, based on several new elements: 1. The regime's loss of legitimacy due to the war, 2. Unrest from below, and 3. A split in the dominant classes. All of this recalled 1789. In these weeks in the fall of 1858, Engels somewhat belatedly takes up Marx's new emphasis on revolt inside Russia, writing to Marx on October 21, "The Russian affair is turning out very well. There is unrest in the south now, too." MECW 40, 349. Then, in a long article, "The Emancipation Question," published in the Tribune on January 17, 1859, Marx analyzes in greater detail both the content of the Tsar's emancipation proposals and the overall situation in Russia. He expresses surprise that the autocrat Alexander II has referred to rights which belong to the peasantry by nature, something Marx compares to the language of the rights of man of 1789, MECW 16, 141. The Tsar's proposals will result in a pungent material loss to the aristocracy as well as new rights for the serfs such as the ability to take aristocrats into court, 142. The response of the landowners has been procrastination plus a demand for a parliament of nobles, 144. Marx also points to Russia's intellectual ferment, with the founding of over 100 new literary journals announced for 1859. He then recalls previous betrayals of promises by the Tsars to free the serfs, especially that by Nicholas I after 1848. But even though Alexander II was now compelled to proceed seriously toward emancipation, Marx wonders how the peasants would respond to provisions such as emancipation being subject to 12 years probation, corvée labor, plus no specifics on the form emancipation would take, MECW 16, 146. He also refers to those parts of the plan that would undermine the mir or obshchina, the traditional Russian village commune, through an as yet unspecified form of communal government. What will they say to an organization of communal government, jurisdiction, and police, which takes away all the powers of democratic self-government, hitherto belonging to every Russian village community, in order to create a system of patrimonial government, vested in the hands of the landlord, and modeled upon the Prussian rural legislation of 1808 and 1809, a system utterly repugnant to the Russian peasant, whose whole life is governed by the village association, who has no idea of individual landed property, but considers the association to be the proprietors of the soil on which he lives. 147. He notes that since 1842 the insurrections of serfs against their landlords and stewards have become epidemic and that during the Crimean War these insurrections increased enormously, 147. This is also Marx's first reference to these Russian peasant revolts in the 1840s and mid-1850s, for he did not mention them in texts such as The Secret Diplomatic History. Instead, he suggested then that Russia was immune to class conflict. More importantly, the above passage contains his first reference to the mir, not as a prop for Russian despotism, but as a possible point of revolutionary resistance. The Tsar, Marx writes, is sure to vacillate between pressures from the peasants and the landowners. But with the serfs' expectations worked up to the highest pitch, they are even more likely to rise up. He makes an analogy to the most radical phase of the French Revolution, writing that if the serfs rise up in a massive way, the Russian 1793 will be at hand. The reign of terror of these half-Asiatic serfs will be something unequaled in history, but it will be the second turning point in Russian history, and finally place real and general civilization in the place of that sham and show introduced by Peter the Great, MECW 16, 147. Thus, it would be through revolution, now a real possibility, that Russia would finally develop and become civilized, as it had not, in Marx's view, after Peter the Great's authoritarian modernization drive. Marx goes even further a year later in a letter to Engels on December 13, 1859, suggesting that the unrest in Russia has counterbalanced the new power gained by the Tsars since 1848. In Russia the movement is progressing better than anywhere else in Europe. On the one hand the constitutionalism of the aristocracy versus the Tsar, on the other of the peasants versus the aristocracy. Moreover, having at long last realized that the Poles have not the least inclination to be dissolved in Slav Russian nationality, Alexander blustered frightfully. Thus the extraordinary successes of Russian diplomacy during the past 15 years, notably since 1849, are more than counterbalanced. Come the next revolution and Russia will oblige by joining in. MECW 40, 552. None of this, however, meant that Marx was relaxing his vigilance toward the existing Russian government as the most reactionary force in world politics. This can be seen in Herr Voigt, Marx's long polemical work published in 1860. In its 20-page discussion of Russia, he writes that Tsar Alexander II might resort to wars of conquest abroad as the only way to postpone the revolution within, MECW 17, 141. He concludes that Russia stood threateningly at the gates of Germany, ready to expand westward and to suppress any serious revolutionary outbreak. Poland as external thermometer of the European Revolution. Long before he began to discern the faint outline of a social upheaval inside Russia, Marx was repeatedly singling out a specific internal contradiction within the Russian, Prussian, and Austrian empires: the struggle of the Polish people to restore their national independence, eliminated by those three states in the infamous partition of 1795. His support for the Polish cause was one of the great political passions of his life. Support for Poland, like opposition to Russia, was for Marx and much of his generation a litmus test demarcating the democratic and revolutionary cause from its conservative opponents. Two examples will illustrate the depth of that passion for Poland. The first one, indicative of his private opinions, is found in a letter of December 2, 1856 to Engels. The intensity and viability of all revolutions since 1789 may be gauged with fair accuracy by their attitude towards Poland. Poland is their external thermometer, MECW 40, 85. The second example illustrates the extent to which Marx's opponents viewed him as a partisan of the Polish cause. In February 1867, when Marx was preparing to visit Germany to negotiate the contract for capital with his publisher, a German newspaper reported that Dr. Marx, who is living in London, seems to have been chosen to tour the continent to make propaganda for the next Polish insurrection. Marx replied that such a report must be a fabrication hatched by the police, prompting the newspaper to print a retraction, MECW 20, 202. If Marx's views about Poland as external thermometer of revolution quoted above seem surprising to today's readers, this is most often due to the general tendency to assume that Marx was only interested in working-class movements, which did not yet exist in agrarian Poland. Another source of confusion concerning Marx's views stems from how post-Marx Marxists often held different views on Poland. Rosa Luxemburg developed an outright opposition to Polish independence and an explicit critique of Marx's views. A few years earlier, Karl Koski, already on his way toward being recognized as the world's leading Marxist theoretician, had also distanced himself from Marx, albeit not as radically. In a letter to his colleague Victor Adler on November 12, 1896, Koski writes, "On the Polish question, I am of the opinion that the old position of Marx has become untenable." Adler 1954, 221. At least at a theoretical level Lenin attempted to reverse this, moving back toward Marx's old position. Point 24. But under Stalin, who partitioned Poland again during his 1939-41 pact with Hitler, anything associated with Polish nationalism came to be labeled a counter-revolutionary deviation, while many of Marx's writings on Russia and Poland were expunged from official editions. Marx made his first substantial statement on Poland in a November 1847 speech on the anniversary of the 1830 Polish uprising. He did so at a London meeting sponsored by the Fraternal Democrats, an international organization set up by left-wing Chartists. The meeting also featured speeches by Chartist leaders Julian Harney and Ernest Jones, as well as other British, German, Belgian, and Polish labor activists and revolutionaries, including Engels. In his brief speech, Marx, using language close to that of the Communist Manifesto, which was then nearing completion, spoke of the rise of the bourgeoisie and the coming proletarian revolution. Since Poland was now part of the world capitalist system, its struggle must be viewed in that context. Of all countries, England is the one where the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is most highly developed. The victory of the English proletarians over the English bourgeoisie is, therefore, decisive for the victory of all the oppressed over their oppressors. Hence Poland must be liberated not in Poland but in England. MECW 6, 389. Since the revolts in Poland of 1794, 1830, and 1846 had been crushed by its powerful neighbors Russia, Prussia, and Austria, Marx's view seemed to be, as Engels summarizes it in a newspaper report of the meeting, that England would give the signal for the deliverance of Poland and that therefore Poland would be liberated only when the nations of Western Europe had won democracy. MECW 6, 391. Marx, Engels, and their colleagues viewed the labor struggle and the democratic one as closely related. As Jürgen Royen, 1995, has argued, in Europe well into the 20th century, the term democracy was associated more with the left and with movements of labor and the poorer classes. In his speech at the same gathering, Engels echoes Marx's views but also points to the special responsibility of German revolutionaries with respect to Poland. A nation cannot be free and at the same time continue to oppress other nations. The liberation of Germany cannot therefore take place without the liberation of Poland from German oppression. MECW 6, 389. In February 1848, the Communist Manifesto came off the press. It celebrated statements to the effect that the working men have no country and that national differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing. MECW 6, 502-3, have been interpreted, wrongly, as a rejection of all national claims or even of the very concept of nationality. However, after writing that the workers have no country, Marx and Engels add language pointing to the continuing importance of nationality issues. We cannot take from them what they have not got. The proletariat must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation. 502-3. Further, with the supremacy of the proletariat, not only is class exploitation to end, but also the exploitation of one nation by another. 502-3. Directly on Poland, one also finds at the end of the manifesto the following programmatic declaration, the only one anywhere in the text concerning a specific national movement. In Poland the Communists support the party that insists on an agrarian revolution as the prime condition for national emancipation, that party which fomented the insurrection in Krakow in 1846, 518. To be sure, this implies a critique of conservative or landowner-based nationalism, and advocates agrarian revolution, but it is also a very clear statement of support for the type of struggle waged during the 1846 Polish national insurrection. 25. During the same month the manifesto appeared, Marx and Engels spoke in Brussels at another Polish commemoration, this one concerning the 1846 insurrection. 26. They shared the platform with the renowned Polish revolutionary Joachim Lelewel, a leading member of the Polish Democratic Society. In his speech, Marx notes wryly that, just as Polish constitutional Democrats of the 1790s were labeled Jacobins by Russia, Prussia, and Austria, so in 1846 their uprising was accused of communist tendencies. Was it communist to have wanted to restore Polish nationality? Or was the Krakow Revolution communist because it wanted to set up a democratic government? MECW 6, 545. At a more serious level, he notes, the revolutionaries of Krakow wanted only to abolish political distinctions between the social classes, they wanted to give equal rights to the different classes. 545. In contrast, Marx holds, communism denies the inevitability necessitatel existence of classes, it proposes to abolish all classes, and all distinctions grounded therein. 546. In summing up this radical democratic movement, he avers, the men at the head of the revolutionary movement of Krakow shared the deep conviction that only a democratic Poland could be independent, and a democratic Poland was impossible without the abolition of feudal rights, without the agrarian revolution that would transform the dependent peasantry into free proprietors, modern proprietors. The Krakow Revolution has given a glorious example to the whole of Europe, by identifying the national cause with the democratic cause and the emancipation of the oppressed class. He concludes that Polish freedom has become the point of honor for all the democrats of Europe, 549. In his speech, Engels contrasts the aristocratic leadership of the 1830 insurrection to that of 1846. The former was a conservative revolution, MECW 6, 550. But even in 1830, he adds, praising Leluel, there was one man who vigorously attacked the narrow views of the ruling class. He proposed really revolutionary measures before whose boldness the aristocrats of the Diet recoiled. By calling the whole of ancient Poland to arms, by thus making the war for Polish independence a European war, by emancipating the Jews and the peasants, by making the latter share in landed property, by reconstructing Poland on the basis of democracy and equality, he wanted to make the national cause the cause of freedom. In 1830, these proposals were continually rejected by the blind self-interest of the aristocratic majority. But these principles, ripened and developed by the experience of 15 years of servitude, we saw inscribed on the flag of the Krakow uprising. The three foreign powers were attacked at the same time, the freeing of the peasants, agrarian reform, and the emancipation of the Jews were proclaimed, without caring for a moment whether this offended certain aristocratic interests. 550-51. He concludes that by opposing Russia, the Poles were also undermining the major external support of the Prussian monarchy, and henceforth the German people and the Polish people are irrevocably allied. 552. In the summer of 1848, soon after Marx and Engels returned to Germany to take part in the revolution, they strongly protested a vote by the German National Assembly to ratify Prussian annexations in Poland. These annexations took place after the Poles had risen up and been crushed by the Prussian military in April 1848. In August, at a meeting of the Cologne Democratic Society chaired by Marx, his close colleague Wilhelm Wolff, to whom he later dedicated the first volume of Capital, read out and had approved a stinging resolution. It concluded that the healthy part of the German people will not and cannot take part in oppressing the Polish nation, MECW 7, 565. Over the next few weeks, Engels published a series of articles on Poland for the Neue Rheineszeitung, which comprise nearly 50 printed pages in the collected works of Marx and Engels. Many of these were taken up with polemics against the liberal parliamentarians, who exhibited a condescending attitude toward Poland even when they claimed to support it. Those whom Engels ridiculed included Arnold Ruge, who had worked closely with Marx in 1843-44, followed by a bitter break. Engels holds that the partition of Poland wedded Germany to Russia, strengthening the conservative Prussian landowners who sought to dominate the whole of Germany, while weakening the democratic movement. From the moment the first robbery of Polish territory was committed, Germany became dependent on Russia. Russia ordered Prussia and Austria to remain absolute monarchies, and Prussia and Austria had to obey. The efforts to gain control on the part of the Prussian bourgeoisie failed entirely because of the support which Russia offered the feudalist absolutist class in Prussia. MECW 7, 350. The Poles, however, showed a very different attitude. As early as 1791, Engels argues, the question of agrarian revolution was on the agenda in Poland, with implications for the whole of Eastern Europe. The Constitution of 1791 shows that already then the Poles clearly understood that their independence in foreign affairs was inseparable from the overthrow of the aristocracy and from the agrarian reform within the country. The big agrarian countries between the Baltic and the Black Seas can free themselves from patriarchal feudal barbarism only by an agrarian revolution, which turns the peasants who are serfs or liable to compulsory labor into free landowners, a revolution which would be similar to the French Revolution of 1789 in the countryside. It is to the credit of the Polish nation that it was the first of all its agricultural neighbors to proclaim this. The struggle for the independence of Poland, particularly since the Krakow uprising of 1846, is at the same time a struggle of agrarian democracy, the only form of democracy possible in Eastern Europe against patriarchal feudal absolutism. MECW 7, 351. Instead of continuing Germany's alliance with Russia, German Democrats needed to declare war on Russia and to ally with Poland, Engels writes. He identifies strongly with the speech of Jan Janosowski, a Polish delegate, who refutes all earlier attacks against the Poles, makes amends for the mistakes of the supporters of the Poles, leads the debate back to the only real and just basis, 366. To conclude his series, Engels quotes Rousseau on the 1772 partition, "You have swallowed the Poles, but, by God, you shall not digest them," 381. A year later, in the spring of 1849, Marx wrote an exposé of the Prussian monarchy for the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, one of his last articles before the newspaper was suppressed. Fundamentally, Marx suggests, even the much admired Frederick the Great was no different from the others. Frederick was the inventor of patriarchal despotism, the friend of enlightenment with the help of floggings. It is well known that he allied himself with Russia and Austria in order to carry out the rape of Poland, an act which still today, after the revolution of 1848, remains a permanent blot on German history, MECW 9, 418-19. In 1852, after they had fled to London, Engels wrote in his Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany that the German liberals' betrayal of the Poles in the early days of the revolution not only strengthened Russia, but also was the first means of reorganizing and strengthening that same Prussian army, which afterwards turned out the Liberal Party and crushed the movement, MECW 11, 45. During this same period, perhaps depressed by the conservatism then prevalent in Europe, Engels suggests, in a letter to Marx of May 23, 1851, that perhaps they were overestimating the importance of the Polish struggle. The more I think about it, the more obvious it becomes to me that the Poles are a nation futu, a nation that is finished, who can only continue to serve a purpose until such time as Russia herself becomes caught up into the agrarian revolution. From that moment Poland will have absolutely no raison d'être anymore. The Poles' sole contribution to history has been to indulge in foolish pranks at once valiant and provocative. MECW 38, 363. After launching into a military analysis of the next revolution, he adds, "Fortunately, in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung we assumed no positive obligations towards the Poles, save the unavoidable one of restoration combined with a suitable frontier, and even that only on the condition of there being an agrarian revolution." Conclusion: to take as much away from the Poles in the West, to man their fortresses, especially Poznan, with Germans on the pretext of defense, to let them stew in their own juice. And, should it be possible to get the Russians moving in a revolution, to ally oneself with the latter and compel the Poles to give way. A nation which can muster 20,000 to 30,000 men at most, is not entitled to a voice. And Poland could not muster very much more. 364-65. No reply by Marx to this outburst appears to have survived, and nowhere in his own writings does Marx express similar sentiments. Rubel, pointing to Engels's predilection for the military side of things, calls this a diatribe worthy of the proletarian general, Overs 4, 1352. The general was in fact the jocular nickname given to Engels by the Marx family, probably originating with the children. Engels, however, returned in his subsequent writings on Poland to his earlier stance of strong support for national emancipation. 27. During the 1850s, Marx concentrated less on Polish affairs, but he devoted part of his 1853 pamphlet Lord Palmerston to the latter's duplicity toward Poland. Marx writes that despite his pose as a chivalrous protector of the Poles, MECW 12, 358, Palmerston did not lift a finger to aid them in 1830. Then, adds Marx, when the atrocities committed by the Russians, after the fall of Warsaw, are denounced, he recommends to the House of Commons great tenderness towards the Emperor of Russia, 360. Marx also charges that Palmerston helped Russia to defray the costs of its 1830 military intervention. Marx argues that in 1846 as well, Palmerston expressed public sympathy for Poland but thwarted all efforts to do anything concrete to aid her struggle. Marx's 1855 article for the Neue Zeitung, The Poland Meeting, illustrates the exile and labor milieu in which he was politically active during the 1850s. This article describes a controversy at a London gathering to support the Polish cause, a meeting that had been called by the Literary Association of the Friends of Poland. Marx portrays the Literary Association as composed of the conservative Polish émigré Adam Czartoryski's supporters on the one hand and English aristocrats with a friendly disposition toward Poland on the other. The Literary Association was, he maintains, a blind tool in the hands of Palmerston, helping him to keep his anti-Russian reputation alive, MECW 14, 477. In the Polish exile community, the Literary Association was able to claim near-official status due to its occasional access to Palmerston and other prominent British politicians, but it was opposed fiercely by the more leftist Polish Democratic Association, the tendency with which Marx had been in contact from 1847 onwards. To their surprise, the meeting's conveners found the hall full of Chartists, anti-Russian Urquists, and members of the Polish Democratic Association. The Urquhartist David Collett tried to read out an amendment to the meeting's Poland support resolution, pointing to the perfidious conduct of Lord Palmerston from 1830 to 1846. The amendment argued that Palmerston's support for Poland was a sham and a delusion, and also accused him of conducting the Crimean War in such a way as to avoid, as far as possible, injuring Russia, 478. Marx also mentions the eloquent intervention from the floor of an unknown young plebeian. He concludes that the discussion in the audience made the meeting a defeat for Palmerston and even more so for the class he represents, 480. Marx also complained that the pro-government English press published distorted accounts of the meeting, portraying the dissension as the work of Russian agents. It was in this period that Marx, as discussed above, also characterizes support for Poland to be the external thermometer by which one could measure the intensity and viability of all revolutions since 1789. In this letter to Engels of December 2, 1856, Marx adds, "This is demonstrable in detail from French history. It is conspicuous in our brief German revolutionary period, likewise in the Hungarian. The only exception Marx makes is for the Jacobins of 1794, who upbraided Tadeusz Kosciuszko for failing to carry out an agrarian revolution in Poland and for tolerating aristocratic traitors to the country, MECW 40, 85-86. A number of Marx's letters from late 1856 indicate that he was intensively studying Polish history, especially the works of Ludwik Mirosławski and Lelewel. At this time, he sent some of his excerpt notes on Mirosławski to Engels. Marx and Engels co-authored a laudatory article that appeared in 1858 in Dana's New American Cyclopedia on the legendary Polish military leader Józef Bem, 1795-1850. Their fervent support for Poland is evident even within the encyclopedia format. Noting that the passion of his life was hatred of Russia, they recount Bem's early training in Napoleon's army. They also take up his distinguished leadership during the 1830 Polish uprising, but note as well some costly errors of judgment on his part during the Russian attack on Warsaw. After escaping into exile, they write, Bem came to prominence again in 1848, when on the first appearance of revolutionary symptoms in Austrian Poland, MECW 18, 131, he went to Vienna, and was given a command in the revolutionary forces. Later sent to defend the revolution in Hungary in 1848-49, Bem raised and trained an army and showed himself to be a master of partisan and mountain warfare, 132. Bem also exhibited great political sensitivity to the national question, and they hold that his policy of conciliation between the antagonist nationalities aided him in swelling his force, in a few months, to 40,000 or 50,000 men. Finally overcome by larger and better equipped Russian and Austrian forces, Böhm avoided capture in Hungary by taking refuge in the Ottoman Empire. There he converted to Islam and was given a military command by the Sultan, although the Western powers pressured the Ottomans to keep him away from the Russian border. Just before dying of fever, one of Böhm's last acts was that of repressing some sanguinary excesses committed during November 1850 on the Christian residents by the Musulman populace of Aleppo, Syria, 133.28. The Polish uprising of 1863, the era of revolution has opened in Europe once more. In late 1861, mass unrest broke out in Warsaw again, resulting in harsh repression by the Russian military. Marx followed the situation closely, commenting on it several times in letters to Engels. In a letter to Engels dated December 19, 1861, he suggests that, at a time when British public opinion was pressuring the government to support the Poles actively, Palmerston's true aim in creating a diplomatic crisis with Abraham Lincoln's government was diversion of attention from Poland, MECW 41, 336.29. In January 1863, a full-scale uprising broke out in Poland. Marx, who viewed it as the harbinger of a wider European revolution, writes Engels on February 13, "What do you think of the Polish business? This much is certain, the era of revolution has now fairly opened in Europe once more. This time, let us hope, the lava will flow from east to west, MECW 41, 453. Before waiting for Engels's reply, and with Prussia having come to Russia's aid in suppressing the uprising, Marx proposes, in a letter from February 17, that he and Engels co-author a manifesto on Poland. The Polish business and Prussia's intervention do indeed represent a combination that impels us to speak. The German Workers' Society here would serve well for the purpose. A manifesto should be issued in its name, and issued immediately. You must write the military bit, i.e., on Germany's military and political interest in the restoration of Poland. I shall write the diplomatic bit. MECW 41, 455. Marx also proposes that they write a larger pamphlet and submit it to a publisher in Germany. Engels accepts both proposals, but in a letter of March 24, Marx suggests a delay in order to see events when they have reached a rather more advanced stage. He also comments on Prussia's role. The view I have reached is this: that the state of Prussia, a very different creature from Germany, cannot exist either without Russia as she is, or with an independent Poland. The state of Prussia must be erased from the map, MECW 41, 461-62. During the spring of 1863, Marx made extensive excerpt notes as well as a partial draft of the Poland pamphlet, but, according to Rubel and Menel, repeated illness kept him from finishing. 1975, 184.30. Marx was also wary of the relatively conservative Miroslavsky's prominent role in the uprising, especially because of the latter's ties to the Bonapartist regime. As military events seemed to go against the Poles, Engels on several occasions expressed grave pessimism about the uprising's chances. However, as late as the fall of 1863, Marx seemed more optimistic about the situation, even writing to Engels on September 12 about the idea of helping to form in London a German legion to go to Poland to fight against Russia and Prussia, MECW 41, 491-93. Also in the fall of 1863, Marx finally drafted the unsigned, short public statement on Poland that he had proposed at the beginning of the year. It was issued in November by the German Workers' Educational Society in London, a group that included people active in the old Communist League of the 1840s. Seeking to raise funds for Poland among German workers abroad, the English-language flyer castigated German liberal politicians for their failure to support Poland and also made connections to the Civil War in the United States. In this fateful moment, the German working class owes it to the Poles, to foreign countries and to its own honor to raise a loud protest against the German betrayal of Poland, which is at the same time treason to Germany and to Europe. It must inscribe the restoration of Poland in letters of flame on its banner, since bourgeois liberalism has erased this glorious motto from its own flag. The English working class has won immortal historical honor for itself by thwarting the repeated attempts of the ruling classes to intervene on behalf of the American slaveholders by its enthusiastic mass meetings. If police restrictions prevent the working class in Germany from conducting demonstrations on such a scale for Poland, they do not in any way force them to brand themselves in the eyes of the world as accomplices in the betrayal, through apathy and silence. MECW 19-297. After the insurrection was finally crushed, Marx, in a letter to Engels of June 7, 1864, judges it to have been a major historical turning point, referring also to Russia's final defeat of the Chechen mountaineers in Caucasia. The outrageous step the Russians have now taken in the Caucasus, watched by the rest of Europe with idiotic indifference, virtually compels them and indeed makes it easier for them to turn a blind eye to what is happening elsewhere. These two affairs, the suppression of the Polish insurrection and the annexation of the Caucasus, I regard as the two most important events to have taken place in Europe since 1815. MECW 41, 538. Here, the centrality of Poland and Russia to Marx's perspectives on European politics is illustrated with a dramatic flourish that may surprise readers imbued with the notion that Marx reduced all politics to class and economic questions. Despite these bitter defeats, he writes, a new era was dawning for the socialist movement. As Ryazanov, 1927-1973, notes, since the Bonapartist police state claimed to support Poland, it allowed public meetings in France to support the 1863 insurrection. Some of these were organized by workers, who were permitted to contact like-minded British workers, the latter having organized even larger pro-Polish meetings. In July 1863, an international delegation of French workers was permitted to travel to London for a joint meeting on Poland. During these same days, London trade union leaders such as George Auger, a prominent figure in the Poland meetings, decided to form closer links with workers on the European continent. The eventual result was the founding of the International Working Men's Association, or First International, in September 1864, in which other workers and intellectuals involved in the Polish cause, among them Marx, played prominent parts. Some weeks later, in a letter of November 29 to his uncle Lyon Phillips, Marx sums up briefly the relationship of Poland and the American Civil War to the birth of the First International. In September, the Parisian workers sent a delegation to the London workers to demonstrate support for Poland. On that occasion, an International Workers' Committee was formed. The matter is not without importance because in London the same people are at the head who organized the gigantic reception for Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi and, by their monster meeting with British Liberal leader John Bright in St. James's Hall, prevented war with the United States. MECW 42, 47. In Marx's November 1864 inaugural address of the International, which became in effect its program, the main focus was on capital and labor. However, he alluded prominently to Ireland at the beginning and the end of the address, also sketching a foreign policy for the working class, specifically mentioning the American Civil War, Poland, Russia, and Caucasia. It was not the wisdom of the ruling classes, but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. The shameless approval, mock sympathy, or idiotic indifference, with which the upper classes of Europe have witnessed the mountain fortress of the Caucasus falling a prey to, and heroic Poland being assassinated by Russia, the immense and unresisted encroachments of that barbarous power, whose head is in St. Petersburg, and whose hands are in every cabinet of Europe, have taught the working classes the duty to master themselves the mysteries of international politics. The fight for such a foreign policy forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. MECW 2013. Debates over Poland and France within the International. The Polish question soon led to a series of debates and conflicts within the International, reflected in the deliberations of its London-based General Council. In the winter of 1864-65, Peter Fox, an intellectual and a prominent Poland support activist who had joined the International, presented a draft for a statement by the International on Poland which, in Marx's view, greatly exaggerated France's support for Poland over the past century. 31 In a letter to Engels dated December 10, 1864, Marx attributed this error to the fanatical love of France often found among British radical Democrats, MECW 42, 55. In December 1864 and January 1865, Marx prepared notes and gave several lengthy presentations to the International on France and Poland, as part of an effort to have Fox's draft revised. In the longest of these texts that has survived, Marx traces in great detail French policy toward Russia and Poland. He finds France's support of Poland against Russia during the 18th century to have been at best half-hearted. Pointing to the 7 Years' War, 1756-63, in which France and Russia were allied against England and Prussia, Marx characterizes its results as follows: that the material resources of Poland were exhausted, that Russia founded her supremacy in Germany, that Prussia was made her slave, that Catherine II of Russia became the most powerful sovereign in Europe, and that the first partition of Poland took place. MECW 20-314, original emphasis. During the wars that followed the French Revolution, he writes, the Polish uprising of 1794 forced Prussia and Austria to curtail their participation in what Marx terms the anti-Jacobin War 32. In the spring of 1794 Kosciuszko's revolutionary rising, Prussia marched at once her troops against Poland. Beaten. In September 1794, while forced to retreat from Warsaw, at the same time rising in Posen. Then the King of Prussia declared his intention to withdraw from the contest carried on against France. Austria also, in the autumn of 1794, detached a body of troops for Poland, by which circumstance the success of the French arms on the Rhine and so forth was secured. In the very months October, November, 1794, everywhere French successes when Kosciuszko succumbed, Praga was taken by the Russian General Alexander Suvorov etc., immense murdering etc. MECW 20-318-19, original emphasis. While Polish actions benefited the French revolutionary regime, he adds, Poland was blotted out under cover of the French Revolution and the anti-Jacobin War by the conservative powers Russia, Prussia, and Austria. 319. Marx then quotes a number of French and Polish sources, which suggested that Poland had been betrayed by the Jacobins. Then, under Napoleon, Polish exile legions were formed. But some of them, Marx writes, were forced by 1802 to fight not in Poland but against the Haitian Revolution. Threatened by the fire of artillery, they were embarked at Genoa and Livorno to find their graves in St. Domingo. MECW 20-323. Other Polish legions, however, played a great part in France's push eastward to Warsaw by 1806. Marx criticizes Napoleon's creation of a Duchy of Warsaw out of Prussian territory, rather than a full restoration of Poland, something that allowed the larger portion of Polish land partitioned in 1795 to remain in Russian hands. Many large estates in the new duchy were made a present of by Napoleon to the French generals. Lelewel calls this justly the Fourth Division of Poland. Having beaten the Prussians and the Russians by the assistance of the Poles, Napoleon disposed of Poland, as if she was a conquered country and his private property, and he disposed of her to the advantage of Russia. MECW 20-324, original emphasis. In 1809, as the Poles became more adamant that their country be restored, Marx writes, The Poles now demanded the restoration of the name of Poland for the duchy. The Tsar opposed. On October 20, 1809, Jean-Baptiste Champagny, French Minister of Foreign Affairs, addressed a note, by order of Napoleon, to the Russian government, in which it was stated that he approved the effacing of the name of Pole and Poland, not only from every public act, but even from history. This was to prepare his proposal after his divorce with Josephine for the hand of the Tsar's sister. 326. Original emphasis. Marx concludes that in 1812, when Napoleon finally attacked Russia, this was not out of any regard for Poland but because he was forced into it by Russia. And even then, when Napoleon finally allowed a Polish confederation to be formed, he still opposed the idea of a national war by Poland against Russia. 327. The draft manuscript breaks off at this point, but Marx's notes suggest that his speech to the International took the story up through the 1830 revolution and its aftermath. 33 Continuing his attacks on Napoleon, he writes that the latter's betrayals of Poland had serious consequences for the 1812 war against Russia. It was, therefore, not the disaster of Napoleon which caused him to abandon Poland, but it was his renewed betrayal of Poland that caused his disaster in the Russian campaign. Marx details Napoleon's refusal to allow an independent Polish army, instead dispersing the 80,000 Polish troops into his Grande Army during the war against Russia, thus refusing to allow a national war against Russia. This was similar to Napoleon's conduct during the period of his return in 1815 and defeat at Waterloo, Marx argues, when he feared a renewal of revolution in France even more than defeat, that despot, rather than have a truly national and revolutionary war in France after his defeat at Waterloo, preferred to succumb to the coalition. MECW 20, 490, original emphasis. With regard to the French Revolution of 1830 which, after the harsh Restoration years, brought the bourgeois monarch Louis-Philippe to power, Marx argues that the 1830 Polish insurrection had saved France from a new anti-Jacobin war. He writes that the Russians, on the news of the revolution, of the barricades in Paris, determined to march upon France, attempting to use a Russian-formed Polish army for this purpose. MECW 20, 492. But the outbreak of revolution in Poland, which began among those troops, forestalled any thought of Russian intervention in France. In the aftermath, however, argues Marx, Louis-Philippe broke his promise to aid Poland. To buttress his views, Marx quotes from French parliamentary debates in 1831. The Polish nation, that is to say the diplomatic clique, relied on the French compliments. An intimation was given to the Polish generals, that if they delayed attacking the Russian army for 2 months, their security would be guaranteed. The Polish generals did delay that fatal delay, and Poland was ruined, not by the arms of Russia, but by the promises of France and Austria. Lafayette communicated against the denials of Guizot, Thiers, Perrier, Sebastiani, to the Chamber of Deputies. The documentary proofs: 1. That the Poles had broken the Russian coalition against France, 2. That Louis-Philippe had caused the Poles to prolong their resistance for 2 months, 3. That it had quite been in the power of France, by one firm declaration, as they had made it on behalf of Belgium, to prevent the Prussian help which in fact decided the Russian victory. Sitting of the Deputies of January 16, 1831. Lafayette: the war was prepared against us, Poland was to form the vanguard. L'avant-garde, the vanguard turned against the main body. Mogen: who arrested the movement of Russia? It was Poland. They wanted to hurl her against us, she became our vanguard, and we are abandoning her. Well, let her die. Her children are accustomed to dying for us. MECW 20, 492-93, original emphasis. Like Napoleon before him, Louis-Philippe attempted to use Polish exile legions in a French colonial war, this time in Algeria. But again there was resistance by the Poles, who compared it to what Napoleon did in Haiti. Marx adds that these betrayals were those of French officials and diplomats, but that leftist revolutionaries such as Auguste Blanqui and workers' clubs were true friends of Poland. 494. Marx won his point within the General Council of the International. The minutes of the meeting of January 3, 1865, state that Marx in a very able historical resume argued that the traditional foreign policy of France had not been favorable to the restoration of the independence of Poland. A motion asking that Fox's address on Poland be amended so as to accord with the truths of history was passed unanimously, in a vote in which Fox seems to have concurred. General Council of the First International 1962, 61-62. The French political theorist Maurice Barbey notes that concerning Poland, Marx by the 1860s adopts a position that is the reverse of the one he held in 1847-48. Whereas in the earlier period he saw the liberation of Poland as a consequence of the proletarian revolution, henceforth he considered it to be a condition for the development of the workers' movement, notably in Germany, 1992, 296. Even more was involved, however. Marx's writings on Poland in 1865-66 were debates inside the revolutionary movement, inside the International. First, he was attempting to prove to his colleagues in the International that in three key periods, the French Revolution of 1789-94, the Napoleonic era, and the Revolution of 1830, the French betrayed Poland. He was doing so in a debate within the international left, among supporters of Poland, some of whom he considered to be imbued with illusions about France as a consistently revolutionary country. Second, he was making a broader point, one aimed at future revolutionary movements in Europe. He argued that in betraying Poland, the French revolutionaries constricted or even destroyed themselves, leading to defeat by external enemies or a too limited revolution at home, one that did not really uproot the old system. This latter point concerned those junctures when revolutionaries in a large and powerful country such as France failed to take seriously enough the struggle of a militarily weaker, oppressed nation like Poland, and how that deficiency doomed the revolution inside the more powerful country as well as the oppressed nation. In short, he seemed to be arguing that unless democratic and class struggles could link up with those of oppressed nationalities, both would fail to realize fully their aims, if not go down to defeat. Elsewhere, he would make similar points with regard to white workers in the United States and the black struggle, or British workers and the Irish struggle. On March 1, 1865, the International helped to organize a large public meeting in support of the Polish cause. Although the speakers from the International included Fox, the German worker Johann Georg Icarius, and the French intellectual Victor Elie Loubez, the big British newspapers only covered the speeches by liberal politicians. When a similar incomplete report also appeared in a German-language Swiss paper, Marx published a brief reply summarizing the International's position on Poland. Mr. Peter Fox, an Englishman, on behalf of the International Working Men's Association, proposed that an integral and independent Poland is an indispensable condition of democratic Europe, and that so long as this condition is unfulfilled, revolutionary triumphs on the continent are short-lived. Preludes to long periods of counter-revolutionary rule. After briefly outlining the history of the evils which had befallen Europe as a result of the loss of liberty by Poland, and of Russia's policy of conquest, Mr. P. Fox said that the stand of the Liberal Party on this question did not coincide with that of the Democratic Society for which he was speaking. The motto of the International Working Men's Association was, on the contrary, a free Europe based upon a free and independent Poland. MECW 20, 97, original emphasis. The above suggests that Marx had ironed out his differences with Fox and his supporters. By 1866, however, a new and more divisive dispute broke out over Poland. Dispute with the Proudhonists over Poland. At the time of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's death in 1865, Marx wrote a long article in German in which he repeated his earlier critiques of the French utopian socialists' economic theories. He added a stinging attack on Proudhon's pro-Russia stance, writing that his last work, written against Poland 34, in which for the greater glory of the Tsar he expresses moronic cynicism, must be described as not merely bad but base, a baseness, however, which corresponds to the petty bourgeois point of view, MECW 20, 32. A year later, opposition to Marx emerged within the International among some of its French-speaking members, most of them influenced by Proudhonism. In keeping with Proudhon's view that labor should not involve itself in political issues, but stick to economic and social ones, they opposed singling out Poland for strong and specific support, and wished to concentrate on labor issues. As Ryazanov notes, Marx's Proudhonist opponents were against taking up the question of Polish independence, for they regarded it as purely political, 1927-1973, 168. The Proudhonists also criticized the International's organizational structure, which featured a central leadership body in London, the General Council, on which served representatives of various countries. This dispute over Poland was to become Marx's biggest argument with the Proudhonists during the life of the First International. In a letter to Engels dated January 5, 1866, Marx writes that Poland was the key to this conflict. A plot has been hatched against the International Association, in which connection I need your cooperation. It is tied up with all that pack of Proudhonists in Brussels. The real crux of the controversy is the Polish question. The Luxembourgian 35 have all attached themselves to the Muscovist line pursued by Proudhon and Herzen. I shall therefore send you the earlier articles against Poland, and you must do a refutation. MECW 42, 212-13. Engels agreed to write a defense of the International's position on Poland, in what was his first important contribution to the International. In a letter to Engels of January 15, Marx quotes at length some of the attacks on the International's pro-Poland position. According to these attacks, which had appeared in a Belgian newspaper, the leadership was allowing the International to degenerate into a committee of nationalities, a phrase intended to associate Marx and the leadership of the International with Bonapartism, which espoused a principle of nationalities. According to the Proudhonists, Marx adds, the leaders of the International obstinately opposed Russian influence in Europe but ignored the fact that Russian and Polish serfs had just been emancipated by Russia, whereas the Polish nobility and priests have always refused to grant freedom to theirs. 36. Finally, the Proudhonists had even charged that there was the danger of a Polish takeover of the International and were claiming, he reports to Engels, that the Poles have asked to join the General Council en masse and before long will represent the overwhelming majority, plus the Poles admit openly that they will make use of the association to help restore their nation. Without concerning themselves with the question of the emancipation of the workers, MECW 42, 216-18. Engels' series of articles, What Have the Working Classes to Do with Poland, appeared in the spring of 1866 in the Commonwealth, a weekly organ of the International. He begins by tracing the history of the Polish question in the European working class movement. Whenever the working classes have taken a part of their own in political movements, from the very beginning, their foreign policy was expressed in the few words restoration of Poland. This was the case with the Chartist movement so long as it existed, this was the case with the French working men long before 1848, as well as during that memorable year, when on the 15th of May they marched onto the National Assembly to the cry of Vive la Poland! Poland forever! This was the case in Germany, when, in 1848 and 49, the organs of the working class 37 demanded war with Russia and the restoration of Poland. It is the case even now. MECW 20, 152, original emphasis. Engels also charges that, despite their expressed sympathies, middle-class politicians had left the Poles in the lurch in 1831, in 1846, in 1863, 152. However, continues Engels, there is one exception to the near-unanimous working-class support of Poland. There is found among the working men of France a small minority who belong to the school of the late P. J. Proudhon, who, sitting in judgment on oppressed Poland, say that her fate serves her right, MECW 20, 153. Engels also argues that Russia had been the main oppressor of Poland, going through the history of the partitions and of the role of Austria and Prussia as well. Engels additionally separates himself from the Bonapartist principle of nationalities, holding that it can and is being used by Russia to gain further influence via an espousal of panslavism. Some echoes of his old position on historic versus non-historic peoples can be heard here, as he dismisses the Romanians as among those who never had a history, 157. With regard to the class question inside Poland, Engels acknowledges but does not dwell upon the point that the aristocracy did ruin Poland, 159. He also refers to the relative religious tolerance that had marked Polish history, especially the asylum the Jews found there while they were being persecuted in other parts of Europe, 160. Engels's articles had some impact on the International. Marx writes to him on May 17 that the Poles here are waiting for the next article. He also mentions that Fox publicly criticized the passage in which you ascribe the partitioning to the corruption of the Polish aristocracy, criticisms to which Marx says he replied, MECW 42, 277-78. Engels did not write any more on Poland at this time, however, possibly because changes in the editorship of the Commonwealth would have made it hard for him or Marx to publish there. As the year 1867 opened, and in the midst of his finishing the final draft of Capital, Marx gave a lengthy speech on Poland to a London meeting commemorating the 1863 Polish uprising, which was sponsored by the International and the United Polish Exiles. Marx begins by tracing Poland's crucial role in safeguarding the 1830 French Revolution. Some 30 years ago, a revolution broke out in France. On the arrival of the awkward news, the Tsar Nicholas summoned the officers of his horse guard and addressed them a short, warlike speech, culminating in the words, "A cheval to the horses, messieurs." This was no empty threat. The insurrection of Warsaw saved Europe from a second anti-Jacobin war. MECW 20, 196. Again, in 1848, the same Tsar, Nicholas I, was unable to interfere with the German Revolution because he had to concentrate on mopping up the Polish insurrection. Marx adds, only after the betrayal of the Poles by the Germans, especially the German National Assembly in Frankfurt, Russia recovered her forces and waxed strong enough to stab the revolution of 1848 in its last asylum, Hungary. And even here, the last man who best rode the battlefield against her was a Pole, General Bem. 197. Then Marx recounts in great detail what he regarded as Russia's continuing aim of world conquest, referring to its fortifications in Poland, its new conquests in Caucasia and Asia, and its use of Pan-Slavonian propaganda, 199. He notes that some had suggested that, by the emancipation of the serfs, Alexander II's Russia has entered the family of civilized nations, MECW 20, 199-200. In addition, some had argued that Prussia's rising strength or the impending European Revolution were bound to limit Russia's power. Marx was dubious of these propositions. First, he declares, the emancipation of the serfs only strengthened Russia militarily and politically, it has created a vast recruiting place for its army, broken up the common property of the Russian peasants, insulated them, and, above all, strengthened their faith in their Pope autocrat, 200. In this passage, he seems to be returning to his pre-1858 position on Russia. Second, he holds that Prussia remained dependent on Russia and that the Prussian aristocracy's rule over Polish lands gave it a feudal base from which to undermine the German Revolution. Third, as to the impending European Revolution, Marx suggests that it would once again face the threat of Russian intervention, just as it did in all previous revolutions since 1789. Marx avers that Poland remained the key to the European Revolution, since a Polish uprising would undermine Russia. There is only one alternative left for Europe. Asiatic barbarism under Muscovite leadership will burst over her head like a lawine avalanche, or she must restore Poland, thus placing between herself and Asia 20 millions of heroes, and gaining breathing time for the accomplishment of her social regeneration. MECW 20-201. With its ethnocentric language about Asiatic barbarism, the above passage shows that as late as 1867, Marx had retained many of the essentials of his position on Russia from the 1840s and 1850s. Evidently, he saw the Russian autocracy as having weathered the crisis of the late 1850s and 1860s. Last writings on Poland. After 1867, Marx discussed Poland only occasionally, but he continued to place Polish national emancipation at the center of European revolutionary politics. In a January 1875 speech, Marx and Engels stress the cosmopolitan character of Polish revolutionaries, now including a reference to the Paris Commune. Poland is the only European people that has fought and is fighting as the cosmopolitan soldier of the revolution. Poland shed its blood during the American War of Independence. Its legions fought under the banner of the First French Republic. By its revolution of 1830 it prevented the invasion of France that had been decided by the partitioners of Poland. In 1846 in Krakow it was the first in Europe to plant the banner of social revolution. In 1848 it played an outstanding part in the revolutionary struggle in Hungary, Germany, and Italy. Finally, in 1871 it supplied the Paris Commune with its best generals and most heroic soldiers. MECW 24, 57-58, original emphasis. The language above about the 1846 Krakow uprising as the first in Europe to plant the banner of a social revolution was somewhat ambiguous. At one level, it simply repeated arguments from 1848 to the effect that the 1846 uprising was a deeply democratic movement that aimed at land reform and other pressing social questions. At another level, however, the language about this being a first for Europe suggested something more radical, since France had experienced a major social revolution as early as 1789. Was this phrase about Europe's first social revolution an allusion to a possible socialist dimension present in Poland in 1846? The answer to this would become clearer a bit later, in their 1880 speech on Poland. In this 1875 address, Marx and Engels detail the reciprocal affinity toward Poland on the part of the French revolutionary movement, again referring to the Paris Commune. In Paris, in May 1848, Blanqui marched at the head of the workers against the reactionary National Assembly in order to force it to accept armed intervention for Poland. Finally, in 1871, when the Parisian workers had constituted themselves as the government, they honored Poland by entrusting its sons with the military leadership of their forces. MECW 24, 58. Marx had also stressed this point in The Civil War in France, his celebrated pamphlet on the Paris Commune. In a November 1880 address to a Geneva meeting on the 50th anniversary of the 1830 Polish Revolution, Marx and Engels again emphasized Poland's centrality to the wider European revolution. They also took up the more radical 1846 revolution, which they had singled out prominently in the Communist Manifesto in 1848. In 1880, however, they move explicitly beyond their views of 1848 when they characterize the 1846 uprising, along with the Chartist movement in Britain, as a harbinger of the socialist revolution. From 1840 onwards the propertied classes of England were already forced to call out the army to resist the Chartist party, this first militant organization of the working class. Then in 1846, in the last refuge of independent Poland, Krakow, the first political revolution to proclaim socialist demands broke out. MECW 24, 344, 38. While Poland in 1846 is linked directly to socialism, the Chartist movement is characterized less globally, as a militant labor movement. This characterization of the 1846 Krakow uprising as the first revolution with socialist demands was new, for as discussed above, in his 1848 speech on Poland Marx had referred to its radical democratic agrarian program, but explicitly denied any socialist orientation. This turn in Marx's thinking about the character of the 1846 uprising was very likely related to his late writings on Russia, where he was considering the possibility that a communist revolution in Russia could serve as the starting point for a wider European socialist transformation. As will be discussed in Chapter 6, he first expressed these views on Russia in a March 1881 letter to the revolutionary émigré Varazé Sulich. This was only 4 months after the address to the Geneva meeting on Poland. While the issue of a possible communist revolution in Russia is not broached in the 1880 address on Poland, there is another difference from 1848 that bears on Russia. As against the 1840s, Russia is no longer seen as a conservative backwater. Instead, the 1880 address on Poland expresses the hope that the revolutionary efforts of Poland and its supporters would coincide with the unparalleled efforts of our Russian brothers, MECW 24, 344-45. Chapter 3. Race, Class, and Slavery, the Civil War as a Second American Revolution. As we have seen, new struggles broke out in Europe and North America in the 1860s, as the conservatism of the 1850s receded. For Marx, this was a period of rich creative development, as he completed and published Volume I of Capital in 1867 and drafted most of what was to be posthumously published as Volumes 2 and 3 of that work, as well as Theories of Surplus Value. During these same years, Marx also experienced his most intensive political activism since leaving Germany in 1849, as he helped found and lead the First International Working Men's Association, later known as the First International. New class conflicts, as well as important efforts against national and racial oppression, emerged in the 1860s in a number of countries. In Marx's view, the 1861-65 Civil War in the United States constituted one of the century's major battles for human emancipation, one that forced white labor in both the United States and in Britain to take a stand against slavery. In the 1867 preface to Capital, he wrote that the Civil War was the harbinger of socialist revolutions to come. He regarded it as a social revolution that changed not only political arrangements but also class and property relations. 1 Moreover, Marx saw support for the North as a litmus test for the left, while also siding with the radical abolitionists against the cautious Abraham Lincoln. Although widely available through 2 different one-volume collections in English, Marx and Engels 1937, KML2, Marx's Civil War writings have not received much discussion in the theoretical literature, despite his treatment in them of a hotly debated topic, the intersections of class and race. The discussion they have received offers some illumination as to why this has been the case, for these writings have sometimes been viewed as falling outside Marx's core concerns, or even his core concepts. But as I am arguing in this book, we need to adjust somewhat our view of what constituted Marx's core concepts and concerns. In 1913, the German immigrant socialist Hermann Schluter discussed some of Marx's writings on the Civil War in his Lincoln, Labor, and Slavery. While Schluter brought to light for the first time many key issues associated with Marx and the Civil War, his study also had some important gaps, not least his avoidance of any comment on contemporary race relations. 2 They received more sustained attention during the Depression of the 1930s, when black and white workers united as never before inside a resurgent labor movement, and as some important struggles against racism were also taking place. Bertram Wolfe, the future historian of Russia, took up Marx's Civil War writings in a 1934 pamphlet, Marx and America. Wolfe had recently been expelled from the Communist Party as member of its Lovestonite faction, which was linked to Nikolai Bukharin's right opposition inside Russia. Wolfe connects the Civil War writings to a theory of American exceptionalism, according to which the lack of a European-style class divide had given the United States a unique social structure, in which the differing status position of native and foreign-born workers exacerbated the divide between skilled and unskilled workers found in all capitalist societies, 1934, 22. Wolff extols Marx's notion of a radical reconstruction of the defeated South, which would have involved the smashing of the Southern ruling class, breaking up their estates, distribution of the land to those who tilled it, the emancipated slaves and poor whites, and full social, economic and political equality for the Negroes. 17. Unfortunately, Wolff, like Schluter, had almost nothing to say about contemporary race relations. In addition, the concept of American exceptionalism, which implied that Marx's major theoretical works like Capital did not apply to the United States, found little favor with other Marxists, although it was taken up by some outside the Marxian tradition, most notably the sociologist Seymour Martin Lipset. A year later, the African-American sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois published Black Reconstruction in America, 1935-1973, a work grounded in Marx's Civil War writings. Du Bois holds that white racism had blunted labor's efforts at self-emancipation. The upward moving of white labor was betrayed into wars for profit based on color caste. Indeed, the plight of the white working class throughout the world today is directly traceable to Negro slavery in America, on which modern commerce and industry was founded, and which persisted to threaten free labor until it was partially overthrown in 1863. The resulting color caste founded and retained by capitalism was adopted, forwarded, and approved by white labor, and resulted in subordination of colored labor to white profits the world over. Thus, the majority of the world's laborers, by the insistence of white labor, became the basis of a system of industry which ruined democracy and showed its perfect fruit in World War and Depression. 1935-1973, 30. Du Bois stressed how the failure of white labor to support adequately the post-Civil War black struggle cut short the gains of what amounted to a Second American Revolution. At the same time, he took up those moments where black labor, Northern radical intellectuals, and elements of white labor had coalesced to form what he termed the abolition democracy. The latter constituted a progressive legacy for the future. 3. By this time, Du Bois had become close to the Communist Party, whose publishing house issued The Civil War in the United States, a full collection of the relevant writings by Marx and Engels, in 1937. The editor, Richard Morey, who published the collection under the pseudonym Inmali Engels Marx Lenin, was a labor historian and philosopher. His rather bland introduction ties Marx's Civil War writings to the contemporary battle for democracy against international fascism, and at home, against the ultra-reactionary political groups, professional patriots, and big business Bourbons, who were seeking to undermine Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal, Marx and Engels 1937, XXV. According to Morey, Marx saw white labor as supporting the black struggle, both before and after the Civil War. This avoided the issue of racism within the working class nearly completely. Morey's editing and notes were of a higher quality, however, thus making a reasonably accurate edition of the Civil War writings of Marx and Engels available to a wide public for the first time. During World War II, while working within the Trotskyist movement, which located them to the left of the Communist Party, the Caribbean Marxist philosopher and culture critic C.L.R. James and the Russian-American Marxist philosopher and economist Raya Dunayevskaya developed a new Marxist framework that placed the dialectics of race and class at the center of American history. They also argued that the black struggle itself had shaken up American society at several crucial turning points, such as the Civil War era and the 1930s, galvanizing a coalescence of black and white labor. In 1943, for example, James emphasized Marx's concept of an alliance among white abolitionists, white farmers of the Midwest, and African Americans. He notes that Marx in his Civil War writings pointed out that the free farmers of the Midwest were not prepared to stand any nonsense from the South because they were not going to have the mouth of the Mississippi in the hands of a hostile power. This served to break down bourgeois timidity on the eve of the Civil War, James concludes, 1943, 339. Later working on her own as a Marxist humanist, Dunayevskaya took up Marx's Civil War writings at some length in Marxism and Freedom, 1958-2000. First, she viewed them as part of the American roots of Marxism. In particular, she highlighted Marx's affinity for radical abolitionism and his attacks on Lincoln's slowness to emancipate the slaves and his reluctance to use black troops. Second, she saw Marx's Civil War writings in connection to the International. It was under the impact of the Civil War and the response of the European workers as well as the Polish insurrection, that the First International was born, 1958-2000, 83. Third, she placed Marx's Civil War writings alongside his writings on the Paris Commune as examples of his theory of revolution, in the former case with an intertwining of the dimensions of race and class. Finally, she noted that the Civil War writings had important connections to capital I. In addition to the brief but crucial passages on the Civil War in the text of Capital itself, she argued that the war and its aftermath inspired Marx to add the chapter on the working day to his masterwork. For more discussion, see Chapter 5, 4. Some writers in the Marxian tradition have been uneasy about Marx's unwavering support for the North despite the fact that it was dominated by big capital. If Wolff and Morey found commonalities with liberalism in Marx's Civil War writings, and if Dubois, James, and Dunayevskaya found a new dialectic of race and class within them, by the 1960s, others were ready to attack them as an aberration, as fundamentally un-Marxian. In 1968, the prominent Marxist historian Eugene Genovese chided the retreat of Marx, Engels, and too many Marxists into liberalism when it came to the Civil War, 1968-1971, 327. In Genovese's view, Marx's burning hatred of slavery and commitment to the Union cause interfered with his judgment, 321. In short, the Civil War writings did not conform to Genovese's reductionist notions of Marxism and therefore were not Marxist. 5. In 1972, Saul Padover issued the Karl Marx Library, hereafter referred to as KML, a new collection of Marx's writings. His volume on the United States, KML2, contained many of the Civil War writings, with those written in German newly, and often more gracefully, translated. In his introduction, Padover sounded notes similar to Wolff, stressing Marx's appreciation of American democracy while playing down his pungent criticisms of Lincoln. In also taking up at some length Marx's work with the Tribune from 1851 to 1862, Padover shed new light on the scope of Marx's engagement with the United States. 6. Keeping in mind these varying interpretations, let us now turn directly to Marx's writings on slavery and the Civil War. The signal has now been given, the Civil War as a turning point. Marx and Engels did not mention slavery in their sketch of capitalist development in the Communist Manifesto. A little over a year earlier, however, in a letter of December 28, 1846, to a Russian friend, Pavel Vienenkov, Marx suggests that slavery and capitalism were intimately connected. Writing in French, he refers to the slavery of the blacks Noirs in Suriname, in Brazil, in the southern regions of North America, MECW 38, 101. He writes further: direct slavery is as much the pivot upon which our present-day industrialism turns as our machinery, credit, etc. Without slavery there would be no cotton, without cotton there would be no modern industry. It is slavery which has given value to the colonies, it is the colonies which have created world trade, and world trade is the necessary condition for large-scale machine industry. Slavery is therefore an economic category of paramount importance. 101-2, 7. The African-American social theorist Cedric Robinson, who has criticized Marx's inadequacies with regard to race, acknowledges that here Marx made a point that has not only endured but to some extent dominated attempts to characterize the relationship of slave labor to industrialization, the creation of the Negro, the fiction of a dumb beast of burden fit only for slavery, was closely associated with the economic, technical, and financial requirements of Western development from the 16th century on, 1983-2000, 81. Marx also makes a brief reference to slavery in Wage Labor and Capital, 1849, the first published exposition of his critique of political economy. First, he restates the common assumption of the day that blacks were predestined for slavery. What is a Negro slave? A man of the black race. The one explanation is as good as the other. He then adds, a Negro is a Negro. He becomes a slave only in certain relationships, MECW 9, 211.8. However, he did not devote much attention to the topic of New World slavery until the period of the Civil War. Marx's strong abolitionist position was not shared by all socialists, as can be seen in the attitudes of the German émigrés in the United States. In the 1840s, some like Hermann Kriege openly opposed the abolitionists, others like Wilhelm Weitling were silent on the question of slavery. By 1854, however, the newly established Arbeiterbund, Workers' League, led by Marx's close colleague in New York, Joseph Wade Meyer, finally spoke out against the Kansas-Nebraska bill legalizing slavery in the West. This bill, his group stated in a resolution, authorizes the further extension of slavery, and therefore anyone supporting it was a traitor against the people. The resolution also declared, "We have, do now, and shall continue to protest most emphatically against white and black slavery," cited in Schluter 1913-1965, 76. Unfortunately, this rather abstract formulation too easily equated factory work, which socialists often termed wage slavery, with what blacks had experienced from the Atlantic slave trade and their bondage in chains in the New World. A second problem was noted by Du Bois. Nevertheless, when the Arbeiterbund was reorganized in December 1857, slavery was not mentioned. When its new organ appeared in April 1858, it said that the question of the present moment was not the abolition of slavery, but the prevention of its further extension, and that Negro slavery was firmly rooted in America. In 1859, however, a conference of the Arbeiterbund condemned all slavery in whatever form it might appear, and demanded the repeal of the Fugitive Slave Law. 1935-1973, 24. Thus, the German immigrant socialists were slow to take a firm stand against slavery, in contrast to the middle-class radicals of the abolitionist movement and their black allies. Another context for Marx's views was the Tribune itself, which wrote about slavery from a strongly abolitionist standpoint. A prominent example can be found in its coverage of the famous Oberlin-Wellington rescue, in an article entitled "Kidnapping at Oberlin, the People Excited," which appeared on September 18, 1858. John Price, who had fled slavery in Kentucky, had been spirited out of Oberlin, Ohio by federal marshals operating under the Fugitive Slave Act. In 15 minutes, the square was alive with students and citizens armed with weapons of death, writes R., the anonymous author of the Tribune article. R's anonymity may have been intended as a protection from indictment by the federal authorities. They drove their horses and wagons 10 miles to nearby Wellington, a railroad junction where the young man of about 19 or 20 years old was being held for transport south. The growing crowd, which by now included hundreds of ladies, was met by a U.S. Marshal, but the assemblage questioned the validity of his legal papers. Eventually, recounts R., they forcibly liberated Price and returned him to Oberlin. The whole line of our return was triumphal. Nearly every farmhouse had emptied its occupants into the road to cheer and bless us, and we returned their greetings in the warmest style. At home, the whole town was out. In front of the post office they joined us in 3 terrific groans for democracy, and 3 glorious cheers for liberty. In front of the Palmer House these were repeated, and then one standing up, commanded silence and spoke as follows: "Gentlemen, we know not what may hereafter be attempted. But we want to know who can be relied on. So many of you as will here solemnly pledge yourselves to rally on the instant of an alarm, armed and ready to pursue and rescue, say I. The response was enough to make a man's hair stand up. It was repeated 3 times. Finally, it was voted with deafening unanimity that whoever laid hands on a black man in this community, no matter what color of authority, would do so at the peril of his life. If the occasion comes, it will be seen that this was no empty talk. Woe to the slaveholder or marshal that comes prowling about Oberlin hereafter. A fugitive cannot be taken from here. A number of speeches kept the crowd together until a late hour. Kidnapping at Oberlin, the people excited. This was published not as a letter or opinion piece, but as a regular news article, under the dateline correspondence of the NY Tribune. Of course, not all Tribune coverage took such a militant stance. By the 1860s, in addition to his abolitionist perspective, Marx had developed an appreciation of African Americans as revolutionary subjects. On January 11, 1860, in the aftermath of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry, he writes to Engels, "In my view, the most momentous thing happening in the world today is, on the one hand, the movement among the Sklavenbewegung in America, started by the death of Brown, and the movement among the slaves in Russia, on the other. I have just seen in the Tribune that there was a new slave uprising in Missouri, naturally suppressed. But the signal has now been given." MECW 41, 4. The following year, after Lincoln's election, Engels writes to Marx on January 7, 1861, of increasing tensions in the states. He concludes that slavery would appear to be rapidly nearing its end, 242. 4 months later, shortly after the firing on Fort Sumter that began hostilities, Marx writes, in a letter dated May 6, 1861, to his uncle Lyon Phillips, that these acts of violence have rendered all compromise impossible. Presciently, he adds that the South would score early victories on the battlefield, but would not triumph in the end. He also alludes to the possibility of a slave revolution, Sclaven revolution. There can be no doubt that in the beginning of the struggle, the scales will be tilted in favor of the South, where the class of propertyless white adventurers forms an inexhaustible reservoir of martial militia. But in the long run, of course, the North will win, for in case of necessity it can play the last card, that of a slave revolution. MECW 41, 277. Marx would return again and again to this notion that the Union needed to wage the war by revolutionary means, whether by the use of black troops or by encouraging a slave uprising, this in contrast to what he viewed as Lincoln's lack of resolve. Unfortunately, at this point Marx lacked an outlet for his views, the Tribune having cut back its international coverage in order to devote most of its pages to the war, and the socialist press in Britain and America having collapsed. 9 Beginning in October 1861, however, the Tribune allowed him to publish 8 articles on the British response to the war and Bonaparte's intervention in Mexico, but these were the last of his articles that were to appear there. In fact, most of what Marx published on the Civil War was in German in Die Presse, a liberal paper published in Vienna that in June 1861 invited him to become a paid correspondent. They did not publish anything until late October, however. Therefore, one has to rely entirely on Marx's letters, mainly to Engels, for his views during the first 6 months of the war, from April through September 1861. In a letter of May 29, 1861, to the statist German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle, Marx points to another theme in his Civil War writings, support for the South by Britain's dominant classes, which he attributes to economic factors. The whole of the official press in England is, of course, in favor of the slaveholders. They are the self-same fellows who have wearied the world with the anti-slave trade philanthropy. But Cotton, MECW 41, 291. In response to Marx's request for a military analysis to help with his articles for Die Presse, Engels writes on June 12 that the South had been quietly arming for years, whereas Lincoln lacked sufficient support to call up very many troops until the firing on Fort Sumter touched off a patriotic wave in the North. MECW 41, 294. Engels alludes with evident pride to the activities of their German colleagues, writing that the reconquest of Missouri by the St. Louis Germans would prove to be of enormous importance to the course of the war. 296.10 Finally, Engels points to the Union's greater than 2-to-1 population advantage, augmented by the fact that Southern troops would be needed to guard the slaves, some 3 million people. In a passage that captured well his visceral hostility to the whole culture of the slave South, he concludes, "Man for man, there is no question that the people from the North are markedly superior to those from the South, both physically and morally. Your rowdy rout-lust Southerner has a good deal of the cowardly assassin in him. Each of them goes about armed, but only because this will enable him, during a quarrel, to fell his antagonist before the latter expects to be attacked." 296. Original emphasis. In his response of June 19, Marx, after thanking Engels for his letter, adds optimistically, "From the facts appearing in the Tribune I see that the North is now speaking of a slave war, Sklavenkrieg, and the abolition of slavery." 299. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was still 18 months away, however. On July 1, 1861, in a letter to Engels, Marx developed two themes that he would carry forward in his Civil War writings. First, there was what he viewed as the pusillanimity of the North in the face of Southern fanaticism over slavery. "A closer study of these American affairs has shown me that the conflict between South and North," he writes, "was delayed because the North has degraded itself by one concession after another for 50 years, MECW 41, 300. Marx would continue this theme in his subsequent criticisms of Lincoln. Second, Marx analyzed class differentiation within both the North and the South. He suggests that the North began to take a stronger stand with the rise of the Northwestern, today Midwestern, states such as Illinois and Ohio. Their large immigrant population, he writes, richly mixed with New German and British elements, and in addition self-working 11 farmers, was naturally not as prone to intimidation as the gentlemen of Wall Street and the Quakers from Boston, MECW 41, 300. In a reference to Kansas during the 1850s, he adds, "It was also this Northwestern population that in the Kansas affair, from which the present war really is to be dated, fought at close quarters with the border ruffians." 301.12. As to the class composition of the South, he points to the relatively small group of 300,000 slave owners, among a Southern white population of 5 million, calling the secession votes in the various Southern states usurpations by a wealthy minority, MECW 41, 301. After Engels questions this in a letter of July 3 by referring to reports of a popular vote for secession, 304, Marx speaks, in a letter of July 5, of the December 2 character of the whole secession maneuver, a reference to the Bonapartist coup of December 2, 1851, 307. Marx argues further that the matter has been completely misrepresented in the English papers, 305, and proceeds to do a state-by-state analysis of the voting. He notes that many Southern whites initially opposed secession, but were intimidated by pro-slavery elements. North Carolina and even Arkansas chose Union delegates, the former even with a strong majority. They were later terrorized. Texas, where, next to South Carolina, the biggest slavery party with the most terrorism was to be found, nevertheless, cast 11,000 votes for the Union. Alabama. The people voted neither for secession nor for the new Constitution, etc. The state convention passed the ordinance of secession with 61 against 39 votes. But the 39 from the northern counties, almost entirely inhabited by whites, represented more free men than the 61. 306-7, original emphasis. This lack of popular support for secession, argues Marx, accounted for the Bonapartist character of the secession movement, which was forced to provoke war. Under the slogan "The North against the South," in order to gain greater popular support, 307. Marx then quotes a number of Southern newspapers such as the Augusta Chronicle and Sentinel of Georgia, which had noted that secession took place without authority from the people, 308. From this letter dated July 5, 1861 to his first article on British public opinion in the Tribune, written in mid-September, a period that included the major Confederate victory at Bull Run on July 21, we have nothing further from Marx on the Civil War. During these 2 months, he began to work intensively on his 1861-63 manuscript, which included the draft of the first volume of Capital I and what was to become Theories of Surplus Value, Draper 1985a. On October 25, 1861, Marx's first article on the war appeared in Die Presse. Entitled The North American Civil War, it offered an analysis of the conflict as a whole. He begins by refuting the reasons given in the British establishment press for denying support to the Union. He argues that slavery, not protective tariffs for northern industry, was at the root of the war. Secession, therefore, did not take place because Congress passed the Morrill Tariff Act. At most, Congress passed the Morrill Protective Tariff because secession had taken place. MECW 1933. He attacks even more forcefully the notion, common in Europe at the time, that because the Union had not yet come out against it, slavery has absolutely nothing to do with this war. 33. Instead, he argues that the South initiated the war, that it made slavery into a principle of its Constitution, and that its goal was the opening of the entire U.S. to slavery, hence its attacks northward in the early months of the war. The Confederacy was one cause putting itself forward as a struggle for national independence that Marx vehemently opposed, because of its utterly reactionary politics. He detailed various concessions on the part of the North to the slave states from 1820 onwards. He then writes of how in 1857 the U.S. Supreme Court decided the notorious Dred Scott case, according to which every individual slaveholder is entitled to introduce slavery into hitherto free territories against the will of the majority, MECW 1936-37. He also recounts the conflict in Kansas during 1854-58. Armed emissaries of the slaveholders, border rabble from Missouri and Arkansas, with bowie knife in one hand and revolver in the other, fell upon Kansas and by the most unheard of atrocities sought to drive the settlers from the territory they had colonized. These raids were supported by the central government of Washington. Hence a tremendous reaction. Throughout the North, but particularly in the Northwest, a relief organization was formed to support Kansas with men, arms, and money. 38. He argues as well that Southern slavery was an economic institution for which, the soil becoming quickly exhausted, the acquisition of new territories becomes necessary. 39. Thus, the slave-holding South could never consent to limitations on the expansion of slavery into the territories. Additionally, it was only by such expansion, as well as the aggression involved in this process, that the interests of the small minority of slave owners could be squared with those of the vast population of poor whites. This was accomplished by giving the poor whites turbulent impulses for action an innocuous direction and, to tame them with the prospect of themselves one day becoming slaveholders, MECW 1941. Thus, the sectional conflict over slavery operated in an ideological manner to deflect the poor whites from conflict with the dominant classes of the South. As they took account of the rapid population growth in the North due to immigration, however, the dominant classes of the South had come to see that restrictions on the expansion of slavery into new territories were on the horizon. For this reason, they decided that it was better to make the break now, he concludes. 42. In another of Marx's articles for Die Presse, The Civil War in the United States, which appeared on November 7, 1861, he concentrated on 2 points. First, he argues that the South in reality claimed no less than 3/4 of the national territory as part of its secession. The War of the Southern Confederacy is thus not a war of defense, but a war of conquest for the extension and perpetuation of slavery, MECW 1944. Second came a state-by-state survey of the social and political conditions in each of the southern and border states, here developing and expanding the points he had made in his letter to Engels of July 1, discussed above. Again and again, Marx suggests that the goal of the South was to dominate North America, thus in fact there would take place, not a dissolution of the Union, but a reorganization of it, a reorganization on the basis of slavery, under the recognized control of the slave-holding oligarchy, MECW 1950, original emphasis. The result would be a new form of capitalism, openly structured upon racial and ethnic lines, in which immigrant whites would join blacks at the bottom. The slave system would infect the whole Union. In the northern states, where Negro slavery is unworkable in practice, the white working class would be gradually depressed to the level of helotry. This would be in accord with the loudly proclaimed principle that only certain races are capable of freedom, and that as in the South the real labor is the lot of the Negro, so in the North it is the lot of the German and the Irishman, or their direct descendants. 51. Finally, Marx openly criticized Lincoln for the first time in this article. The occasion was the way in which Lincoln faint-heartedly revoked General John Fremont's Missouri Proclamation on the emancipation of Negroes belonging to the rebels, this after protests from pro-Union slaveholders in Kentucky, who threatened to secede. 51. Still, Marx concluded, the issue of emancipation had now been put forward publicly as a war aim and a strategy. He devoted an entire article to Fremont in the November 26 Die Presse, writing that he was the first Northern general to have threatened the slaveholders with the emancipation of the slaves. 86.13. The Civil War and class cleavage in Britain, the movement against intervention. During the same period, Napoleon III, with the support of Britain and Spain, was preparing to invade Mexico to install the Austrian Prince Maximilian as emperor. Marx wrote 3 articles on the diplomatic maneuvering around this issue in late 1861 and early 1862, apparently worried that Napoleon III or even Palmerston planned to use Mexico as a beachhead to support the South. One of these, published in February 1862, was his last article for the Tribune. Marx wrote far more on another international dimension of the Civil War, its impact on the British government and British public opinion. Padover sums up the situation in Britain in this period. The beginning of the conflict found British opinion divided. On the pro-Confederacy side were the aristocracy, which sympathized with the Southern plantation owners, and commercial interests, which hoped for cheaper raw materials, particularly cotton, from an independent South. On the pro-Northern side were British liberals, who saw in the Civil War a struggle to preserve democracy, and the working class, which felt that the fate of free labor was at stake. Much of the London press, spearheaded by the influential Times, which Marx read assiduously, was pro-South. The British, led by Lord Palmerston as Prime Minister and Lord John Russell as Foreign Minister, leaned toward the Confederacy. KML 2, 112, see also Foner 1981. Marx's first article on the debate in Britain, The American Question in England, published with some delay in the Tribune on October 11, 1861, took up the attacks on the Union side from within the British establishment. However, as will be seen, the powerful Liberal politicians Palmerston and Russell, as well as the Tory Benjamin Disraeli, all of whom came to advocate intervention on the side of the South, were stymied by dissent from labor and the intellectual public, as well as opposition by other members of the dominant classes. In his article, Marx concedes that from the Northern standpoint, the war has not been undertaken with a view to put down slavery, a fact often alluded to by British opponents of the Union. The South, however, not only confessed to fight for the liberty of enslaving others, but also made the right to own slaves into a core principle. The Confederate Congress boasted that its newfangled Constitution, as distinguished from the Constitution of the Washingtons, Jeffersons, and Adamses, had recognized for the first time slavery as a thing good in itself, a bulwark of civilization, and a divine institution. MECW 19:8. Marx also acknowledges that the North compromised with the South for 50 years, but he contends that by the late 1850s, the North began to rectify the aberrations and to return to the true principles of its development. 10. Another Tribune article, The British Cotton Trade, published October 14, dealt with economic issues. The textile industry in Manchester was suffering terribly due to Lincoln's successful blockade of southern shipping, which denied it raw cotton. Marx suggests that this led the mercantile mind to hope for one of two things. Either there would be a quick end to the war and the blockade, or Marx's old nemesis, Palmerston, Prime Minister once again, would forcibly break through the blockade, MECW 1918. Unfortunately for the British economic interests hoping for intervention, however, countervailing interests vast investments in northern industry and the fact that imports from the northern and western United States were Britain's main source of grain militate against such a move by Palmerston. He concludes this article by taking up Ireland, the English working class, and the slave-holding South as parts of a single economic system. English modern industry, in general, relied upon two pivots equally monstrous. The one was the potato as the only means of feeding Ireland and a great part of the English working class. This pivot was swept away by the potato disease and the subsequent Irish catastrophe. A larger basis for the reproduction and maintenance of the toiling millions had then to be adopted. The second pivot of English industry was the slave-grown cotton of the United States. The present American crisis forces them to enlarge their field of supply and emancipate cotton from slave-breeding and slave-consuming oligarchies. As long as the English cotton manufacturers depended on slave-grown cotton, it could be truthfully asserted that they rested on a twofold slavery, the indirect slavery of the white man in England and the direct slavery of the black man on the other side of the Atlantic. 19-20. This latter system was now being challenged by the momentous events in America. In a Third Tribune article, The London Times and Lord Palmerston, published October 21, 1861, Marx surmises that the British establishment had given up any plans of intervening on the side of the South. In a Fourth Tribune article, published on November 7, Marx writes of the strong support for the Union among the working people of Europe. This was not only because they were anti-slavery, but also because European workers saw the U.S. as the most democratic society of the time, virtually the only country where even white male workers enjoyed full suffrage. The true people of England, of France, of Germany, of Europe, consider the cause of the United States as their own cause, as the cause of liberty, and, despite all paid sophistry, they consider the soil of the United States as the free soil of the landless millions of Europe, as their land of promise, now to be defended sword in hand, from the sordid grasp of the slaveholder. In this contest the highest form of popular self-government till now realized is giving battle to the meanest and most shameless form of man's enslaving recorded in the annals of history. Such a war is so distinguished, by the vastness of its dimensions and the grandeur of its ends, from the groundless, wanton, and diminutive wars Europe has passed through since 1849. 29-30. Thus, he linked the Union's cause to the international struggle for democracy and revolution. Marx's subsequent article, The Crisis in England, appeared in Die Presse on November 6, 1861. It detailed Britain's dependence on southern cotton. Marx wrote that the cut-off of cotton by the Union blockade had led to a situation where at this moment all of England trembles at the approach of the greatest economic catastrophe that has yet threatened her. 56. Next, he turned his attention to the Trent affair. On November 8, 1861, the U.S. warship San Jacinto forcibly boarded the Trent, a British merchant vessel, in order to arrest two Confederate diplomats on their way to London. In an article published in the Die Presse on December 2, Marx holds that this incident itself brings no war in its train, MECW 1989, despite what he viewed as efforts by Palmerston, the cotton barons of Liverpool, and sections of the press, to foment one. Eventually, the United States released the two Confederate envoys, and they arrived in England in January 1862. In this period, Marx wrote 5 more articles on the Trent affair. He pointed out that many important members of the British establishment opposed war with America, from the Liberals William Gladstone, John Bright, and Richard Cobden, to the Tory David Urquhart, his old ally against Russia. This blunted efforts by the leading Liberals Palmerston and Russell, as well as the Tory Disraeli, to provoke a war. Engels, who often had a more pessimistic view of the Union's prospects, worries in letter to Marx of November 27 that the United States had given Britain a casus belli, MECW 41, 329. Marx reassures him in a letter dated December 9, there isn't going to be war with America, as I have said from the beginning in Die Presse, MECW 41, 333. Marx surveys the debate in Britain in a Die Presse article of December 31, the opinion of the newspapers and the opinion of the people. He notes that opposition to war from within the dominant classes was rooted in public opinion. At the present moment a war with America is just as unpopular with all strata of the English people, except for the friends of cotton and the country squires, as the war cry in the press is overwhelming, MECW 19, 128. After detailing the connections of the press to various political and economic forces, he concludes, Palmerston wants war, the English people do not, 130. In his next few articles, Marx reported on public meetings across Britain to oppose intervention. In a pro-America meeting, an article published in Die Presse on January 5, 1862, Marx describes one of them. Held in Brighton on December 30, it featured the Liberal MP William Coningham, who declared, at this moment, there is developing in the midst of the Union an avowed policy of emancipation, applause, and I express my earnest hope that no intervention on the part of the English government will be permitted, applause. Will you, freeborn Englishmen, allow yourselves to be embroiled in an anti-republican war? MECW 19, 135, ellipsis and emphasis in original. Another speaker, the Liberal MP James White, underlined the meeting's working class character. It is due to the working class to mention that they are the originators of this meeting and that all the expenses of organizing it are borne by its committee. White feared that England and France have reached an understanding to recognize the independence of the southern states next spring, 136.14. Marx's article English Public Opinion appeared in Die Presse on February 1, 1862, where he notes that, due to pressure from below, not one single public war meeting could be held in the United Kingdom during these months, including in Ireland and Scotland. This was true even in Manchester, he adds, despite the terrible economic cost being borne by textile workers there, MECW 19, 137. He contrasts this situation to the period of the Crimean War, when anti-Russian and pro-Polish feeling among the working classes led to tremendous war meetings all across the country, even though, he maintains, the Times, the Post, and other yellow plushes 15 of the London press whined for peace, 138. Now, in 1862, the establishment press has howled for war, to be answered by peace meetings denouncing the schemes to destroy freedom, Freiheitsmörderisken and the pro-slavery sympathies of the government, 138. In a February 2, 1862 article in Die Presse on a London workers' meeting, Marx reports that this very large gathering voted a resolution that read in part, this meeting considers it to be the very important duty of the workers, since they are not represented in the Senate of the nation, to declare their sympathy with the United States in its gigantic struggle for maintenance of the Union, to denounce the base dishonesty and advocacy of slave-holding indulged in by the Times and kindred aristocratic journals, to express themselves most emphatically in favor of a policy of strictest non-intervention in the affairs of the United States, to protest against the war policy of the organ of the Stock Exchange swindlers 16 and to proclaim their warmest sympathy for the endeavors of the abolitionists to bring about a final solution of the question of slavery. MECW 19, 156. The resolution was sent to the American government through Charles Francis Adams, the American minister to Britain. At a more general level, Marx salutes the British working class's history of grassroots movements around political issues, despite its still being denied voting rights. It is well known that the working class, so preponderant a part of a society that within living memory has no longer possessed a peasantry, is not represented in Parliament. Nevertheless, it is not without political influence. No important innovation, no decisive measure has ever been carried out in this country without pressure from without. By pressure from without the Englishman understands large, extra-parliamentary people's demonstrations, which naturally cannot be staged without the lively participation of the working class. The Catholic Emancipation, the Reform Bill, the repeal of the Corn Laws, the 10 Hours Bill, the war against Russia, the rejection of Palmerston's Conspiracy Bill 17 all were the fruit of stormy extra-parliamentary demonstrations, in which the working class, sometimes artificially incited, sometimes acting spontaneously, played the main role or depending on circumstances the role of spectator, now as persona dramatis, now as chorus. So much the more striking is the stance of the English working class toward the American Civil War. 153. Pointing to the terrible economic plight of the workers during the Cotton Depression and the incitement to war by both the press and the government, Marx writes, "The working class is fully conscious that the government is only waiting for the intervention cry from below to put an end to the American blockade and the distress in England. Under these circumstances, the obstinacy with which the working class keeps silent, or breaks its silence only to raise its voice against intervention and for the United States, is admirable." 154. In subsequent articles Marx rejoices at how the Times and other conservative interests were admitting that intervention over the Trent affair had become impossible. A war of this kind must be conducted in a revolutionary way. Marx also continued to follow the debate in America over abolition. In an article entitled "Crisis over the Slavery Issue," published in Die Presse on December 14, 1861, he writes that while Fremont had been dismissed, others, including Secretary of War Simon Cameron, publicly backed proposals from some Union officers for the general arming of the slaves as a war measure, MECW 19, 115. He also cites a Union officer's statement that slaves of rebels will always find protection in this company and we will defend them to the last man, and that he wants no men who are not abolitionists in his unit. 116.18 Others, including Secretary of State William Seward, who had once been strong abolitionists, had begun to hesitate, Marx complains. In another article, American Matters, published on December 17, Marx writes of a brilliant speech by abolitionist Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, who, he notes, had been beaten with a stick by a Southern senator at the time of the Kansas affair. After Sumner's speech at Cooper Union in New York, the audience voted that abolition had become a moral, political, and military necessity. 118. For both of these articles, Marx drew his source material from the Tribune, which he was still receiving daily as one of their correspondents. This was soon to stop too, however. In American Affairs, an article published on March 3, 1862, in Die Presse, Marx applauds Lincoln's demotion of the overall commander of the Union forces, General George McClellan. Marx writes, here again sharing the views of the American abolitionists, that McClellan was too connected to his old comrades in the enemy camp, with whom he had attended West Point. Marx also holds that McClellan's headquarters was riddled with Confederate spies. To buttress his contention that the war needed generals more committed to its cause, he quotes a well-known 1653 speech by Oliver Cromwell concerning how changed his army had become, once officers loyal to the Puritan Revolution began to lead it, MECW 19, 179. Next came the first Civil War article co-authored by Engels, The American Civil War, a lengthy analysis published in Die Presse on March 26 and March 27, 1862. By this time, McClellan was coming under increasing pressure to move against the Confederate Army, something he was reluctant to do, claiming that his forces needed more training. Marx and Engels begin by suggesting that the Confederacy was fighting in a truly Bonapartist spirit by launching a series of bold attacks, relying on the fact that its leaders had been planning war far longer than the Unions. The early Union defeats at Bull Run and elsewhere, sometimes accompanied by panic. At the decisive moment, they maintain, could surprise no one who was to some extent familiar with People's Wars, MECW 19, 187, pointing to some of the problems of the French revolutionary armies of the 1790s. With the use of the term People's Wars and the comparison to France, Marx and Engels underline their view that the Civil War was a second American Revolution. They add, without the considerable amount of military experience that emigrated to America as a result of the European revolutionary unrest of 1848–49, the organization of the Union Army would have taken a much longer time still, 188. Although much of the article was based on two that Engels had published in a small British military journal a few weeks earlier, 19 in the version that appeared in Die Presse, they make a prescient observation. Henry Halleck and Ulysses S. Grant, in particular, offer good examples of resolute military leadership. They add that their leadership deserves the highest praise, 192. Equally presciently, they foreshadow William T. Sherman's 1864 march to the sea, this 2 years ahead of the event. Georgia is the key to secession. With the loss of Georgia, the Confederacy would be cut into two sections, which would have lost all connection with each other, 194. Marx and Engels also ridicule McClellan's military plans as, if not completely unworkable, running the danger that the war would be prolonged indefinitely, 195. Marx's next few articles deal with the fall of New Orleans to Union forces on May 1, 1862. In one of them, English Humanity and America, published in Die Presse on June 20, he ridicules the sympathy expressed in the British establishment for the white women of New Orleans, who had been ordered to stop insulting Union troops. After decrying the silence from the same quarters regarding English women who are starving in industrial Lancashire and the cry of distress of the Irish women evicted from their homes by rapacious landlords, he derides the British press reports on New Orleans. Indeed, ladies 20 and ladies who actually own slaves were not even to be allowed to vent their anger and their malice on common Union troops, peasants, artisans, and other rabble with impunity. It is infamous. He contrasts this imagined insult to Napoleon II's 1851 coup, when ladies were actually shot dead, while others were raped, MECW 19, 211. In the same article, he alludes as well to the danger that Napoleon II's intervention in Mexico, supported as it was by the British government, could aid the Confederacy. During this period, Marx and Engels began to have some political differences over the Civil War. 21 In a letter to Marx of May 12, 1862, Engels laments the indolence and indifference throughout the North. Where, amongst the people, is there any revolutionary energy? MECW 41, 364. In a letter of July 30, Engels goes further, writing that the Union's overall lack of progress would encourage some form of rotten compromise with the Confederacy. He deplores the Union's failure to come out clearly against slavery and to conduct the war along revolutionary lines, 387. This, plus the greater talent and energy on the Confederate side, looked ominous, he concludes. Engels was to some extent reflecting the views of other German socialists, as can be seen in Marx's letter to Engels from the same day. Marx complains that Lassalle, who was staying with him in London, was totally dismissive of the Union cause. As to America, it's totally uninteresting. The Yankees have no ideas. Individual freedom is only a negative idea, etc., and other old, decaying, speculative rubbish of the same sort, 390.22. Marx makes his criticism of Engels explicit in a letter dated August 7. I do not entirely share your views on the American Civil War. I do not believe that all is up. The Northerners have been dominated from the beginning by the representatives of the border slave states, who pushed McClellan, that old partisan of Breckinridge 23, to the top. The South, on the other hand, acted as a unit from the beginning. In my view, all this will take another turn. The North will finally wage war seriously, adopt revolutionary methods, and overthrow the domination of the border slave statesmen. A single nigger regiment would have a remarkable effect on Southern nerves. If Lincoln does not give way, which, however, he will, there will be a revolution. The long and the short of the story seems to me to be that a war of this kind must be conducted in a revolutionary way, whereas the Yankees have been trying so far to conduct it constitutionally. MECW 41, 400. In the block quote above, the term nigger regiment is written in English in the middle of a German sentence. This is an instance of Marx using what today would be considered a very racist phrase to make an equally strong anti-racist point. 24. Ironically, it is here that Marx makes his strongest case to date on the issue of black troops, not only for military reasons, but also for political and psychological ones. This letter is also remarkable for its unusually sharp expression of differences with Engels, this on a subject where Marx had previously deferred to his friend's expertise, military strategy. In August 1862, Marx publishes several critiques of Lincoln's failure to abolish slavery. At the same time, Marx's overall tone remains one of confidence in the Union over the long haul, both militarily and politically. In an article entitled Criticism of American Affairs that appeared in Die Presse on August 9, he notes the pressure building on Lincoln. New England and the Northwest, which had supplied the main body of troops, are determined to force the government to wage the war in a revolutionary manner and to inscribe abolition of slavery on the Star-Spangled Banner as a battle slogan. Up to now, we have witnessed only the first act of the Civil War, waging the war constitutionally. The second act, waging the war in a revolutionary manner, is at hand. MECW 19, 228. He also refers to some smaller measures leading in the direction of abolition, from the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia and West Virginia, to the recognition by the U.S. government of the independence of the Negro republics of Haiti and Liberia, 229. In a move toward allowing blacks to fight for their own freedom, a newly enacted law provided that all the slaves owned by the rebels are to be emancipated, as soon as they fall into the hands of the Republican Army. Marx notes that for the first time, these emancipated Negroes may be militarily organized and sent into the field against the South, 228-29. In another article published 2 weeks later, Marx quotes some particularly venomous articles in the Times referring to the Southerners as our kin and the Northerners as a mongrel race of robbers and oppressors, plus another reference to an army whose officers are Yankee swindlers and whose common soldiers are German thieves. He gleefully quotes a rejoinder by the abolitionist New York Evening Post 25. Are these English squibbliers, these descendants of Britons, Danes, Saxons, Celts, Normans, Dutch, of such pure blood that all other peoples appear to be mongrel compared to them? 230-31. Marx's next article, Abolitionist Demonstrations in America, published in Die Presse on August 30, 1862, offered his strongest public critique of Lincoln. 26. He quotes at length a speech by the radical abolitionist Wendell Phillips, whom Marx describes as follows. For 30 years, unremittingly and in danger of his life, he has proclaimed the emancipation of the slaves as his battle cry, regardless equally of the mockery persiflage of the press, the enraged howls of the paid rowdies, and the conciliatory remonstrances of worried friends. He is acknowledged, even by his opponents, to be one of the greatest orators of the North, combining an iron character with powerful energy and purest conviction. MECW 19, 233. Marx praises the Phillips speech as of greater importance than a battle bulletin, since it expressed a point of view being pushed more and more into the foreground by events, 233-34. The bulk of Marx's article consists of his translation into German of long quotations from the speech, where Phillips stated, "I do not say that McClellan is a traitor, but I say this, that if he had been a traitor from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, he could not have served the South better than he has done since he was commander-in-chief. You and I are never going to see peace, we are never to see the possibility of putting the army of this nation, whether it be made up of 19 or 34 states, on a peace footing, until slavery is destroyed. As long as you keep a tortoise Lincoln at the head of the government, you are digging a pit with one hand and filling it with the other. I know Lincoln. I have taken his measure in Washington. He is a first-rate second-rate man. MECW 19, 234-35, original emphasis. This speech, the Cabinet, delivered in Massachusetts on August 1, 1862, was one of Phillips's most famous. 27 In his translation, Marx edits out some of Phillips's religious references, but otherwise his excerpts reflect the speech's general tenor accurately. In the wake of the big Union defeat at the Second Battle of Bull Run on August 29–30, Engels returned to his earlier criticisms of Marx's position. He writes in a letter to Marx dated September 9, "It is too pitiful, but the fellows in the South, who, at least, know what they want, appear as heroes, compared to the flabby management of the North. Or do you still believe that the gentlemen of the North will suppress the rebellion?" MECW 41, 415. Marx replies at some length in a letter of September 10, pointing to what he considered to be the central flaw in Engels's position, too narrow a focus on military matters. As regards the Yankees, I am surely still of the opinion that the North will win in the end. The Civil War can, of course, go through all kinds of episodes, perhaps also including truces, and drag itself out. In regard to the North's conduct of the war, nothing else could be expected from a bourgeois republic, where swindle has been enthroned for such a long time. But the South, an oligarchy, is better fitted for war, because it is an oligarchy, where all the productive work is done by niggers and the 4 million white trash are filibusterers by profession. 28 Despite all that, I will wager my head that those fellows will get the shorter end of it, despite Stonewall Jackson. It is, to be sure, possible that before that a kind of revolution will take place in the North. It seems to me that you are a little too much influenced by the military aspect of things. 416. He also reports that August Willich, their bitter opponent during the last days of the Communist League in the early 1850s, had been promoted to brigadier general in the Union Army. 29. Continuing disagreements with Engels, even as the tide turns. In fact, events in the North were beginning to move in the direction advocated by Marx, Engels, and Phillips. The Union's narrow but important victory at the Battle of Antietam on September 17, 1862, forced the Confederate forces to give up their invasion of Maryland and retreat to Virginia. On September 22, less than a week later, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, which was to free all slaves held in rebel states as of January 1, 1863. Buoyed by these events, Marx, in an October 12 Die Presse article entitled On Events in North America, writes triumphantly that the short campaign in Maryland has decided the fate of the American Civil War, MECW 19, 248. Now Washington was out of danger and France and Britain would give up their plans to recognize the Confederacy, he concludes. On Lincoln, he writes, "E per es I muove and still it moves. Nevertheless, in world history reason does conquer. 30 More important than the Maryland campaign is Lincoln's proclamation. The figure of Lincoln is sui generis in the annals of history. No initiative, no idealistic eloquence, no buskin, no historic drapery. He always presents the most important act in the most insignificant form possible. Others, when dealing with square feet of land, proclaim it a struggle for ideas. Lincoln, even when he is dealing with ideas, proclaims their square feet. The most awesome decrees that he hurls at the enemy, which will always remain historically remarkable, all resemble, and are intended to resemble, the trite summonses that one lawyer sends to an opposing lawyer. His most recent proclamation, the Emancipation Proclamation, the most significant document in American history since the founding of the Union and one which tears up the old American Constitution, bears the same character. Lincoln is not the offspring of a people's revolution. The ordinary play of the electoral system, unaware of the great tasks it was destined to fulfill, bore him to the summit. A plebeian, who made his way from stone splitter to senator in Illinois, 31, a man without intellectual brilliance, without special greatness of character, without exceptional importance, an average man of goodwill. Never has the New World scored a greater victory than in the demonstration that with its political and social organization, average men of goodwill suffice to do that which in the Old World would have required heroes to do. Hegel once remarked that in reality comedy is above tragedy, the humor of reason above its pathos. If Lincoln does not possess the pathos of historical action, he does, as an average man of the people, possess its humor. 249-50. Thus does Marx draw the measure of Lincoln in a new way after the Emancipation Proclamation, as someone who has developed under the pressure of events and in the context of what was by far the most democratic political system in the world at that time. In light of these new developments, Engels seems to shift his position a little, as seen in a letter to Marx of October 16. Militarily speaking, the North may now perhaps begin to recover a bit. MECW 41, 419. Marx replies on October 29 with a warm invitation for him to spend the holidays in London that year. Then he returns to their debate over the Civil War. Marx notes that Lincoln had had enough confidence to make his Emancipation Proclamation at a moment when the Confederates were pushing forward in Kentucky, something that showed that all consideration for the loyal slave holders of the border states has ceased. MECW 41, 420. He also notes that, in anticipation of emancipation in the border states, not yet proclaimed, many slave holders were already migrating south. On Lincoln, he develops some points similar to those in his article cited above. The fury with which the Southerners have received Lincoln's acts proves their importance. All Lincoln's acts seem like the mean, pettifogging conditions that one lawyer puts to his opponent. But this does not change their historic content, and indeed it amuses me to compare them with the drapery in which a Frenchman envelopes even the most insignificant point. MECW 41, 421. In mid-November, Marx published 2 more articles in Die Presse. In one of them, he mentions his old friend Wade Meyer, referring to him as a German officer, who has fought under the Star-Spangled Banner and who reported that slave owners were leaving the border states en masse, thus changing their political balance. MECW 19, 257. In the other one, he refers to Gladstone as having changed into an English admirer of the Confederacy. MECW 19, 262. During this period, after the setbacks for Lincoln's Republican Party in the November 1862 congressional elections, Engels returns to his previous criticisms in a letter to Marx of November 5, giving a pessimistic view. The successes of the Democrats at the polls prove that the party that is weary of war is growing. If only there were some evidence, some indication, that the masses in the North were beginning to act as in France in 1792 and 1793, everything would be splendid. MECW 41, 423. While the Republicans lost some seats in those elections in New York and the Midwest, Lincoln retained a strong majority in the House of Representatives, 102 Republicans to 75 Democrats, and an overwhelming one in the Senate, 36 Republicans to 8 Democrats. Marx does not reply to Engels immediately, instead sending 2 desperate letters asking for money, one for the Marx family and the other for a German worker colleague in London. In his reply of November 15, when he once again sent the money, Engels continues their debate over the Civil War. As against Marx's view that Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was a turning point, Engels retorts that the only apparent effect of Lincoln's emancipation so far is that the Northwest has voted Democrat for fear of being overrun by Negroes. Negerabashvemian, 428. In a letter of November 17, however, Marx replies at some length, arguing that in every revolutionary movement there is a sort of reaction that challenges its forward movement at crucial junctures, here citing examples from the French Revolution, 430. Marx developed his own analysis of the election results, strikingly different from that of Engels, in a Die Presse article published on November 23. He acknowledges that the elections are in fact a defeat for the Washington government. However, he argues, the defeat was only relative and was caused in part by local factors. The city of New York, with a strongly seditious Irish mob, hitherto an active participant in the slave trade, the seat of the American money market and full of owners of Southern plantation mortgages, has always been decisively Democratic, just as Liverpool is still Tory today. MECW 19, 263. Incorporating a point put forward by Engels, Marx also writes that racism among white ethnics, farmers, and workers was a factor. The Irishman sees in the Negro a dangerous competitor. The efficient farmers in Indiana and Ohio hate the Negro second only to the slave owner. For them he is the symbol of slavery and the debasement of the working class, and the Democratic press threatens them daily with an inundation of their territories by the nigger. 264. The criticisms of Irish-American racism in the above two quotes were particularly striking, given that Marx usually saw Irish workers and peasants in revolutionary terms, as will be discussed in Chapter 4. Marx's differences with Engels can be seen when he writes that such considerations were relatively minor compared to the larger changes taking place in the Second American Revolution. All this, however, does not touch upon the main point. At the time of Lincoln's election, 1860, there was neither a civil war nor was the question of Negro emancipation the order of the day. The Republican Party, at that time thoroughly separated from the party of the abolitionists, aimed in the election of 1860 at nothing but a protest against the extension of slavery in the territories, but at the same time it proclaimed non-interference with that institution where it had already existed legally. If the emancipation of the slaves had been a campaign slogan, Lincoln would then have been absolutely defeated. Emancipation was decisively rejected. It is quite different in the case of the recently concluded elections. The Republicans made common cause with the abolitionists. They declared themselves emphatically in favor of immediate emancipation, be it for its own sake or as a means of ending the rebellion. Once this circumstance is considered, then the pro-administration majority in Michigan, Illinois, Massachusetts, Iowa, and Delaware, and the very considerable minority in the states of New York, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that voted for it, appear equally surprising. Before the war, such a result was impossible, even in Massachusetts. MECW 19, 264, Original Emphasis. Marx fairly crows in his next article, The Removal of McClellan, published in Die Presse on November 29. McClellan's removal is Lincoln's answer to the election victory of the Democrats, 266, Original Emphasis. This refuted rumors that Lincoln would retreat on the Emancipation Proclamation. Marx's next article on the Civil War, English Neutrality: The Situation in the Southern States, appeared in Die Presse on December 4. It concerned the diplomatic maneuvering over British attempts to supply the Confederacy with a fleet of ships. In June 1862, a new cruiser, the CSS Alabama, had set sail for America over the objections of Minister Adams and was involved in attacks on Union shipping. By December, a larger number of newly built ships, some of them ironclads, were ready to sail from Liverpool for the South. It was at this point that Minister Adams sent his famous "This is War" note to Palmerston, and the latter backed down, stopping the ships from leaving at the last minute. In his article, Marx quotes at length Professor Francis Newman, a Manchester Liberal and Union supporter, who attacked the British establishment's attitude toward the war. Lord Palmerston and Lord Russell, as much as the Tory party, are animated by a hatred of republicanism strong enough to overbear all scruples and doubts, while Mr. Gladstone, a probable future Prime Minister, avows himself an admirer of the perjured men who have leagued together to perpetuate and extend slavery. MECW 19. 270. This was to be Marx's last article on the Civil War for Die Presse and the end of his regular employment as a journalist altogether. Marx continued to analyze the war in letters, but for nearly 2 years, until his inaugural address to the First International in the November 1864, he had no public platform on which to do so. In a letter of January 2, 1863, to Engels, he minimizes the significance of the Union defeat at Fredericksburg in December and hails the Emancipation Proclamation, which had gone into effect the day before. In a reference to large pro-America meetings of British workers held in December during the tension over the prospect of ironclads made in Britain being shipped to the Confederacy, Marx quotes New York's anti-slavery mayor George Opdyke, who had replaced the pro-slavery Fernando Wood in the 1862 election. "We know that the English working classes are with us and that the governing classes of England are against us." Marx then laments the fact that workers in Germany did not make similar demonstrations, despite the substantial participation of German immigrants in the Union Army, MECW 41, 440. For his part, after a break of 3 weeks in their political correspondence 32, Engels continues their debate over the Union's prospects, lamenting the Union's moral prostration and inability to win in a letter to Marx on February 19. 457. 33 A month later, in a letter of March 24, Marx wrote to Engels of America's newly aggressive stance toward Britain, which had included publishing the diplomatic correspondence from the 1861-62 Trent affair. At this point, he seems to relish the prospect of an American war with England, so that the self-satisfied John Bull would see, besides his cotton, corn grain also withdrawn from under his nose. 462. Toward the First International. In another letter to Engels 2 weeks later, on April 9, 1863, Marx refers to a March 26 meeting at St. James Hall of the London Trades Union Council. Held to express solidarity with the Union, it had been chaired by John Bright, a manufacturer and Liberal Party politician. "I attended a meeting held by Bright, at the head of the trade unions. He had quite the appearance of an independent 34, and every time he said, 'In the United States no kings, no bishops,' there was a burst of applause. The workers themselves spoke excellently, with a complete absence of all bourgeois rhetoric, and without concealing in the slightest their opposition to the capitalists, whom, moreover, Father Bright also attacked." MECW 41, 468, original emphasis. Among the trade unionist speakers at this large meeting were William Cremer and George Howell, future leaders of the First International, as well as the philosopher John Stuart Mill. 35. The meeting voted to send a long message to Lincoln, which referred to the aristocracy and part of the capitalist class as enemies of freedom. "We indignantly protest against the assertion that the people of England wish for the success of the southern states in the diabolical attempt to establish a separate government on the basis of human slavery. However much a liberty-hating aristocracy and an unscrupulous moneyocracy may desire the consummation of such a crime, we, the workingmen of London, view it with abhorrence." Bright 1865 1970, 191. The message to Lincoln also mentioned the common economic interests of black and white labor. "We know that slavery in America must have an indirect but real tendency to degrade and depress labor in this country also, and for this, if for no higher reason, we should refuse our sympathy to this infamous rebellion." 191. It expressed veiled Republican sympathies as well, though we have felt proud of our country. Yet have we ever turned with glowing admiration to your great republic, where a higher political and social freedom has been established. 191. In addition, the message spoke of political equality and labor solidarity across racial lines. "You have struck off the shackles from the poor slaves of the District of Columbia, you have welcomed as men, as equals under God, the colored peoples of Haiti and Liberia, and by your Emancipation Proclamation, you have opened the gates of freedom to the millions of our Negro brothers who have been deprived of their manhood by the infernal laws which have so long disgraced the civilization of America." 192. The penultimate paragraph expressed a principled opposition to slavery, even if it were to go against the immediate economic interest of British labor. "Be assured that, in following out this noble course, our earnest, our active sympathies will be with you, and that, like our brothers in Lancashire, we would rather perish than band ourselves in unholy alliance with the South and slavery. 192-93. This meeting and others like it constituted an historic high point for British Labour, not only as an expression of internationalism, but also of solidarity across racial lines. 2 months later, in a letter to Marx of June 11, 1863, Engels gave a backhanded compliment to Grant. He continued to disparage the other Union generals, however, maintaining that only Grant is performing well, here referring to the siege of Vicksburg, Mississippi, MECW 41, 478. After Lee moved into Pennsylvania, Marx writes Engels on July 6 that he considers this campaign an act of despair, in a letter written before the North's decisive victory at Gettysburg, 484. There are no surviving comments by Marx on the war for nearly another year, but in a letter dated May 26, 1864, to Engels on the campaign to capture Richmond, Marx compliments Grant, writing, "I think that fellow knows what he's about." MECW 41, 530. As seen by his reply of May 30, Engels remained more equivocal even at this late stage, terming the Richmond campaign inconclusive. 531. 3 months later, on September 4, Engels writes Marx that Grant's Richmond campaign seemed on the point of collapse, although he conceded that Sherman's chances of taking Atlanta were very good. This, he admits, would be a hard blow for the South. 559. Engels also expressed the feeling that a victory by Lincoln was highly likely in the November 1864 presidential election, in which he was opposed by McClellan, now the Democratic Party candidate. Marx replies on September 7 that he regards Lincoln's re-election as a 100-to-1 certainty. 561. He also suggests that if by some chance, given the swindle aspect of American elections, McClellan were to win, this would probably lead to a real revolution in America. Marx adds that in 1864 Lincoln was running on a much more radical platform than in 1860. 562. The birth of the First International. In November 1864, in his inaugural address of the International Workingmen's Association, or First International, whose leadership included some of the same labor activists who had organized pro-union meetings on the Civil War, Marx inserts a mention of that campaign. It was not the wisdom of the ruling classes, but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. MECW 20, 13. Adopted at the same time, the provisional rules of the International stipulated that all societies and individuals adhering to it were to regulate their conduct toward each other, and towards all men, without regard to color, creed, or nationality. 15. These texts, drafted in English, were published as a pamphlet and circulated widely in several languages. Engels did not take part in the founding of the International and did not become very active in it until several years later. His comments on the Civil War in this period evidenced continuing skepticism about a Union victory. This was seen, for example, in a letter to Marx dated November 9, where he compared the Union military campaign to what he and Marx had regarded as the half-hearted efforts of Britain and France against Russia during the Crimean War. MECW 42, 21. Engels gives a more positive view of the Union's prospects, by now coming closer to Marx's position, in a letter to Wade Meyer of November 24, written after Sherman began his march to the sea. The war of years over there is really one of the most stupendous things that one can experience. Despite the numerous stupidities dumhidden that occurred in the northern armies, enough in the southern too, the tide of conquest is rolling slowly but surely onward, and, in the course of 1865, the moment will undoubtedly come when the organized resistance of the South will fold up like a pocket knife, and the warfare turn into banditry. A people's war of this kind, on both sides, has not taken place since the great states have been in existence, and it will, at all events, point the direction for the future of the whole of America for hundreds of years to come. Once slavery, the greatest shackle on the political and social development of the United States, has been broken, the country is bound to receive an impetus from which it will acquire a very different position in world history within the shortest possible time, and a use will then soon be found for the army and navy with which the war is providing it. 38 to 39. This letter, with its evocation of a people's war, and its prescient suggestion of the emergence of the United States as a world power, was his only substantial political analysis of the war after 1861. Marx, for his part, kept stressing the revolutionary dimensions of the war and the abolition of slavery, as he had all along. In a letter to Lyon Phillips on November 29, 1864, he seems to agree with Engels's criticisms of the Union commanders. He quotes a letter from Wade Meyer, referring to Grant's Richmond campaign as a blunder that has cost us hecatombs of men, MECW 42, 48. However, his overall analysis runs in another direction, when you think, dear uncle, that 3.5 years ago, at the time of Lincoln's election, the problem was making no further concessions to the slaveholders, while now the abolition of slavery is the avowed and in part already realized aim. You must admit that never has such a gigantic upheaval rise in Umwälzung taken place so rapidly. It will have a beneficent effect on the whole world. 48. Marx's next effort with regard to the Civil War was to draft an address congratulating Lincoln upon his re-election on the part of the London-based General Council of the International. Lincoln had won a solid 55% victory against McClellan in the 1864 presidential election. This served to implement the notion, espoused in the inaugural address, that the working class needed to develop its own foreign policy. 36 As he indicates in a letter to Engels of December 2, drafting this text entailed an avoidance of vulgar democratic phraseology, that is, liberalism rather than socialism, MECW 42, 49. He also had to argue down a suggestion from the left, from a French delegate who proposed that the statement be addressed to the American people, rather than to Lincoln. From the right, he had to forestall a British one that it be delivered, as was customary, by a member of Parliament, which at that time had no Labour representatives. According to the minutes of the December 13 weekly meeting of the General Council of the International, this latter suggestion was strongly opposed by many members who said working men should rely on themselves and not seek for extraneous aid. Mega 2I/20, 285. William Creamer, the Council's secretary, expressed the hope, based on correspondence with Minister Adams, that Adams would officially receive a 40-member workers' delegation to deliver the address, but this did not come about. Mega 2I/20, 287-89, 1363-64. Entitled to Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America, the address stated in part, "We congratulate the American people upon your re-election by a large majority. If resistance to the slave power was the reserved watchword of your first election, the triumphant war cry of your re-election is, death to slavery." From the commencement of the titanic American strife, the working men of Europe felt instinctively that the Star-Spangled Banner carried the destiny of their class. The working classes of Europe understood at once, even before the fanatic partisanship of the upper classes for the Confederate gentry had given its dismal warning, that the slaveholders' rebellion was to sound the tocsin for a general holy crusade of property against labor, and that for the men of labor, with their hopes for the future, even their past conquests were at stake in that tremendous conflict on the other side of the Atlantic. Everywhere they bore therefore patiently the hardships imposed upon them by the cotton crisis, opposed enthusiastically the pro-slavery intervention, importunities of their betters and, from most parts of Europe, contributed their blood to the good cause. While the working men, the true political power of the North, allowed slavery to defile their own republic, while before the Negro, mastered and sold without his concurrence, they boasted it the highest prerogative of the white-skinned laborer to sell himself and choose his own master, they were unable to attain the true freedom of labor or to support their European brethren in their struggle for emancipation, but this barrier to progress has been swept off by the Red Sea of civil war. The working men of Europe feel sure that, as the American War of Independence initiated a new era of ascendancy for the middle class, so the American anti-slavery war will do for the working classes. MECW 20, 19-20. In many respects, the wording was similar to that from the 1863 St. James Hall meeting. But where the latter claimed to speak on behalf of British Labour, this address from the International expressed some broader concerns. First, it took up not only slavery but also the interplay of race and class inside the United States, specifically with respect to white labor's racism. Second, it linked the Civil War, which it viewed as a second American Revolution, to what it saw as an impending upsurge of the working classes of Europe. The address was sent to Adams with the signatures of Cremer and 56 others, including Marx, and also was published in the December 23 London Daily News and in several other British newspapers. Marx translated it into German for publication on January 2 in the Lassaline Weekly Der Social Demokrat and in other German newspapers, which, unlike the English version, named him as the author, Mega 2I/20, 935, 947. Lincoln's response came by way of a letter from Minister Adams to the International, dated January 28, 1865. Adams writes that Lincoln was grateful for the support of his fellow citizens and by so many of the friends of humanity and progress throughout the world. In a specific reference to the European working class, Adams concludes, "Nations do not exist for themselves alone, but to promote the welfare and happiness of mankind by benevolent intercourse and example. It is in this relation that the United States regard their cause in the present conflict with slavery maintaining insurgents as the cause of human nature, and they derive new encouragement to persevere from the testimony of the workingmen of Europe that the national attitude is favored with their enlightened approval and earnest sympathies." KML 2, 239-40, 37. Marx was clearly elated by the warmth of Lincoln's reply, something he may not have expected after Adams had declined to receive their delegation. Lincoln's reply was published by The Times on February 6. In a letter to Engels on February 10, Marx reports, "Lincoln has replied to us so courteously and to the Bourgeois Emancipation Society 38 so rudely and purely formally. The difference between Lincoln's answer to us and to the bourgeois has created such a sensation here that the clubs in the West End are shaking their heads over it. You can understand how much good this does our people." MECW 42, 86. During the next few months, with the Civil War drawing to a close, Engels acknowledged Grant's outstanding abilities, going so far as to compare his victory at Richmond to that of Napoleon at the 1807 Battle of Jena. This in a letter to Marx of May 3, 1865, MECW 42, 153. In response to Lincoln's assassination on April 14, Marx initially expressed the view that this would increase the possibility of a more radical policy toward the Southern oligarchy after the Union's victory, both because it would harden attitudes in the North and because he thought that Andrew Johnson, now the president, would be firmer than Lincoln. Referring to Johnson's more plebeian background, he writes, in a letter to Engels dated May 1, 1865, "The chivalry of the South ends worthily. Lincoln's assassination was the biggest stupidity it could commit. Johnson is stern, inflexible, and, as a former poor white, has a deadly hatred for the oligarchy. He will be less ceremonious with the fellows, and because of the assassination he will find the temper of the North adequate for his intentions." 150-51, original emphasis. In a letter written on May 3 to Marx, Engels goes even further down the road of a class-based analysis of Johnson. Johnson will insist on confiscation of the great estates, which will make the pacification and reorganization of the South more acute. Lincoln would scarcely have insisted on it. 153. While Marx was certainly correct in his assessment that the assassination would harden attitudes in the North, he was under illusions concerning Johnson's future direction. Such views were quite widespread at the time, however, even in the states, where radical abolitionists entertained similar hopes. As is well known, Johnson took the opposite track, conciliating the former slave owners, vetoing all efforts at radical reconstruction, and barely escaping impeachment at the hands of radical Republicans in the Senate in 1868. British as well as German workers reacted strongly to Lincoln's assassination. A number of large meetings took place in London in which workers expressed their sorrow and attacked the attitude of the British government toward the Confederacy. Under the impact of these events, Marx wrote another address for the International, this time to Johnson. After expressing condolences, it states in part, "After a tremendous civil war, but which, if we consider its vast dimensions, and its broad scope, and compare it to the old world's 100 Years' Wars, and 30 Years' Wars, and 23 Years' Wars, 39 can hardly be said to have lasted 90 days, yours, sir, has become the task to uproot by the law what has been felled by the sword, to preside over the arduous work of political reconstruction and social regeneration. A profound sense of your great mission will save you from any compromise with stern duties. You will never forget that, to initiate the new era of the emancipation of labor, the American people devolved the responsibilities of leadership upon two men of labor, the one Abraham Lincoln, the other Andrew Johnson." MECW 20, 100. The address was published on May 20, 1865 in the Beehive, a newspaper sympathetic to the International. It was also published on June 1 by the Tribune, which reported that it had been sent by a London friend and that they presumed it had reached its destination in Washington, cited in Mega 2I/20, 1112. Unsurprisingly, Johnson never replied to the International's address, although the U.S. Embassy in London sent a perfunctory acknowledgement. Marx soon became worried about Johnson, now characterizing him in a letter to Engels of June 24 as extremely vacillating and weak toward the South, MECW 42, 163. Engels too had revised his position and writes to Marx on July 15 that if this continues, the old secession rogues will sit in Congress within 6 months. Without colored suffrage, there is nothing doing, and Johnson leaves this decision to the vanquished, the ex-slave holders, 167. These criticisms came to a head in September 1865, when the London Conference of the International voted to send a third communication to America, this one addressed not to Johnson but to the people of the United States of America. On September 28, according to a report later published in the London-based Workmen's Advocate, Cremer read out the address to a gathering of over 300 workers and delegates from Britain, France, Germany, Poland, Belgium, and other European countries, where it was approved by acclamation. 40 The first parts of the address applaud the Union's victory. We have first to congratulate you that the war is ended, and the Union preserved. The stars and stripes once rudely torn down by your own sons, again flutter in the breeze, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, never again, we hope, to be insulted by your own children, or again to wave over fields of carnage, either by civil commotion or foreign war. We have next to congratulate you that the cause of these years of suffering is now removed, slavery is no more. That dark spot upon your otherwise fair escutcheon is blotted out forever. No more shall the salesman's hammer barter human flesh and blood in your marketplaces, causing humanity to shudder at its cold barbarity. General Council of the First International 1962, 310-11. The letter concludes on a different note, with a diplomatic but nonetheless firm warning about the dangers ahead, were a policy of radical reconstruction, including full citizenship rights for blacks, not to be put into effect immediately. Since we have had the honor of expressing sympathy with your sufferings, a word of encouragement for your efforts, and of congratulation for the results, permit us also to add a word of counsel for the future. As injustice to a section of your people has produced such direful results, let that cease. Let your citizens of today be declared free and equal, without reserve. If you fail to give them citizens' rights, while you demand citizens' duties, there will yet remain a struggle for the future which may again stain your country with your people's blood. The eyes of Europe and the world are fixed upon your efforts at reconstruction, and enemies are ever ready to sound the knell of the downfall of republican institutions when the slightest chance is given. We warn you then, as brothers in the common cause, to remove every shackle from freedom's limb, and your victory will be complete. 311-12, emphasis added. According to the editors of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, 1975, this address was written by Kremer. However, Marx was present when it was read out and, more importantly, had been closely involved in the preparation of all documents for the London Conference, Mega 2I/20, 1501-13. The full text of the address was first published in the Workman's Advocate on October 14. Unfortunately, this text has not received the prominence it deserves as a major statement by Marx's First International on Slavery and Racism in America. 41 Its sharp warning that a failure to deal decisively with the legacy of slavery could stain your country with your people's blood was cited prominently in Black Reconstruction by Du Bois, who termed it a bold declaration over the signature of Marx, 1935-1973, 354. Du Bois cited the version published by Schluter, 1913, who gave a different rendering of the text, which he had probably retranslated into English from a German version. The language in Schluter's version is even more forceful than in the English one, referring to the danger of a new struggle which will once more drench your country in blood, 1913-1965, 200.42. From this point on, there is little by Marx on the Civil War and Reconstruction, except for comments in letters and some passages in Capital, to be discussed in Chapter 5. 2 years later, on August 27, 1867, he writes on behalf of the International that Johnson was a dirty tool in the hands of the former slaveholders, MECW 42, 414.43. The year before, on November 12, 1866, in a letter to François Lafargue, the father of Paul Lafargue, the future husband of his daughter Laura, Marx rejoices over Johnson's battering at the hands of the radical Republicans in the 1866 congressional elections. You will have been as pleased as I was at President Johnson's defeat. In the last elections, the workers of the North have finally understood very well that labor in the white skin cannot emancipate itself where in the black skin it is branded. 334, emphasis added. The last phrase also appeared in Capital in 1867. At a personal level for Marx and his family, it is also worth noting that Laura Marx's 1868 union with Paul Lafargue, a Franco-Cuban of mixed race, was an interracial marriage. Lafargue held major responsibilities within the International. From 1866 to 1868, he attended weekly meetings of its General Council in the capacity of the corresponding secretary for Spain. But he also functioned as a public face of the organization, in activities like making contact with workers' groups in London. 44 This too was an expression of a certain attitude toward race and class, on the part of both Marx and the International. Chapter 4. Ireland, Nationalism, Class, and the Labour Movement. Marx's writings on Ireland, especially those around 1870, are the culmination of the interweaving of class, nationalism, race, and ethnicity also found in those on Poland and the American Civil War. Because Ireland was a locus of progressive nationalism, Marx saw it as an important source of opposition to Britain and to global capital. At the same time, Irish workers formed a subproletariat within Britain, offering an example of the interplay of class and ethnicity. Although the writings of Marx and Engels on Ireland have long been available in a collection that runs over 400 pages, Marx and Engels 1972b, these writings have not generated as much discussion as might have been expected. This has been the case, even though they were singled out prominently by no less a figure than Lenin, this in his 1916 writings on imperialism and national liberation, Lenin 1916-1964. Engels and Marx on Ireland, 1843-59, give me 200,000 Irishmen and I will overthrow the entire British monarchy. Overall, Engels's contributions on Ireland are more substantial relative to those of Marx than on the other issues discussed in this study. In fact, Engels was the first of the pair to write on the subject. In 1843, even before he and Marx had begun to work together, Engels reported from London on the Irish independence movement for a Swiss newspaper. His article concerned an open-air meeting in Ireland, where the veteran nationalist Daniel O'Connell gave a speech calling for the abolition of the Union of Ireland and England. The Union, established in 1801, had disbanded the Irish Parliament and created the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, giving Ireland 100 members out of 650 in the House of Commons. Engels is less concerned with these constitutional issues than with the militant spirit of the Irish people, 200,000 men, and what men? People who have nothing to lose, 2/3 of whom are clothed in rags, genuine proletarians and sans-culottes and, moreover, Irishmen, wild, headstrong, fanatical Gaels. One who has never seen Irishmen cannot know them. Give me 200,000 Irishmen and I will overthrow the entire British monarchy, MECW 389. At the same time, however, Engels saw two obstacles to an Irish revolutionary movement. The first was the Whig O'Connell's accommodationism toward Britain. The second was what he characterized in condescending fashion as the half-savage character of the Irish people themselves, 390.1. As is well known, in his major work The Condition of the Working Class in England, From Personal Observation and Authentic Sources, 1845, Engels details the horrific conditions of life and labor faced by workers in the midst of the Industrial Revolution. Few, however, have noted that in this work Engels refers repeatedly to the Irish as the most oppressed sector of the working class in England. One of his guides to working-class Manchester was Mary Burns, an Irish factory worker who was to become his companion for the next 2 decades. In The Condition, he carries out a subtle analysis of the relationship of class to ethnicity, singling out Irish immigrant labor from a number of vantage points. 3 After having described the social conditions in one working-class district of Manchester, Engels concludes, "But the most horrible spot is known as Little Ireland. The cottages are old, and of the smallest sort, the streets uneven, fallen into ruts and in part without drains or pavement, masses of refuse, awful and sickening filth lie among standing pools in all directions, the atmosphere, darkened and made heavy by the smoke of a dozen factory chimneys, is poisoned by the effluvia from all of these. A crowd of women and children wander round aimlessly here, as dirty as the swine that thrive upon the garbage heaps and the puddles. This race must have reached the lowest stage of humanity." MECW 361. At another point, he writes, "The Irish have introduced, too, the custom, previously unknown in England, of going barefoot. In every manufacturing town there is now to be seen a multitude of people, especially women and children, going about barefoot, and their example is gradually being adopted by the poorer English." 368. Engels not only laments this human degradation but also notes its functionality to capitalism. For the very existence of an Irish subproletariat helps capital to drive down the conditions of life and labor of the working class as a whole. Overall, Engels concludes, one is faced with the Irishman's competing with the Englishman, and gradually forcing the rate of wages, and with it the Englishman's level of civilization, down to the Irishman's level, 377. Despite the condescending language about race and civilization, Engels's pro-Irish sympathies are clear enough. Engels also takes up Ireland itself, this in the wider context of British-dominated global capitalism. He examines the processes through which British rule and its concomitant capitalist exploitation drove large numbers of Irish people to seek work in England. He writes that the poorer districts of Dublin are among the most hideous and repulsive to be seen in the world, even though the Bay of Dublin is the most beautiful in the whole British island kingdom, MECW 337. In the brief chapter Irish Immigration, he argues, The rapid extension of English industry could not have taken place if England had not possessed in the numerous and impoverished population of Ireland a reserve at command. 389.4. In a chapter titled The Agricultural Proletariat, Engels analyzes not only English but also Irish agriculture and the latter's harshly exploitative system of tenant farming. The Irish people is thus held in crushing poverty, from which it cannot free itself under our present social conditions. These people live in the most wretched clay huts, scarcely good enough for cattle pens, have scant food all winter long, or they have potatoes half enough 30 weeks in the year, and the rest of the year nothing. When the time comes in the spring at which this provision reaches its end, or can no longer be used because of its sprouting, wife and children go forth to beg and tramp the country with their kettle in their hands. Meanwhile the husband, after planting potatoes for the next year, goes in search of work either in Ireland or England, and returns at the potato harvest to his family. The cause of this poverty lies in the existing social conditions. MECW 4, 558-59. Sometimes, Engels tends toward exoticist condescension, however, with the Irish, feeling and passion predominate, reason must bow before them. 560. Engels penned these poignant descriptions of Irish poverty and suffering before the potato blight struck in 1845. The ensuing Great Famine of 1845-49, in which landlords continued to export large quantities of food from Ireland as peasants starved, resulted in the death of 1.5 million people, with another million forced to emigrate, this out of a population of about 8 million. Writing for a French newspaper in October 1847, Engels predicts an explosion. Starving Ireland is writhing in the most terrible convulsions. The workhouses are overflowing with beggars, the ruined property owners are refusing to pay the poor tax, and the hungry people gather in their thousands to ransack the barns and cattle sheds of the farmers and even the Catholic priests, who were still sacred to them a short time ago. It looks as if the Irish will not die of hunger as calmly this winter as they did last winter. MECW 6, 309. He also points to the fivefold increase in Irish emigration to England, which, he suggests, will drive down the standard of living of the working class there still further. After O'Connell's death in 1847, Engels predicted greater influence for more left-wing Irish leaders such as Feargus O'Connor and Bronntéire O'Brien, both of whom were connected to Chartism. In an 1848 article for a German paper, Engels praises O'Connor as someone who shows that the Irish people must fight with all their might and in close association with the English working classes and the Chartists. MECW 6, 449. He also extols O'Connor's attempt to block Tory leader Robert Peel's Irish Coercion Bill during debates in Parliament. At this time, however, Engels holds to what the Australian historian Ian Cummins has aptly called an Anglo-centric approach to the liberation of Ireland, 1980, 108. Engels does so in the conclusion of his article. There can be no doubt that henceforth the mass of the Irish people will unite ever more closely with the English Chartists and will act with them according to a common plan. As a result, the victory of the English Democrats, and hence the liberation of Ireland, will be hastened by many years. MECW 6, 449. During these early years, Marx made only occasional references to Ireland, but his overall support for Irish national liberation was clear enough. For example, in a February 1848 speech commemorating the 1846 Polish uprising, Marx contrasted its program of national independence unseparated from agrarian revolution to the O'Connell-led movement to repeal the Union of Ireland and England. He charges that the repeal movement was based upon the narrowly nationalist party of the Catholic landowners. MECW 6, 549. In July 1848, the more radical Young Ireland movement, which had strong links to the English Chartists, attempted an insurrection against British rule. Although neither Marx nor Engels addressed these events directly in those months, at the beginning of 1849, as the revolutionary wave was beginning to recede, Marx writes of how police serving the old regimes once more plundered, ravished, and murdered in Poland and Ireland, thus suppressing movements for national liberation, MECW 8, 214. Soon after, in Wage Labor and Capital, 1849, Marx refers in a synopsis of recent events in Europe to the starving of Ireland into submission, MECW 9, 197. In the 1850s, after his move to London, Marx's discussions of Ireland become somewhat more substantial. In an 1852 Tribune article, he reports that the president of the British Board of Trade had declared that the Great Famine and the ensuing emigration reduced pauperism, to which he responds with Swiftian irony, "We must confess that the famine is quite as radical a remedy against pauperism as arsenic against rats." MECW 11, 357. He continued this argument in a Tribune article published on March 22, 1853, showing that what he had in mind in discussing Ireland was also a broader critique of David Ricardo's political economy. Analyzing official statistics, Marx shows that among those emigrating from the British Isles during the years 1847 to 52, the overwhelming majority was Irish. He also cites the economist's breezy celebration of this form of capitalist modernization. The departure of the redundant part of the population of Ireland and the Highlands of Scotland is an indispensable preliminary to every kind of improvement. The revenue of Ireland has not suffered in any degree from the famine of 1846 to 47, or from the emigration that has since taken place. Marx's retort again assumes an ironic tone. Begin with pauperizing the inhabitants of a country, and when there is no more profit to be ground out of them, when they have grown a burden on the revenue, drive them away, and sum up your net revenue. Such is the doctrine laid down by David Ricardo, in his celebrated work, The Principle of Political Economy. Sismondi, in his Nouveaux Principes d'économie politique, answers that, according to this view of the matter, the English nation would not be interested at all in the disappearance of the whole population, the king remaining alone in the midst of the island, supposing only that automatic machinery enabled him to procure the amount of net revenue now produced by a population of 20 millions. Indeed, that grammatical entity, the national wealth, would in this case not be diminished. 529. A month earlier, in his Tribune article, The Duchess of Sutherland and Slavery, Marx noted the involvement of his perennial target Palmerston in these developments. The noble Viscount Palmerston, too, some years ago cleared of men his property in Ireland, 493. Marx also took up social tensions in rural Ireland. In a February 23, 1853, Tribune article, he contrasts the repeal movement of the 1840s to the post-famine tenant rights movement. The repeal agitation was a mere political movement, and therefore, it was possible for the Catholic clergy to make use of it. The tenant right agitation is a deep-rooted social movement which, in its course, will produce a downright schism between the Church and the Irish Revolutionary Party, and thus emancipate the people from that mental thraldom which has frustrated all their exertions, sacrifices, and struggles for centuries past. MECW 11, 505. As before, he saw national emancipation through the lens of a class analysis of the internal fissures of Irish society. Marx went more deeply into the class structure of rural Ireland in a July 11, 1853, Tribune article entitled The Indian Question, Irish Tenant Right. In the part on Ireland, he noted that the absentee landowners, who were predominantly English, had the right to raise rents at will and to evict tenant farmers quite easily. If the tenant invested money and labor in improvements for which compensation was due from the landlord, a hefty rent increase could easily wipe out this gain. In reality, Marx writes, the tenant has to pay interest for his own money to the landlord, MECW 12, 157. In these and other ways, he continues, a class of absentee landlords has been enabled to pocket, not merely the labor, but also the capital, of whole generations, each generation of Irish peasants sinking a grade lower in the social scale, exactly in proportion to the exertions and sacrifices made for the raising of their condition and that of their families. If the tenant was industrious and enterprising, he became taxed in consequence of his industry and enterprise. If, on the contrary, he grew inert and negligent, he was reproached with the aboriginal faults of the Celtic race. He had, accordingly, no other alternative left but to become a pauper, to pauperize himself by industry, or to pauperize by negligence. In order to oppose this state of things, tenant right was proclaimed in Ireland a right of the tenant, not in the soil but in the improvements of the soil effected at his cost and charges. 158. British policy had created the conditions that necessitated this law, Marx holds. England has subverted the conditions of Irish society. At first it confiscated the land, then it suppressed the industry by parliamentary enactments, and lastly, it broke the active energy by armed force. And thus England created those abominable conditions of society which enable a small caste of rapacious lordlings to hold the land and to live upon it. Too weak yet for revolutionizing those social conditions, the people appeal to Parliament, demanding at least their mitigation and regulation. 159.